Bounce back for futures here to kick things off this morning, coming on the back of a pretty dramatic sell-off into the afternoon yesterday. We did get a bounce back into the close late in the session, but here we are this morning with a nice gap to the upside. Tech leading the way back higher, which is good to see after what we heard yesterday out of the White House and potential for 25% tariffs across some China deliveries for some of these semiconductors. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit. More bank earnings this morning. We'll touch on that as well. Really not moving around as far as financials are concerned. More importantly, however, we all made it here today.
We did.
In what has been just an absolute crazy snowfall and snowstorm that's continuing outside right now here in lovely Toronto. But I mean, it's Canada, so it's winter, and I don't know why, but everyone seems to be shocked when it snows here.
It's not, everybody really should know it. This was earmarked for us for a while now. What always surprises me is the disdain on people's faces when they're on the subway. And the subway was packed today. Nobody was driving. So interesting look. Good morning, guys. There is a whole lot to talk about today. A lot of chip-specific news. Brendo mentioned it at the top there with the 25% on certain AI chip imports imposed by President Trump yesterday, but there's been a lot of backlash, quite frankly, as well, on the approval for the H200 export. Also, Taiwan Semiconductor blowing the roof off earnings, all-time highs. Again, Brendo, it's picking up ASML with it, which is up 6.5%. SanDisk up 5%. Applied Digital, a lot of microchip names really making the move this morning.
Somebody already asking Sean if he drove the Tesla today. That would have been an absolute disaster, I think. Sean, it's great to have you here. First of all, it was an earlier morning than expected, I assume, when it came to trying to get out this morning. I mean, the crazy thing is, I mean, downtown it's snowing, but I mean the roads are snow covered. But overall, I mean, it could be worse, I think. But as soon as you go that next layer out of the downtown,
it's going to be way worse.
It's going to be way worse. So
I broke the snow today. Like, I never break snow on the sidewalk. Like, it was fresh. I was doing the carving out because I was out so early. So that's the first for me.
God forbid there's a snowplow out at when it's snowing around the city. But
we don't pay any taxes.
Anyways, Neil is off today. Obi and Sean. And guys, what do you think? Is it a snow day or what?
Good morning. No, it's fine outside, of course. Yeah, no, it was
lower sales are up.
Yeah. Having 13-year-old sons that don't wake up in time to help shovel, that's what's up. But now, now that I'm in work, he's up now. I just talked to Marissa. Yeah, he's awake now. But there was probably at least this, like, on the top of our car was at least, like, I'd say 2 feet maybe, like a foot and a half, I guess, with the drift and everything like that. I'm not sure. My son went to bed last night saying, like, now he looks at the weather app because he's like the snowboarder now, so he's always checking out what the snow situation is. And he goes, Dad, there's supposed to be 14 inches or something overnight snow. He's like, I'm almost certain school's going to get canceled. And he was right. So school's canceled. They don't cancel school very often in Toronto District School Board there because it's such an important aspect of childcare and whatever, blah, blah, blah. So they don't do that, but they did today. But thank you. I'll be going long on Uber today.
Yeah.
I had this maniac Uber driver, but he got me here on time. It was great.
Crazy prices.
Yeah, it was a little surge pricing action. Actually, this is the funny thing. So I looked it up in the app, and it was $65. Because I was out there shoveling. Marissa was out there shoveling. And I was even messaging Brendan. I was like, dude, I don't know what the hell is going on. Because I could bring in the SUV. There's no way I was bringing in the Tesla. Although the Tesla, I think, would have been, I saw some on the road. It was okay. I think if you had snow tires. Obi and I can talk about this. Yeah, don't show me on the screen.
The plows were pretty.
Plows were not non-existent. I didn't even.
I mean, these roads out here are fine.
They're fine.
Yeah,
they're okay. They're not.
Honestly,
all night, and it is still snowing like crazy.
Yeah, it's still snowing, so they're gonna have to do.
Anyway, shout out to my Uber driver. The guy was taking no prisoners, man. He was acting like there was no snow whatsoever. So, and I was saying to him, man, good thing you have snow tires. He's like, yeah. And he looked. I told Brendan. He was driving. He took some side streets, and I feel like he almost wiped out into cars that were parked. And a couple times he looked back at me and was like, everything all right? Everything all right? I was like, yeah, man. I'm just like, I'm here. I'm here. I'm glad that you're driving. But that's the other thing, man. Like, doing services, like, that's a great shout out to Uber and all the drivers out there. Thank you for keeping the cities moving, really, to be honest with you. I mean, it was, I had a great experience there. But yeah, the NASDAQ right now up 0.91. How was your trip in? You were a Subway guy, right?
Not too bad. Yeah, no, I had to definitely take the car today. So
You brought the car in?
yeah.
Oh, and you were fine?
I drove in and then my dad drove back. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Ooh, man.
So not too bad. We got the Forerunner TRD, so this weather is not too bad.
Yeah. We have a 4x4 as well, but this guy was in some sort of a Honda CRV, and it was actually pretty good. Right there. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us. We are live every day at 8 a.m. right now. And wow, TSM, I came in and you and I started immediately talking about silver. Obviously, we'll be talking a little bit about that precious metal pretty soon. But there's TSM up 5.5% on good beats. And I saw someone in the chat say, was it a surprise that they wound up beating? And I don't think it was. I think Sharif nailed it right there with some of the shrapnel being fired off to ASML. I mean, that's even up more than TSM, right? And LRCX, I haven't even looked at this yet, but I assume this one kicks up as well. Yeah, there it is. Wow. Lamb Sharif up 8%. So there's a lot of stock moving around. And then, of course, we talked about it yesterday, and we were looking short. You know, we hit some Intel shorts yesterday as well. And then we saw AMD start to go to the upside. NVIDIA yesterday couldn't get going. And remember, I was saying that this barcode area right here was pretty interesting for me, and that if we were able to ever get long around this 181 yesterday, that was going to be a good trade. And there was some movement on that 25% tariff talk. And now today we will talk more about that as well, up 1.2% here, as maybe all is well in chipland. And the bank's not so bad today to start with as well. Green TA, Obi. You know, I've started switching over.
I switched.
Yeah, when we go to, you've switched now?
Yeah, it's just because what I'm realizing is sometimes the coffee gets me really jittery.
Really?
Especially if I'm having 2 or 3 cups a day. It's definitely not the best for decision making. I find my
wow.
fingers.
That's a lot of analysis
right
there. That's a lot of analysis.
It's more of like a slow drip. It keeps me calm and focused, and I can have a couple cups.
Yes, I think a green tea has about half the caffeine of a normal coffee there. Caffeine don't affect this guy none, man. That's the one thing. I switched, so when we drop, when we used to go to hockey, even at night, 7 o'clock at night, I'd get a coffee or whatever. I've switched over to green tea. My wife is still all about the coffee. But
I think I could never drink a coffee after 5 or 6.
Yeah, my brother's like that. He can't drink it in the afternoon. So. Ooh, Beyond Meat. Ooh. Protein drink time. This is really what they're talking about now. You know, protein's been pretty hot. Trading higher Beyond Meat. In the Beyond Immerse protein drink. This product is available in 2 different flavors. Okay. Protein's been pretty all the rage. You know, right now we talked about Starbucks putting in their protein milk and into their lattes and whatnot, and their powders, and now you get Beyond Meat with a little kick up there. Dara teased this yesterday that Beyond Meat was going to release something today.
Yeah.
Really? Protein powder?
$1 break, maybe. That's what I'm seeing here. Relative volume in the pre-market as well. Got about 2 times, but we'll see. How much volume has this thing done? 46 million. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, no, it had some good volume yesterday, and we were talking about it trying to break through the dollar. So I think once it does break through the dollar, that's funny, Jay Bronson. That's my new thing when I go, ooh. Because yesterday a couple of days ago, we were taking that 550 out. And every time it was going up, I was like, ooh, that was nice. Another one in there. All right, having a good time today. Google 338. It's we talked about the bank stocks. So yeah, Morgan Stanley today and Goldman Sachs. You know, it's finally nice. Well, who knows what's going to happen here? This is very, very choppy, but we'll wait for some action over here on Morgan Stanley, and then here's Goldman Sachs as well. Obviously, with the spread where they are, it's going to be very hard to decide where exactly these stocks are trading, but it looks like Goldman down right now and Morgan Stanley up. So both the companies reported earnings here before the bell. Morgan, $268 a share versus $241. Goldman Sachs, 14 versus just as better than expected, 14.01 there on their earnings per share for Goldman Sachs. So, all right. Anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, I like silver, man. Silver is holding it pretty nicely here. I wanted to look up. There's a post that one of my pod members posted yesterday. Here, basically TD Securities, they entered a short position on silver, and basically, I guess, starting to or either fully gotten blown out of it there as well. I like the chart. At the same time, we've talked about this trend that's been holding since about November November 20th. Beautiful trend, a bit of a false break here on the 31st of December, maybe another false break here on the 8th of January. Gap up continuation, not necessarily a gap up, but again, you want to be watching the silver futures to really capture the true price action on this one, because again, it does trade around the clock. So this right here, we talked about this one yesterday, breakout of that 82s and change, 82.60s roughly. That ultimate high is sitting in and around 83.70s. We're kind of trending above that. And last night in the Blue Ocean session, Sean, it just came in with a straight puke off of the open since 8 a.m. So you can see here, this is what happened on the futures.
I don't want to go
right
short.
there. Yeah, I like it. The selling pressure started to come in a little bit here already. You can see in around 8 o'clock last night, all the way from 92s, slamming all the way down to 86s and some change, and then kind of stabilizing after that. So I do have eyes on silver today. Let's see if we can hold below this 90 level. We're already starting to sell off coming into the open. You can see volume spikes already happening here on the futures. So SLV will definitely be on watch for me today. We're already breaking that prior day low right here. So let's see if we can find some support.
I found a note for you.
Thank you very much. Christmas.
There you go.
123.
Just wanted to say hi to you.
Hello as well.
Hi, Christmas. A little late on the name, though.
Yeah.
How was your Christmas? Was it all right?
It was okay. It's not bad. Yeah. How was yours?
Yeah, it was all right. It was great. Christmas is just about spending time with the family and then watching the kids just open up all the gifts, man. And then the recycling the week after, like outside, because everything's Amazon, eh? So they ship you all these boxes and everything. You get these kids, and it's just like, oh my God. But yeah, no, Christmas is a fun time around these joints. Okay, thank you so much to everybody for watching today. I mean, it's a big day. For me, it feels completely different because of just what's going on outside. So I'm going to lock in here, get all focused up, and we're going to get some good plays. And I think silver is going to be on the top of my watch right here, especially with a little move down, just moved down $1 in the last 10 minutes. So we'll see if I get this frog out of my throat. I think I'm going to go run and grab a quick water, and we're going to throw it back over to the desk, man. Lots to talk about today. Financials, TSM really boosting it out. Brendan and Sharif, this Beyond Meat protein substitute, you guys super jacked up for this or what?
Sharif was just mentioning to me the focus on protein, or the increase, I guess, in interest of focusing on protein over the past couple of years has just gone through the roof. So eventually it was inevitable, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been in the fitness community, bodybuilding community for forever, Brendo. I mean, high protein, high fiber, quality carbohydrates. I mean, that's just the ABCs, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I don't know how I feel about Beyond Meat's protein and Beyond Meat's products in general. I mean, I'll give anything a try, but can't promise more than that.
Silver on a bounce right now. Yeah, huge move down to 79 here early on this morning. If you zoom in a little bit, we came into 2 days ago, or I guess 3 days ago, resistance level, and then it was support. And then we're bouncing right back up. So whether or not we'll get an actual sell-off here for silver today remains to be seen. But gold downside, silver downside, worth noting. There are a couple of, looks like conference calls happening right now, but nothing popping up in front of me as far as what's moving around. But I mean, these metals have been just outrageous.
A bit of a de-escalation yesterday in terms of narrative anyway. President Trump, I think, in the Oval Office saying that, it looks like he's communicating through back channel contacts with some Iranian officials who, according to President Trump, told him that there was like a slate of executions that were supposed to take place yesterday, and it looks as if those won't be going ahead. So it seems as if, the tension may be going down. Video shows something else, obviously, but the market reacting here to some reduction in tensions. Let's just go with that.
Which is never a bad thing, let's be honest. Whether or not we get a change, it's Wednesday, or what day is today? Thursday. It might come at any point. I want to try to mention the whole Christmas idea earlier. I have a bit of a pet peeve with this. Walking through our neighborhood, it's amazing to me.
Oh boy,
how many people still have Christmas trees?
Amazing. I always make fun of this balcony right in front of me, Brendo. So it's like 4 low-rise buildings on my cul-de-sac, right? So we can kind of see each other. And they're notorious for this every year. The tree comes down February and late February. I want to walk over there and just have a conversation. I'll take it for you guys.
Exactly. Right. Like I'm a hard Boxing Day by lunch. It's behind our building in the garbage dumpster. So I don't know, Sean. Where's the cutoff? The official cutoff before this?
Well, are the Christmas decorations down at Sean's house yet?
Yeah, they just went on this last weekend because I kept on asking her, I was like, when are we going to take this tree down? She's like, leave it to me, leave it to me, leave it to me. And yeah, so she took it down. We took it down this weekend, Sunday. So, but yeah, the decoration. So actually, she made a post about it. She said, I got to get these like joy to the world pillows out and everything like that. And it was just like, this is getting to be too much. So she's like, eventually we got to get rid of all this. So we put it away finally. Well, a lot of the, like Christmas knickknacks and stuff go earlier. But the tree stays up. Well, the tree is right in the front of my house because it was garbage yesterday, and I don't think the guys came around to pick up the tree. So I think they're coming around today, or maybe they're not now. So yeah, we have we talked about I got to put that outside at next year around here or recycling. I don't think about it. We here in the city where I live, anyways, in the city of Toronto, they do 1 week is garbage, the next week is recycling, then the next week is garbage, and so on and so forth. So sometimes you got to know that. Like my parents know every week, recycling and garbage.
Yeah, that's
So, yeah, that's an interesting one. I wonder if people still have Christmas stuff up. February to me is like that's too. Yeah, I see a week or two after. I mean, we have the kids. I don't play. Right, just like let's get this thing out of here. There's no that, and I think that if we didn't have kids, probably we would as well. It's not like the kids care that much about the tree, anyways. But yeah, I don't know. You guys get your tree up or down, or what?
I mean, this year was down by Sunday. So.
Down by
Sunday. By Sunday. It was down by Sunday. So it was on Thursday, right?
Well, it was on Thursday. Okay. Yeah, mine was last Sunday. That's why I was getting confused over there. Yeah, it's not really a pet peeve of mine too. But I do think February is an interesting call. I don't think anybody was that. I'm going to ask my mother here if she has her tree down. I'm sure she does. But yeah, so it's Christmas fun, and today is very, very Christmassy outside. And if you are in the city of Toronto, drive safe anywhere in the GTA. I was messaging me earlier this morning. He's the same way. He's like, his place was a disaster. He has an appointment today. He's not know if she's going to be able to make it there. But yeah, there's many more things happening in the world than just simply the weather here in Toronto, of course. But yeah, some people in the comments are about Iran. I mean, we've seen oil markets move on some of that as well, right? We saw CLG is our low right here. So let's have a quick look at this. Like crude right here, $59, moving around a little bit here today, down 4%. So, I kind of made that call earlier, and I thought that the way that oil ripped up there could potentially have fallen back in. There's multi here. I'm going to go on to, I don't know if you heard, I saw Jose yesterday was mentioning a little bit about XLE. This was looking like a monster breakout here. If you go to, I don't know if it's a weekly or a day. This is the energy ETF. This goes all the way back to basically 22. So October of 22 is where we just took out. And now you're looking to take out this level from the spring of 24. So you're looking for a major break here into the XLE. We saw Chevron, we've seen XOM, we've seen many of these names. And of course, this is just a select spider, so it's an ETF. Many of the names, we can look them up, but that looks like it could be a decent breakout. And of course, today, XLE is getting faded a little bit downside. So we'll have to wait to see if that could have been a potential top there in energy. Let me know in the chat what you guys think right now about the energy play. It's looking short to me. CVX, there was news yesterday about Luke Oil and getting some business over there. So that's what sort of sparked up Chevron. And now that's heading back to the downside as well. And then OIH, the oil holders as well, was pulling back when I looked at it earlier. Again, not as much volume, but that should probably pull back as well. And that's on a break. So a lot of these energy plays, I don't know if you've been looking at energy the last little while. I know you've been on the show, it seems like every day over the last couple of weeks, but oil energy plays definitely something that we should look at today, Obi.
I mean, I didn't even notice until you mentioned, I just pulled up the TL1 contract right here. Yeah, yesterday, right at 3 p.m., a little bit of a sell-off there. Beautiful reversion coming back over 50% going into, I guess, the after-hour session there and pulling right back into prior day's lows. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching some of these stocks here. Let's just go. This is the first time I'm looking at it as well alongside you guys. So I just want to see to find some levels here. So there is some support or resistance that could potentially turn into support here. A bit of a trend for the last few sessions as well. So let's see how stocks like CVX and friends are doing on the day today. So we did, I guess, get a little bit of a sell-off right there. It was at around 3. So from 169 all the way down to 167s, and trading a little bit lower today. We can see we've been bidding up pretty nicely. There was that gap up from the Venezuela news right there. We pulled back all the way into 155s, and then pulled all the way back up into some of those reference prices at the same time as well, back into 168s, 169s yesterday. So yeah, we'll see if the selling is on now on some of these names. Of course, if crude oil starts to continue to the downside, I'm sure CVX might break a bit of this trend here. So this was intraday, but we can just scoop this up and see where that falls here on the multi-day right here. So we've already kind of started to break that down. Coming into the pre-market today, something else that I'll be watching is USO here, which is the United States Oil Fund, and you can see similar kind of a move back into some prior structure. So let's see. The only thing for this one, Sean, is that even if we do sell off, this has been kind of a range. It's been kind of a choppy area. So not really, there's a lot of supports, there's a lot of resistances. So we'll see what it really does. And again, commodities, they kind of do their own thing a lot of the time. So I'll have eyes on some of the names like CVX to see if there's continuation, because there was recent news. There's probably recent participants that were positioning in on this as well. And if they're starting to hit tops, then I do want to be involved with that one as well.
Yeah, I definitely like the oil play. And of course, that was yesterday. You showed that move down there at 3 p.m. was when President Trump came out and was sort of trying to ease what was happening in Iran. So talking about some of the killings had stopped, and I don't know. It's a very political mess over there, and we're going to figure out what's really they're just protesting. It was the fact of Trump came out and was sort of starting to talk a little bit about that situation and, maybe de-escalation, which would be nice. I don't know if that's exactly what's happening. We do see lots of protests. Sharif mentioned the protests that were happening over the GTA over the weekend as well. And I think that that's something that's obviously important for the people of Iran. So we'll see if that can get going today. And I hate talking, it's a sensitive issue, right? I hate talking about like the price of oil is moving because of, but that's the market that we live in, unfortunately, these days. And that's the market. I mean, energy's been like that since basically the beginning of trade, right? I mean, we have to focus on the nations that control. And that's what we saw with Venezuela. It's just funny that Venezuela is supposed to be like the largest deposit. Iran is not too far behind them. And those are the two countries that are, I'm trying not to do that. Those are the two countries that are up in turmoil right now. So, yeah. Okay, guys, it's 8:23. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Make sure you still hit the subscribe button as we're going to hold that 550, get going on that. We actually found out that YouTube goes through these audits all the time. What happens is if you get accounts that are potentially, robot accounts or whatever, sometimes they get wiped out, right? And so right now, we believe our channel is going through some of that as well. So help keep the subscriptions high and hit that subscribe button if you have not. And thank you, everybody, for watching. I love getting those notes from people that say, like, they're in the top 1% or whatever of viewers of our shows. That's awesome. Keep those coming, man. Send those to me on Instagram. That happened near the end of the year. That was awesome to see some of that. And I know that we see always the same people in our chat providing awesome content and new people today that I've never seen. So thank you to everybody for coming through every single day to watch us. We're on at 8, we're off at 4, guests covering all the markets. We've got OB here today. And I think if it's planned, Brendan, I'm not sure, but I think the midday is going to be Sharif and Adara again. So we go back to the future, which was the original setups here that we had on sort of phase 2 for our midday shows. All right, back over to the desk. It's 8:25. I'm working on it. I've got silver already written on here. Potentially some TSM, potentially some Beyond Meat or not, and other names to come, energy names on watch as well. Thank you so much. Here we go. Whenever I see things like this, I told Leon I'm going to be putting up good comments whenever I see them on here, and it is right here. Thank you to One Life to Live. Keep these things going, man. And this is thanks to Obi for coming through and providing, allowing us, bracing us with his presence. And I said to Brandon, man, what would we do without you? You know, we've been taking a lot of time off and everything, and Obi's here. You're regular now, so thank you, Obi, for contributing so much to the show. 97,000 on Bitcoin here. You think 100 is going to be a wall there?
Here's the thing, like you know how Bitcoin moves. We can swipe up in a few minutes or just an hour, and we'll be right back above 100K. So we'll see. I think it's holding up pretty well. If we can reclaim 100K, maybe that brings some participation back in. I don't know, but we've been making higher highs, higher lows pretty much for a good chunk of the week here. And we got Adam James abroad with the super chat. Oh, good morning, beautiful TTV live people. Good morning to you as well. Shout out to Joey Pitbull Options. Posted up after surgery. Prayers and love. Let's have another great day. Yeah, we wish a speedy recovery to Mr. Joey Options. And I think he has another one as well. Thank you very much. Please check RILY, boys. And if it has room to run, okay.
Riley was a big, I think they split or they got reverse split or something. Maybe not, but this stock was a nightmare, dude. I don't know if you know about this stock. This was here it is on the weekly. Like this was $88 stock, and now it was $5. Its low is $2.50. Its high is $8. So its high is $8.28 on Riley, and you can see right here. Thank you again, Abrod, for all of that. But yeah, up 47%. So I have to apologize. I do not actually know the news here on RILY.
I think it's earnings today.
Is it earnings?
Yeah, that's what I have on my chart here. It's earnings. And yeah, if you're looking for room to the upside,
30% short float.
Yeah, exactly, right? It could definitely squeeze. All I see here, this is an hourly chart. If we're going to fill this gap here, this was prior earnings, I'm going to assume, where we basically had to flush from 16 all the way down to $5 or sub $5. That's sitting about 14 halves. So it's definitely got some room to go. If we're going to revert the whole move, then yeah, $17. So that's where that selling came in. That's the reaction high, I think, right there. The reaction high right there at 17. So,
all right. So yeah, I mean, it's a 30% short float. So that could be something that we definitely need to watch. Watching some banks here. Goldman Sachs going lower. Goldman Sachs now down to 9. 12 it looks like here, so they're starting to tick a little lower. These banks, man, they can't. I feel so stupid because we got out of a little bit, but basically nothing of JP Morgan. We had talked about getting out near the top before these banks came through. They just were running so hot. We've seen them get failed before off earnings. Pretty much they all had decent calls. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo was hit yesterday. And I think part of the talk, too, is the worry about this whole credit card premium that they're going to be able to potentially sort of leak back, and that is the 10%. Like everybody that's paying down their credit cards are paying 25, 30%, something like that. The Trump administration was talking about capping that at 10%, and then that would, and people are thinking, okay, how would that then affect some of the reward programs that some of these credit cards offer? And I know for myself, depending on certain purchases, you can get 4%. 1% on others, 2% on others, so like gas, groceries, travel, all that kind of stuff. So I think that if there is a big impact at all, Capital One was the one that got hit, as one of the bigger credit card plays. Is that not loading? There it is. They got hit pretty good as well on that. They actually battled back. Okay, down to 230 right there. I didn't realize that was down to the 50-period moving average, but that's a good little stock to take advantage of this dip if you believe that that's not going to happen. And I just think I tell the wife everything. Use the card, man. Get the points, and then we'll just pay it off at the end of every month and don't accrue the interest. Get some value from that, and I think that if that changes, then it does change the landscape for a lot of these banks, which just, the credit card business is a net win for them, obviously. So, and Affirm there as well has been doing pretty good off of some of this news. I noticed that PayPal does the 1 for 4 thing as well, where you can pay once or you can split it into 4 payments, on interest not applied to that as well. So there's
Klarna thing as well.
Klarna, PayPal, Affirm, all doing here. Before I'm going to throw it back because obviously we're talking too much here. But Affirm, actually, that's pulled back as well. So this was trying to break that $80 mark. And I remember we talked about that, and I almost chose this as one of the plays there. Oh, yeah, Obi. You're here now.
Yeah, I know.
So how are you feeling about this short, my guy?
It's fine.
Right now.
Within range.
That's why the play was interesting because you're going to be short down here around $3. It's now at $4.20. So this will be an interesting one. Sit a space here. Trying to get back to $5 and change. Okay, here we go. So wasn't sure if we were going to have Luis today. I'm sure it's not a snowstorm where he's located. And if it was, we have much bigger problems than sit a space right now. So we're very, very happy to have Luis again coming through, talking a lot of small caps. These guys have built their own scanners. He's been in the game just as long as the rest of us. Smart individual, Luis Barbato. Let's go back over to the desk. We'll bring on our guest of the day.
A couple of numbers coming out here, guys, at 8:30. We'll get to those just real quick, and then we'll bring in Luis. I'll jump down here to 8:30, and we'll get some of these Canada manufacturing data just coming through. Negative 1.2% versus negative 1.1% expected there. November import-export prices due. Whether or not we'll get this on time remains to be seen. Well, we're all supposed to get initial jobless claims here. I haven't heard that number coming out here either. So there was expected to be a couple of, there it is. U.S. import prices 0.4% versus a flat print expected there. So that's on the import side of things. Philly Fed Business Index 12.6, get this, versus a negative 10.2 print. So negative 10 expected comes out positive 12.6 on the U.S. Philly Fed Business Index. Continuing jobless claims, 1.88 million on the week versus 1.9 million. U.S. export prices there up 0.5% versus a flat print expected. So a couple things still trickling in there. Overall, the market seems to like that a little bit back to the upside for the futures at this point. So I'll keep an eye on those data points. There was a couple of space-related stocks moving around, and that was on the back of an Amazon note. I just brought up Amazon there, moving higher as well. Amazon LEO satellites to be launched by Arianespace on February 12th, which is the answer to Elon's internet blanket that he has over the entire globe at this point. So Amazon LEO satellites to be launched by Arianespace. So SPCE popped up there on that. Amazon also making a little bit of a move to the upside on that as well. Okay, let's bring in Luis Barbato from Barcelona. Probably not as it's really snowy here this morning, Luis. It's good to see you as always, but I mean, give us a weather report maybe just to make us feel better.
Are you sure? It's a thunderstorm here, actually. It was pretty cold last week. I'm talking about 12, 14 degrees.
Okay.
Now it's 20 or something like that and sunny. So we have a beautiful day here.
We'll live vicariously through you at this point. It was when I walked out my door this morning, it was minus 22 Celsius.
Wow.
And there was easily probably 15, 20 centimeters of snow on the ground. So, yeah, it's winter. It's Toronto. It's Canada. It's winter. What are we going to do?
Someday we're going to do a Trader TV show here in Barcelona.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Let's definitely make that happen. Let's touch on where we're at with this market currently, because a lot of different things to focus on, a lot of different areas of the market moving around. How has your week or so been here? What have you been looking at?
Well, we have had a couple of runners for the last couple of days, moving up 400%, 600%, a couple of stocks. So always when this happens, we have few days where this light up the market and we have more runners, more gapping up. So it was a quiet end of the year and a quiet start of the year, talking about gapper up. We have like 20%, 30%, 40% gapping up every day, few stocks, but we didn't have any runner. Once we have one runner, we see the next day is a lot of moving up, like today, SPCE moving almost 300%, another one 80%. So it's good news for a small cap when we have one runner, one black swan or out of the normality, you know.
All right, let's get into the nitty gritty here. What is top of your list so far this morning here? I see a couple of things moving around. A few people mentioning this Riley as well. We can get to that in a second, but what's top of your list?
That's not the top of our list. We have, first of all, what we always do is look for the stocks we traded the other days. And we have this let me check, is ARRL, this? Oh, it's AMEX, sorry. Oh, no, sorry, ROLR. There you go. This ticker was moving up a lot yesterday, and today we're looking for what we call the first red day. So yesterday moved up like, I can show you here. Hold on. You see from $3 to $32 up, and today we're looking for what we call the first red day. So if it opens weak and it trades below VWAP, we're looking for shorts on this one. Okay, I'm already short around 222, and just push to the VWAP, we want short there. We set up of course, it's a very volatile stock, so your stops are a little bit more wide, maybe 23, 24. Until that prices, the short scenario is still alive. So we're going to short every pop on this one until pre-market highs. And it could go down a lot. So it's a long-term, let's say long-term during the day, a long-term run. If it goes below 20, 19, 18, $15, who knows? It comes from 3 yesterday. So this is the first thing we do. Look for the setups or stocks we have traded the last days. And then we go for the stocks that are moving today. And top of the list is this SPHL. Bad news on this one is that we don't have shorts on this one. Locates are very, very expensive. So far it's holding pretty nice over the VWAP. As you can see, it's holding over the VWAP. So I think we will see another push through high. So everything above these $8 and the VWAP, it could be a nice long today.
All right, OCUL, another one here, about 2.5 million shares. This one looks like it's right up your alley. We topped out around $14 early on this morning. Coming back in right now, trying to hold 13. Very thinly traded, it looks like so far, but this one up on news after the close yesterday.
Yeah, news. It's not that very, very small cap. I think I'm talking memory. I haven't checked yet. It's very, very thin level 2. The same. If it's trading below pre-market highs and below VWAP, it's good for the short on our side. It's not the typical pre-market mover that we are looking into. So we take only a trade if it's very clear here.
Just from a higher perspective, a lot of people have been talking about or complaining about the fact that I checked this morning, the VIX still 15 and a half kind of thing, volatility very, very low. Talk a little bit about how that overall lack of, aggression, lack of movement in the futures, in the overall bigger market, can affect or cannot maybe these types of stocks, and why, as a short-term trader from an intraday perspective, maybe in this market type or in the type of market where the overall bigger names aren't really moving around a lot, there's more action and more opportunity here.
But that's one of the reasons that I always defend the small cap world, because every day you have opportunities, no matter how the market is, if it's weak, if it's strong, if it's volume or not. There will be every day 3, 4, 5, 10 stocks that I will moving up because some news. Take into account that most of them are biotechnology or pharma companies, and most of them are very, very small companies. So one news on this kind of a stock, it moves a lot the quotes, because maybe they don't have any drug in the market. They are just investigating. I investigated in the laboratory about one drug. So any small news on this one is going to move a lot, and it's going to trade a lot of volume. So that's one of the reasons we trade a small cap, because the opportunity is always there, no matter how the overall markets are. And I think, talking about the overall market, we haven't seen a lot of volume on this, but the volume maybe it's in commodities like silver, gold, that are moving a lot, very sharp up.
If you see something like silver, it's funny you brought that up. I was going to ask you about the simple fact that the volatility in the metals has been higher. If you see something like that, how do you stop yourself from saying, I'm just going to trade this like a small cap, because right now it seems to be moving around like a small cap?
Yeah, actually, you don't stop yourself. You're more like experienced trader, and you try to be a little bit versatile and try to, whatever is moving, you try this as well. But of course, first of all, you don't trade like a small cap, because it doesn't move like a small cap. and you have to be very, very patient for the setup to appear. It's not that you try to do a lot of trades on this stock. You wait for 1 day or 2 days when the setup appears. We tried yesterday. It didn't work that good. We went short against these pre-market highs. We went short around here, around here. We hold a lot. I was expecting the movement to speed up when it broke $82, but it didn't. We stopped out in the movement up. A little bit bad luck because it seemed like it's going today, the short, but you trade different. I mean, you look for only one setup and you don't chase the trades and chase the profit on these kind of stocks if you are specialized in the small caps, of course.
All right, let's just do a quick recap here. Give me your top three as we get towards the open.
Yeah. Top three, SPHL, only longs. We don't have locates, only longs if it holds about $8 or VWAP. BNKK, this is moving very sharp up. It's trading in $5 now, moving up 80%. Very interesting stock as well. Easy to borrow, so you can go short in this one. And AUI, this as well, is moving up right now 60% with strong news. So let's see if it holds over these prices. We might see the $2. Always check for dilution if it's very likely to dilute the stock, offerings, and so on. So those are the main three tickers today, together with ROLR from yesterday move.
If anybody wants to get more information or ask you a few questions, where can they find you? What's the easiest? Give them your X handle or wherever.
You can find us on Twitter. I think that's the easiest way. A-Day Trading. I will write it down in the chat. But A-Day Trading, that's our Twitter. We are in Barcelona, and we train traders all over the world. So if you want to learn small cap world, small cap trading, we are here to help you.
Luis Barbato over in Barcelona. Great to see you. Great to get some ideas once again this morning. Enjoy the 20 degrees over in sunny Barcelona today.
Thank you very much, Brandon.
You know what? Thank you, Luis. You know what would be cool? Maybe we could talk to Luis about this a little bit. Would be to maybe have him come in during the midday when it is sort of small cap time with Joe and Sharif, and then he had just mentioned that he trains traders to trade small cap names. I mean, that would kind of be cool if we saw them while the market was open. So maybe we'll try to we'll work on that and see if we can do that. I think that'd be awesome to sort of see how that scanner maybe works. It's up to Luis. See how that scanner works real time. See some of the positions maybe him or one of his traders gets into to just to discuss it, because it's one thing to do it pre-market, and those are the opportunities that are there, but it'd be kind of cool to see how you manipulate and use the strategies while the market is open. So thanks, Luis, for coming through there again. And I love how at the end he's like, yeah, we're in Barcelona. It has us to throw that in there, but yeah, no, it's great to have him, and one of our original guests. You know, Luis has been supporting the show here for a while. And I remember when I was working on floor development, I spoke to Luis a lot more than I do now. So shout out to him and thank you for the continued support. Look, I have silver and Amazon written on here. And there's that roller stock. I mean, we had talked about that a little bit yesterday, that high roller. You have the chart up right now. It's not, I don't know here. What's it doing right now today? ROLR. I know we just looked at it right there, but $21. Like this had quite a day yesterday, man. Just up a couple halts in and around the space there. Now go up another 12% today. Watch out for ROLR one more time here today. And then we talked about Citizens as well. SIDU is upside today, and you guys probably have a lot of names that you want us to look at. Yesterday, stocks like Rocket Lab and stocks like Astis and ASTS Mobile. All these names just keep on flying around, you know, like another 2% here. ASTS today, I mean, it's down, but it's still moving around. This has had a huge run as well. We were trading this name, I remember, on the India launch right there. We were thinking about going long on that break, and then it went whoops to the downside, and since then back up to the upside. But it's kind of why I like Amazon right now, talking about this Leo launch here. That's going to be a nice upside tailwind, I believe, for Amazon here today as well. So a couple nights. Would you like that? High Roller Technologies?
I mean, I got eyes on it right now. We saw how crazy of a move it had yesterday, the halts, and again, was talking about some of this with my pod members after hours, and there was one place here that you could get involved and basically throw your stop in and look away until it actually gave you a strong reason to sell. And that was through the opening range high. You can see that initial halt up that did come in. We got to about 17, so $17 was the price that we identified as one of the best places to get in, sure, in retrospect, but you can see here that was a hold up, it pulled back in, it kind of consolidated underneath, pulled back in. So if you took this breakout, kind of just risked into some of this, the volume that comes in, so maybe down to 15 halves or even 16 30s, you can see this little pullback here only comes down to a low of 17.14, not even breaking that $17 level, and then we're off to the races, step up, step up, step up, squeeze until the exhaustion and some of the intraday backside comes in, bringing us all the way back into a low of 17.58. That was the close. So we've never even broke that $17 even after a strong flush all the way from 33.60. So I'm watching some of those prices from yesterday, prior day, open, high, low, close on high roller, and we'll see how today's price action interacts with some of those reference prices. So that's how I have roller on watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one there to 845. Some biopharmas moving around here as well. People want to talk about BMNR. Crypto at 97,000 is pretty interesting as well there for Bitcoin and for Oddbit. Not that it's moving around that much, but that's a nice move that we've had over the last week or so on the space, in the space. BMNR also dancing. BMNR dancing a little bit. Like IBIT's doing what it's doing, but then BMNR right here in the pre-market moving a little more. We know that this doesn't follow as much with Ethereum as IBIT does crypto with Bitcoin. But BMNR right here still underneath view. I think I like this for a break long. We'll see. Yesterday it did have an upside day before, obviously falling back in and pretty choppy yesterday once it was got into the afternoon. So let's see if BMNR can get going as well. Not a horrible break idea here at 33.50. And then I don't know. I was thinking about Meta today. I don't know if we get down to 600. I sure hope we do not, because the market would have to give back pretty much this whole 1% to do that. But that's an interesting level as well. We had a huge move up for, not a huge move, but about a 10% retracement back for Meta, maybe a little better than that. And now you're starting to fade out on that name as well. And Apple yesterday, and I know these are just Mag 7 names, but the Nasdaq's up 1%. Here today. You see Meta's not moving around too much, Apple's not moving around too much. So what's really lifting all of these names? It's just going to go back to the chip space. And our big story today is going to be TSM, Land Research, ASML, all really starting to kick off. I mean, TSM was a great report and is taking it all-time high. Although it has come back, and you were showing me a chart. We don't have to discuss too much about it, but ASML started to take off here again this morning. I mean, nice bounce off 1350 all the way up to 1365, sorry, 1340. Now that's even coming back just a little bit. So yeah, it's strange. NASDAQ continuously pumping here while some of these other names coming back in just a little bit. So I think it's going to be a long day, man. I mean, I'm writing down some long ideas on here. I do like short on silver, so we'll talk about that. But I like the long on Amazon. I think I like the long on the market if we can pull back a little bit here as well. So yeah, we're starting to get ready to rock, and you got to get our watch list. Make sure you do scan that QR code when it comes up. That's Beta Pro. Check them out as well. We do have Sharice's daily note. You can check that if you are a member. It's $5 a month. It's super cheap. It's 13 or 14 pages daily on all the stocks that we're covering, plus more. Join Sharif on the midday when he runs through all the stories there as well. But we're going to go back over to the desk right now. RBC Capital upgraded ASML. I just saw that right now with a 1550 price target. So that's starting to kick around ASML to the upside. That's been such a great stock. You know, Sharif, you remember, Sharif, when ASML fell down there? And I can't remember what level it got to, but I know that, see, I was going to say, because I knew Sharif was looking at that. I think he take a thing from me. I think he wet his beak down there maybe, and it was been a great trade. So congratulations, Sharif, if you're in that name. That was a great pickup by you. Nice.
I appreciate you, Sean. ASML is one of those ones where you just really have the patience. Yeah. Brendo, I wanted to mention for all the viewers, the morning note, I had forgotten to put the link, funny enough, for the morning note. I've taken care of that. You guys can go ahead. The link is there. It's working just fine.
Why don't you run through it on how to actually find out if anyone...
Absolutely, yeah. It's super simple, guys. So if you're looking for something in the morning and you're not really sure exactly, you want something a bit more in-depth, just click the join button right here, right below our video. Just go ahead and join. For those who have already joined and you don't know where to get it, let me just take the opportunity to show you right here. You go to the Trader TV homepage. I'm not sure what this is. going on over here? There we go. You go to the Trader TV homepage, and then right under posts, right there, click posts. And then it'll be the one that says members only, big infographic there, Sharif's morning note. Just hit read more, and then there is the link right there. It'll generate right on a PDF. You can view it. Phone, mobile, everything works just fine, guys. I just wanted to mention that in the morning.
Good news. Lunch is coming today.
Hey.
Officially.
Right.
They called it on breakfast, but yeah, apparently they're going to try. They're leaving right now to deliver lunch.
Jeez. Where are they?
He's saying triple the time to actually get here and deliver lunch. I don't know.
They're at Randy's house right now.
We are complaining about food delivery. Like,
Where are they coming
I don't know where they're coming from.
I don't know.
Jeez Louise.
I want to mention BlackRock here. Just from the guy who won't hire, obviously, an $1,100 stock. No one's going to be looking at this today, but it's worth mentioning. We sit here and we talk about, or almost it feels like we sit here and wait for the banks to come out and disappoint. It's been many quarters in a row where we've been kind of waiting for banks to say things are bad, consumer is bad. Right. Hasn't come yet. I mean, here's another quarter almost come and gone where, they've come out and beat once again. BlackRock, these numbers are just getting
ridiculous,
mind-boggling for this stock. Assets under management for BlackRock, $14.04 trillion. That's up from $11.5 trillion, which is like, just to wrap your head around that, it's just unreal.
It's unreal, but it's more indicative of the K-shaped economy that we keep talking about. But I know BlackRock, obviously, high net worth, high value clients that use their services. This is the report, guys. A monster report. Revenue up 25% year over year in Q4 of last year, up to $7 billion. That easily beat the estimates of 6.69. Profitability's through the roof, Brendo. $13.16 per share in earnings. That's up 10% as well, exceeding consensus by almost $1. And as you mentioned, assets now on the verge of taking out $14 trillion. The rich got a lot of money.
Yeah, it's like we were saying, it's more than most countries' GDP.
Ridiculous.
It's unreal. And that's on the back of JP Morgan coming out the other day saying they're making $150 million a day, including Saturday and Sunday. And that's profit. That's not revenue. That's profit. $150 million a day. BlackRock, guys, I don't know. I don't own this thing. Do you?
I don't. No, I don't.
Sean, BLK is just a monster.
Yeah, no, I know. I was looking at BlackRock myself right here and just looking at this weekly chart for them. And you might be getting a breakout right now. So BlackRock trading at current price 11.20 or so, I believe. Yeah, 11.20 there. So yeah, you are getting a breakout right now on the weekly all the way up to here. So that's, yeah, I think I agree with you guys, man. That number at JP Morgan is insane. I saw their quarterly revenue numbers was absolute, or net income numbers, crazy. Break it down to the day, you get 150 a day, insane. But yeah, as the market keeps on maturing up, man, assets keep on getting worth more and more. And then as assets get worth more, a company like BlackRock just takes more and more money from the VIG, right? I mean, I was thinking about that myself. Like when I was talking with a money manager, it's like they want 1%. If you give them $1 million today, Obi, they take 1% from you. That's fine. Yeah. 10 grand manage my money. But if they actually do their job, then that $1 million becomes $1.2 million next year. And now that 1% becomes $12,000. And then if they're continuously doing their job for you, that 1.2 million becomes 1.4 million. And then all of a sudden that 1% becomes $14,000. And then you're looking at, say, hey, look, over 3 years, sure, I've made money with some of these managers. But at the end of the day, the fees that you pay are the fees that you pay. And these guys keep on collecting that. And we talked about the upside there with JP Morgan and some of the credit card and how they just have built this sort of moat around them with those trillions and trillions of dollars of assets under management. BlackRock has basically created the same sort of, advantage for them, and scale. It's all about scale in BlackRock today. It won't be a very tradable stock. I wonder if there has to be an ETF or something that is potentially 2x. That's maybe a $20 or $30 or $50 name that we can maybe look at for BlackRock. But yeah, very, very interesting there, and just continues to get higher and higher and higher. Will they beat the S&P 500? I mean, I think you can always get into a low-cost index fund and manage your own kind of money. But yeah, up and away for BlackRock, man. I don't think these guys are going to be failing anytime soon. So, unless a position gets blown out, we talked about that on silver. So, not that they're one of those, they're into that. But BlackRock, yeah, I love the space. We talked about how good financials are heading into the year. Obviously, they've had a dip here with the first round of earnings, but I do like BlackRock up 2% today, Obi.
Yeah. So, guys, PDS Biotechnology, that's PDSB on the NASDAQ. It's transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in a few years. Learn more at pdsbiotech.com. Yeah, man, I think BlackRock is just one of those that, like you said, you start to accumulate assets, and more people believe in you, more people believe that you can create some sort of a return, and then it just makes a lot of sense. And yeah, their growth has been absolutely tremendous over the past few years. Let's see how the stock has been moving. I'm just going to go straight to a 3-month right here and take a look at a much higher time frame. Yeah, sure, it reflects that of those of the markets, some of the other ones as well. But yeah, very well they've done for themselves even since inception. Some of the BlackRock story is crazy. From inception to now, the type of growth that they've had, and it's starting to really
It's insane.
Get pretty crazy.
Oh, I
wonder if they're hiring any traders.
Shut up, Obi.
It's a lot.
Right there. Never thought about that aspect. Yeah, so that's just the VIG is like the percentage that they take on top of everything, right? So when you're gambling, and DraftKings, they never give you 1-to-1. So you'll have to pay 5% or 10% back to the book, right? Just like poker. You pay the house. So right there. But yeah, okay, look, it's great to have Obi here. It's 8:56 right now. We're going to be talking financial. Like, pick your space today. Look, you like tech names? We've got, it's TSM day, right? They're up, everything's up there. You want energy? We saw energy down 4%. Crypto's trying to approach 100,000. BMNR moving around. Someone said something about BMNR and Mr. Beast. What's up with that? And then we've got, so that's the energy space. We've got financials moving around. It's their report as well. Lots of stuff going on. And if you like protein, we've got Beyond Meat protein for you. So we'll talk all about that. And if you like protein, you can trade TSM, right? The largest provider of poultry. Tyson Foods. There's no story around poultry. Yes.
Mr. Beast story. So Tom Lee actually invested $200 into his company. So it's not necessarily BMNR itself. Tom Lee actually invested $200 million into Mr. Beast holding company.
Holding company. Oh man, I saw a report. Mr. Beast said, "I have no money in the bank." Yeah, okay. I'm not sure where it is then. But we have to actually start this with my kids. We saw Mr. Beast. The first, was it called Beast Games? Did you watch that on? It was filmed right here at Downsview Park.
Really?
The first Beast Games was filmed right here in Toronto, and part of the because he created a whole basically encampment for everybody, right? And that was right there at Downsview Park, of course, where Rogers Stadium is. And then season 2 apparently has started on Amazon. So that actually reminds me, because we're always looking for something to watch with the kids. You know what we're watching right now with the kids every night, just for something to do after dinner or whatever? Abbott Elementary. You seen that?
No, I haven't.
Pretty good show there. It's an inner city school in Philly, and it's kind of in the same format as like an office, where the teachers will talk to the camera and everything like that. So it's a lot of fun. That's a great show if you have kids. Abbott Elementary. I think it's pretty fun. It's a good show.
I've been watching the show called Solar Opposites. I don't think it's for kids, but it's definitely from the same makers of Rick and Morty.
Is it a cartoon?
Yeah. It's basically a cartoon.
And which platform or where do you watch that?
Netflix.
Yeah. You heard of Crunchyroll?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah.
Crunchyroll's pretty.
It's another subscription that for some reason I pay for. So yeah, Crunchyroll. My kid is loving Crunchyroll. We got him a big projector for his room. So
nice.
Projects.
That's solid.
Yeah, so he downloaded the app and he was showing me some stuff there. And you know what he actually runs? I should find you the picture.
Yeah.
So we have a cat. We think the cat is about 4 months old. We rescued it. Anyways, he runs when he's at school. He runs the projector and puts like a YouTube cat. and it has birds going everywhere.
Yeah,
So the cat
I do
like
that for
jumps
cats
at the wall to try to like attack these birds and everything. Yeah, so that was really awesome. So he's doing that right now. Our cat is something else. I know you're a cat guy.
Can't do that on the TV though. Like I've tried that on my TV,
Yes,
and
you had to get up.
she'll like jump, she'll
Yeah.
like try to catch thing and start to scratch it. I'm like, okay, you're.
Yesterday I'm watching the Raptors game here. She's watching the ball go back and forth, and she's jumping at the TV. I had to swat her away, man. Yeah, that's a good point there, Obi. I don't think this.
Projector's a great way to do it.
Marissa has the spray bottle because it's just a, and so every time it tries to jump up on to get the food or whatever, we try to. I'm like, don't spray that near the TV over there. You know, you gotta be careful of that. But yeah, cats are pretty awesome now that we have this new kitten. So, but still a dog guy, but the cat is something special. So you guys, well, I know. I think they're dog guys behind us. Dogs or cats back there?
Dogs, definitely.
100%.
Yeah, cats are crazy. They're crazy. They're nuts. Let's
read them.
Let's have a look at the market here. And
Absolutely. 690.37, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're well above that now. The market up 0.45 here, up to 693.46. So look, we're going to say 695, that clear area of resistance that we've had trouble with over the last few days. I don't think we've really cleared it on a decisive basis. As you saw, though, yesterday's sell-off took us below 690, but we were able to reclaim that on the move later on as the market caught a bit of a bid. So we're going to say that 690 area again as our first level of support, 695, Brendo, as resistance.
All right, free stuff for you if you choose some free stuff. Down below in the description, top link will get you to the sign-up page for that. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market, comes right to your inbox. Again, all you need is your email, and you can have that for absolutely nothing. There's lots to talk about this morning, however, including chips back to the upside. That's NVIDIA right now, trying to get back to pre-market highs here once again. But we're running into some levels that have come into play over the past couple of days here. This thing's been chopping around for a week now in this range. 185, 186, though, might be a problem spot.
There's a bunch of, obviously, headlines today on chips, Brendo, so let's get right down to them. First and foremost, a lot of pushback by both some Republicans and most Democrats on the export of the H200, saying basically you're just playing into China's game. So more on that later on the Midday show. Then separately, President Trump imposing a 25% tariff on select high-end chips. We're talking about the H200, the MI325X under national security concerns. That there are many different exceptions for that. So you can go ahead and have a look at the morning note to find out what. But Taiwan Semiconductor really leading the way here as well as it should. Record fourth quarter, Brendo. They posted a 35 year-over-year percent jump in Q4 profit. And net revenue reached 33.7 billion, topping estimates. Net income 505 billion new Taiwanese dollars. Really crediting here high performance computing. We are talking about chips made specifically for AI data centers.
AMD, we're noting a little bit worse off right now, guys, but overall good to see. It's been this group has been relatively weak over the past week or so.
You want to talk about TSMC quickly?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I just pulled up the AMD chart, and yeah, the same similar story here in terms of some of these chips gapping up and pushing to their highs there. You can see AMD pushing that 224, now 230s in the pre-market, so that's interesting. I'm definitely going to have that on watch now as well. TSM coming in with a bit of an earnings report in the morning, gapping up and definitely causing some of the fuel on this chip gap up here. 349.99, Sean, clean top. So if we can break through that 350 coming in off of the open, I like the gap up and push. Maybe the opening drive giving us some action through that level. Let's take a quick look at a weekly chart here. I want to see if there's anything in and around that 350 in the past. No, these are all-time highs on TSM. So I know, as they say, blue skies past the 350 this morning. So I like that.
I like to say that as well. For me, I was looking there. I mean, we've already talked about, let's just talk about some of the other names that continue to go up here, like ASML up 6% today, LRCX. These are the makers of the equipment and whatnot of a lot of these Chips, obviously, as TSM, same kind of way, up as well. This is up 8%. Lamb taking out or looking to take out highs right now. And I think we might have just did it right there. Yeah. What chart is this? 220. Yeah. Okay, that's right. I was going to say that is a very aggressive move into earnings. But okay, that's what I thought. All right, let's drop that down because Lamb used to be a huge stock. They're 220. So yeah, I think this is again clear sailing here for Lamb. You could probably think about getting long. Right now the spread is 50 cents or so, 60 cents. So I would say pull back into VWAP. Everything. Whenever there's a gap, we look to play the VWAP. So thank you to Brian Shannon for that saying. But so there's the gap. Wait to see if it can hold VWAP right there. Whether or not you put an anchor somewhere. If you put an anchor anywhere lower, you know you're not going to get support that you need because those supports are going to be around like 210 or so. So I would say back to yesterday that is 210. I don't think we fall down to there. So I would say wait for VWAP. I also don't mind the 200 moving average as well. That's 220. But I've traded this all week. And we've been positive now for 3 straight days on Intel. It doesn't mean that we're going to be positive. We actually went short 2 of the 3 days, long the other one. But I just wrote down here $50. Like, you're getting pretty darn close right now. You're basically up nothing. The Nasdaq's 1.1%. This is a half. They have some get up to go there. If Intel has the momentum that I think it could have today, we would definitely have a look near $50. And I want to play the break. I think that there's key levels in stocks. And dollars are one thing, but 50 even, that's a pretty big milestone for this name. And let me just zoom a little bit here on Intel just to see where we go. Like, this is what the stock looks like, man. I mean, you've pulled back into the 50 period a couple times, and I guess if I have to call up a weekly chart, we were up here. 50 is right into here, so there is going to be some memory up here. It could easily be short, but I have to put on the note today. I think we have to talk about it because it's just this level. This goes back to December of 23, so you're back into two years into this level for Intel. What a dramatic kind of 2 years they've had where we based out for a long time down here near 20. We heard the government taking a spot, NVIDIA taking a stake as well. And now all of a sudden you're right back up to this 50 mark. So the question is this, will it get sold for $50 or does the fund continue and we break 50 and we look at 51, 50 and $52? So for me, Intel has to be on watch there today. And, we traded NVIDIA yesterday. It was a good trade, especially near the end of the day where it started to the upside. We actually got stopped out if I remember when we started to break. I think it was the 50 period. So we did get stopped and didn't enjoy that move higher. But today, the move looks to hold. We'll see if we can hold 185. Talk about another key level there, 185 for NVIDIA. But Obi, this doesn't excite me as much. Whoopsies, why do I have this even up? This doesn't excite me as much as Intel. Why? Because
it's in a range.
There's in a range. So I'm not sure if 185 is even that key. So I'll be looking in the chip space today, that is for sure. And my look is on Intel. So we'll just have to wait. I have it up on the screen. We'll wait to see what it does. But I like the $50 break, and I think it's worth a long trade there on Intel if it does get up there. Nothing wrong with shorting it if it gets in that range. Let's figure out how it gets there. All right? If it's screaming, Obi, and we can read the tape, asks are getting lifted, then I think it will just smoke that 50 and we go on with regularly scheduled programming. But I like that trade. Sticking out, I'm just finishing it up. It'll be out very, very shortly. That's my talk on chips. That's Obi's talk. Now let's go hear about this rally that may or may not commence or continue with Bitcoin.
Yeah, 3 or 4 days in a row here to the upside for Bitcoin, as we said, to come back on. This is just IBIT. The picture back to 96-ish here on renewed positivity. It seems like, anyways, I mentioned to you off camera, I was listening to Kathy Wood's weekend video that she puts out sometimes, and then she was talking about the disconnect of the correlation between equities and Bitcoin seems to be growing, and there's actually more and more correlation with metals, the silver move, the gold move that we've seen over the past couple of weeks here. So I'm not sure if that's positive or not, but IBIT back higher here.
For me, that's positive because I mean, if I always joke, if I want to punch into the Qs, Brendo, I'll punch into the Qs. I won't punch into Bitcoin. So it's nice to see that it's actually being used as a risk-off asset, or risk-off asset here in this case. So fresh 2-month highs, guys, moving up to 97,850. That pushes the year-to-date gain to about 10%, give or take, pulling back a little bit down now, though. Attention does remain on the upcoming vote at the U.S. Senate committee tied to the crypto industry oversight and regulatory clarity. The market views, potential progress and clear crypto framework as a medium-term tailwind. And then over the last 24 hours, more than $380 million in crypto liquidations occurred, mostly people having to cover their short positions, getting basically short squeezed, and their open interest, Bitcoin's open interest, also rose alongside the price, which points to fresh positioning rather than, just purely short covering. So that's another thing to keep an eye on there. And then that $100,000 psychological resistance, that's going to be, the main thing that we.
It seems like we're going to go back and forth through that many, many times before it finally decides. But I just saw Ethereum 3 days in a row higher as well. So, I mean, if you're watching IBIT 55, maybe 54.80, good support level. OB thoughts?
Solid hold of trend is what I'm seeing here when I look at the chart. This is just a daily here. And you guys normally see a lot of my charts, and usually there's a lot of indicators and trend lines and whatnot, but Bitcoin is probably my most simple one here as well, because again, I think that Bitcoin does follow technicals pretty decently. You can see here, 2023 holding a much higher time frame anchored VWAP here, nice little consolidation, and then push, flag underneath that prior high, and we broke out of that 70 mark that I keep reiterating. This was pretty key, and a bit of a trend here. I know the trend line's not necessarily perfect, but trend from when this strong bid did start to come in and lead us into this multi-step breakout here. So this most recent pullback, the pullback that we had from 126s, came all the way down to 80K. That right there, bit of a trend hold, roughly, if I do say so myself, bit of a trend hold there. I was looking for a potential push back in, but we're starting to consolidate and push back higher. So yeah, bit of a multi-month break like Sharif just mentioned, with some increasing volume as well. So does that mean the 100K is in sight? I think it does raise the probabilities there if we do push this prior double top in and around this 95 with increasing volume. Yeah, that 100 seems a little bit more likely to me as well. But yeah, if we can kind of just continue this momentum, we still have a ways to go. 107s, 150s, 116s, and then back to 125s. If we're going to continue this much bigger picture, multi-month, multi-year, higher time frame trend as Bitcoin starts to step up. Do want to reiterate, though, I said this yesterday, it feels like we're still well within mid-cycle. It doesn't seem like we're at the end of this cycle. If there is going to be an end, everyone's saying that, this cycle's different because of all the participants and the banks and everybody that's kind of holding this asset now. But here's the thing. I've heard that cycle after cycle after cycle.
Right.
So
never stops. Right?
They always say it's different this time. Guess what? It probably isn't. Let price action do the talking. I'm just going to try to listen to the chart and the volume.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I think that's the right thing to do here. I was going to say another play here would be this. This is the 2 times daily XRP, so the Ripple ETF. Obviously not doing too much volume today. 150,000, but it's just one big print there at 8 a.m. The idea behind this name, of course, is just another coin to look at, another opportunity to trade. This looks actually pretty good. It's just broken through this 1150 mark right there. So if we do get I don't think we're going to get, we might get a fallback in Bitcoin, but if we do, nothing wrong with trading XXRP. I think this one, obviously it's been getting crushed. You can clearly see that. But down into here may have based out. Now, you never know where the bottom's going to be, but I think if you can go long right there and then watch out for this 1150 to possibly break and get you out, I think the risk to reward here on a as we mentioned there, maybe a super cycle coming for crypto getting back to the highs. They're bouncing off some key levels. We've seen it happen before where we've gotten flushed and made new all-time highs. So, watch out for XXRP to do something very, very similar here in the space. And then we had that story with Mr. Beast, BMNR Tom Lee investing into that. I don't know if that's going to rally anything here, but BMNR does do great volume. Already done 3 million shares today and at the 50-period moving average. So again, in another sort of pump job there, we've come back in and done real well holding this 26, 27 mark. So BMNR crypto looking to go pretty good. And then if you're looking just for Ethereum itself, then this is where you go to ETHA and so much volume. And as you can see, BMNR up 1.5% while Ethereum down. So it should be an interesting play as well. Looking to break out, Obi. I mean, this is not a horrible level either, right there on the daily chart, right? Holding the 50-period moving average, holding the 200 period. Maybe Ethereum's had its downside pressure relieved as well. So we'll see if that can break higher. Actually, this looks pretty good to me, Obi, right here, $26 break or so. Let's watch out for some of the action on Ethereum today as well. It's nice to be talking bullish about crypto, because I know that there's many traders are long in the space. Very few people that I know are short anything crypto right now. So if you are, good luck. But I think the longs that you took a shot at some of those lows in the last month and a half, you've been rewarded. And let's see if we hit 100,000. I think it's possible today. So let's see if this market continues to rally up and see if Bitcoin gets all bulled up, and we'll watch out for a 100,000 break on Bitcoin. I don't think it's going to be a huge break. I do think that when it touches it, it probably does fall back in a little bit. We've seen that happen before, but let's watch out for Bitcoin 100K. I'd say it's on watch today.
Definitely.
Such a massive number for sure. TSM, still the number one stock on the stock board currently. If you are one of those people watching it, this is a weekly chart. What a trade this has been, just going back to April of last year, so a little bit more than a year, but or less than a year, I should say. 150, 130 coming in like, I mean, this thing more than doubled. It's unreal, straight to the upside, just monster numbers right across the board.
And they're making so much money, Brendo, they can't find anywhere to spend it. So they're going to spend $52 to $56 billion this year on capex to build new fabs, buy newer equipment. Speaking of that newer equipment, we're talking about ASML here, which just reached $500 billion in market cap, a key psychological and valuation milestone. Really what investors are welcoming here is TSMC's spending as a signal of validation that their EUV, extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, is very much in demand. Wells Fargo also kind of sharing the same sentiment there. They raised their price target on ASML from $11.40 to $14.50, reiterating that overweight rating. They're citing the update to its bottom-up semiconductor model, which is kind of highlighting the importance there. I do want to mention, Brendo, having been invested in this name, there is a lot of headline risk possible for ASML. They're a monopoly, and a lot of valuation and the price of the stock takes that into consideration. The second that's not guaranteed, I think we're going to see a major correction, specifically, of course, referring to the Chinese and the rumors that are coming out of that country that Huawei and some other companies are starting to build something very akin to what the EUV machine is.
We still have a couple of weeks to get to some of the big tech names to hear about forecasts and hear about demand and things like that. But I mean, it's been, a lot of people have been concerned, to say the least, about that CapEx spend starting to come down. Hasn't yet, clearly. Demand clearly not coming down yet. Just real quick, it looks like I have misspoke a little bit around this Tom Lee story. So the first headline I saw was actually Tom Lee himself investing $200 million into Mr. Beast. It's not. It's BitMine. Yeah. So BitMine, it's up BMNR investing $200 million, obviously, on the management of Tom Lee, guys.
All right, so that's sort of, when Brendan mentioned that, I know he had thrown out Tom Lee, but then I saw someone in the chat say something about BMNR, so good clarification on that one. I don't know if that moves the stock or not, but I think he's, like, as far as on the Mount Rushmore of streamers, I think that's probably the right call there. I don't know about that. I know there's that Kai Sinek guy. I don't know who else is there. I Show Speed. I don't know, Mr. Beast.
Yep.
Trader TV Live. Yep. I mean, there's only so many things that hit there.
Yeah.
I wish we had a Tom Lee button, because that would be real cool. Like if Tom Lee was phoning us right now. Hey, man, we're looking to get some BitMine money coming through here.
Exactly.
We could build that screen all around. We could have like a dome in here, like the TVs every. Ever seen that, actually, those sporting events? I think there's one in Vegas. There's one in Dallas. I forget what they're called, but it's like you're there. So it's like they have, it's a bar, serves food and everything, but the screens, it's like a huge, like IMAX sort of cinema, and it's like for the fights and for boxing, like they have a deal that with I guess the promoters, and they put you basically right at ringside. So it's like, and for some NBA games, you can sit courtside. The Sphere, and it's not the Sphere, But yeah, we could build something like that in Vegas, that big huge sphere. That would be really cool to trade in something like that, where our level 2s are like, what have I done? Oh yeah, COSM. I think that's what it is. COSM, something like that. Yeah. So that's those bars. When the minute there's one of those in Toronto, man, we definitely have to do something with that. But yeah, TSM here. I think I was just reading a note there. 38% year-over-year growth there. TSM guided current quarter revenue 30 in the range of 35 billion. Like this AI spend is real, and they've just confirming it, right? And so that's why I do think that you get the ASML lambs, all this starting to rally to the top side, because look, man, these got to be fabricated, they've got to be made. The chip game is here, and looks like it's going to be here to stay at least for the upcoming quarters. And good guide by TSM. And as we get more news, we don't really have a video on the board, but it's the same story. Yesterday we got the news where 25% tax will be applied to get these chips into China, so that should be a good tailwind for NVIDIA. And then the whole space, I don't know, there must be an ETF. I mean, you can get into StockXL or SMH or any of these names, but LAM all-time highs, ASML all-time highs, TSM. So things are looking great, man, and that's part of the reason why the NASDAQ is starting to get bumped up. We've already talked about Intel a little bit earlier there today. We talked about the chip tariffs that are in the play. But if you're just going to talk about fabricating and making these chips and making the equipment, then these are the names. And I don't think it was rocket science to look here. We just talked about Sharif and Neil were sort of looking at ASML earlier. I believe Lam Research is also one of those names. No matter what you think about the demand for chips, someone's got to produce, and it just continues to make new highs. And just look at the extension on some of these days, Obi. Like, these are not small moves, right? Like, this is 170 to 185. This is 190 to 196. This play is 194 to 208. And the down days are almost, I mean, this is a play on TSM, but maybe it was turning around, but then confirmed that we've got a good report coming for Lam as well at some point. I don't know when they report, but I like all of these names breaking higher. And I think this is probably a long right there, breaking through 227. The spread is getting a little tighter right now. We'll get the NASDAQ imbalances at 925, and we'll be able to see what's going on. But for me, I think I like Lam. It's up the most. It looks pretty clean on the chart. It's clearly breaking out. So anything back to this 220 mark, Obi, to me, that's right there on the daily. It's right there on the 200 period moving average. I'm a buyer of Lam if we get a dip buy opportunity today. So let's just keep the sort of the train rolling here in the chip space, and we'll see what winds up happening right now with Lam Research.
Yeah, I really, really like ASML here as well, Sean. Doing a lot of relative volume. Sure, it's only done 236,000 shares right now in the pre-market session, but you got to remember, this is a $1,300 stock. We're doing about 8 times relative volume here at the same time. 1358 is the pre-market high, and we've been slowly trending up. This is a 15-minute chart. We can go down lower here and just look at some of the structure. Just look at that. Step up, bid, step up, bid, step up, bid. So it's looking good for that continuation. And TSM as well, that 350 that we just talked about, 349.99. So I've already put on my anchored view up off of the earnings there. Don't forget, it is an ADR, so it does trade in different places around the world. So some of those references could also come into play, is what I'm trying to say here. But off of the open at 4 a.m., I do have that anchored there. I don't know how much that's going to come into play, but coming back into 343s, pulling back in. These are all-time highs for TSM. If we do kind of pull back and do a bit of a gap fill, that's all the way down here on Tuesday's high at 336.40, which we did sell off of, and we pulled all the way back into 325s as well. So if we do balance all the way down here, I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be waiting for this one to really show me that it can create some sort of structure and give us some sort of strength that can take us into and through 350 on the day today. So both ASML and TSM doing absolutely solid action in the pre-market. 23 times relative volume here on TSM.
Let's move on here. I just pulled up a weekly chart here of Goldman Sachs. I was listening to another podcast last night, and they were talking about, they were cheering for DJ Sullivan and the job that he's done. This guy catches a lot of flack on the back of being a DJ, I think. but if you didn't know, it's his hobby. They were comparing the performance of his tenure, essentially, and I think it goes back to 2018 or 2019, if I'm mistaken, or if I'm not mistaken. But since COVID lows to where we are now, it's almost 550% return. The market, S&P 500 in comparison, is about 225.
Okay.
So he's more than doubled, from a pure return standpoint. Goldman Sachs versus the S&P 500. You don't really hear a lot about, the job that this guy's done there.
And then that's in the face of 4 years of no M&A allowed under the wrath of Lina Khan. We'll remember that, of course. So that I didn't even know that. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. So let's start with Goldman here, because we've got Goldman and Morgan that both reported. Look, profit is increasing substantially at Goldman Sachs, 12% year over year on the quarter, up to $4.62 billion in profit. However, revenue did fall 3% down to 13.45, but there's a reason for that, and it's the same reason profits higher. Ironically enough, they offloaded their Apple credit card, you'll recall, to JP Morgan when JP took that hit yesterday. So that had the effect of reducing the top line number for Goldman, but it also increased their profitability. Funny how that works. They're also boosting dividends, I believe here, by 50 cents, bringing the total dividend payable quarterly to $4.50. So if you're there, look out for that money. Morgan Stanley reported Q4 EPS of $2.68, Brendel, comfortably ahead of the $2.44 expected by the street on revenue of $17.89 billion, topping the $17.77. Wealth management division delivered $8.4 billion in net revenue, up from $7.5 last year. Trading activity is up. Investment banking is up, and they're saying the elevated equity markets and higher client asset value really helped make this a blowout quarter.
Both kind of boring as far as price action, unfortunately, but I think we have to look at this from the standpoint of, the global economy. I mean, the North American economy specifically. These are the banks that everyone deals with, businesses deal with, the consumer deals with. So if the banks are healthy, theoretically, business should be relatively healthy going forward. So a lot of positives to take. But that being said, guys, not a heck of a lot to look at here, Morgan or Goldman this morning.
Yeah, both of these banks, I think, definitely on watch today. But something I do want to reiterate is that banks have sold off. JPM started off this week, right? Strong sell-off, absolutely beautiful price action. Yesterday it was Citibank, Wells Fargo, right? Beautiful price action. Today, are we going to see more of the same with Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs? I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. 3 times in a row? Maybe, perhaps. I'll just watch some of these pre-market highs and lows. That's really what I have on watch here. 909.55s here on Goldman Sachs. Wow, Goldman Sachs almost at 1,000, eh? That's really nice there. Morgan Stanley as well. Not really doing any sort of crazy volume in the pre-market, but relative volume for sure, of course, off of that earnings report. We saw similar kind of action on JPM, and I'm going to do somewhat of the same. We had the range high, and we had the range low as well from the earnings reaction. So that's coming in and around these areas here. I have around 179s and then 184.80s here on Morgan Stanley. We already sold off here, like I said before, Tuesday, Wednesday, sure, more of a consolidative range. But let's go quickly take a look at what JPM did on its day one right here, just to get a bit of a reference. You can see strong selling. This was the range I marked out. Range break, opening range low break. That was absolutely beautiful. Nice continuation. Prior day, bit of a chop. Citigroup, that was yesterday, right? Range breaks to the high. Maybe you get stopped out, or maybe you don't even take that because you're more sell side biased. Comes right into the range lows, and then look at that day low pushing back in here as well. So I am watching some of these. Let's see if Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs do more of the same as some of their friends in the sector have during the week, or they do something distinctly different. Banks are kind of sold off pretty
aggressively, yeah. And I think it's probably in due process, they'll be right back up. I mean, the amount of money that these guys make is pretty crazy. Well, I was just like, oh my gosh, right here, the hot dog cannon gets fired off. We're not in a position here or anything like that, but look at Intel. Intel right now, 49.50. We just ripped ripped basically 70 cents there, and we don't even have any imbalances right here today. So not sure exactly what was going on there, but there's not too much on here. We do have TSM as a buy. That's sort of starting to inch down a little bit, but Intel's what's really got me going right now. I mean, I already put that break in there to break through 50 bucks. So if that happens, I'm taking it. SLV, I'm just going to go run over a couple of the trades that I had in mind. For myself today, this SLV I was going to go short. So we're looking at 83 right now, 82, looking like a good short spot. That's where your 200 period moving average is. We're going to try to go short on that. The sticky note is now out. You can go find it. I don't have time to post it right now on the chat. You guys go get it at Trader TV, Sean. I like Amazon. I like that story that Brendan mentioned there when we talked about some satellites, and that started to sort of rally the stock a little bit. Let's take a look at Amazon here, moving with the market today. Nice to see it up over that 1%. I like Amazon. I like the tailwinds this year for the stock. Relatively flat year over year for Amazon. Let's see if that can kick out. I'm waiting for 238 on AMZN with only 20 seconds left. And the other play I have is long on the NASDAQ. We got to wait for that to pull back. And then that's it, basically. So this is brought to you by Beta Pro by Global X. Thank you for them to sponsor the opening bell. And thank you to everybody for watching. Obi and I will put on, hopefully, a few trades here for you guys today. And just keep it, man. Keep in the chat. Let us know exactly what's up with your trading today, as we will do that as well on our side. Here comes Intel right now. 49, 50 bucks is right here. Right now, I'm going long, putting in the top like, 49, 75. Like that. If that does break, did it just go through there? No, not yet. We got long on Amazon. Amazon actually just fell through there, Obi. So waiting to see if that also comes back upside right now. And here goes Intel. I got to fix my trade because I did not put the right in there. Amazon just cranked into 238. Pretty good. We wanted that trade, so we're sitting there for now. We are long on Amazon 238. Let's wait to see if we do hold that, and then watching out for Intel. Intel almost broke, man, right there. It got to basically 50 bucks and turned around. We're watching out for that one, and then watching Amazon.
Yes, yeah. So I did get that Intel
here it comes.
Alert here. Let's see if we can get through. I don't expect it to be clean there, Sean, but it is showing us a little bit of a messy kind of action here. So I do want to get a little involved. Let's see. There it is. So there's a 50-50 break, pulls right back into 49.90s here on Intel. Let's see. Going to expect a little bit of a chop, and let's see if we get a clean breakthrough through this level here. 50 10s, maybe point.
We got a little bit out there.
Resistance here. Yeah, it's, I'm going to give it some time. The market's kind of pulling back here. Intel sometimes does its own thing. A lot of the times does its own thing. But 50 looking quite.
Darn. So I'm only in this one for a quarter. So there it goes. Breaks down. We get stopped out there on that $50 break. We'll take it again if it does happen. We got a little bit out there and it didn't go. Our best out is 11s. And there it goes, ripping to the upside. So we'll see if it goes one more time there on Intel. But that was so far not so good there on an 0-for-1 break there. But that's okay. We knew that was going to happen a little early there. We did take a big amount of shares, which is why we got out where we did. But Intel just trying to figure itself out right now. Maybe a pullback now into 49 or so might get us something there for Intel. But I'm going to try a 50 break one more time. Just let it settle down a little bit there. That's why we did get out pretty early on that kind of a play. So we'll see. Maybe we can average into it if it does come back through for us again. But $49 or so would be where your 50 period moving average is. And we've called this before like a fake and like a break and fake kind of thing. So let's now wait to see what happens here with Intel. We did have a lot of shares there. So and this is falling back into Amazon. So we'll have to wait to see here as the whole NASDAQ actually coming back pretty nicely right now, Obi. Are you short anything? Oh, you're long Intel with me, so okay.
Right there, but it took enough size so I can kind of stomach some of the crazy.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
I can pull 49.34s is VWAP here. So let's see if we can kind of hold it with any sort of distinction. Maybe for a pullback here. Market also came in with a bit of a dip.
Yes, it did.
Off of the open, but this is just the beginning, right? We're only 3 minutes into this as of right now, so I do want to consider that and make sure I do stay involved with the names I want to stay involved with. Amazon, though, man, that was a crazy flood.
Yeah.
That came in as pretty aggressive here. So did not expect 50 to be clean. Let's see if it continues, or does that act as a bit of a resistance level on the day today? So yeah, a lot of crazy action. I'm seeing wipes both ways, man. Wipes into the bid, wipes into the ask. Absolutely craziness, but a little bit of a chop right now. What's going on, Adara?
Nothing massive, but maybe something worth being aware of here. Verizon dropping a little bit. In case you guys missed it yesterday, there was an outage that affected certain U.S. customers for Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T. Verizon apparently offering impacted customers a $20 credit with regards to the outage. I guess the market does not like this. Again, $20 credit is Verizon's response to yesterday's outage. VZ on watch. Back to you.
All right, man, I just said to Obi, like, I took a little bit too many shares, but not too many, just too many to hold. And there it goes back in again. We take the $50 break again right now. It's a little more reasonable, so now we can see if we can let this thing run to the upside just a bit. But it seems like it's stopping again there at $50 a dead cents. Come on, Intel, you can get going there. There it goes, man. Nice little move there. Now, finally, we take tens. Oops. Sorry, I'm still on Amazon. There it is right there. We take it again, and it just goes back up. We take tens again there. Hopefully it can get climbing through. Now, I'm waiting at 6.15s or 16s here, and then we'll see if we can play this to the upside now. Oh man, I don't know, Obi, man. They're wiping those levels right there. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do right now as it's fading back one more time in downside here for INT. So boo on you, Intel. Maybe we do have to buy some dips instead of always punching through those levels right now. Intel going downside. Amazon also, we were able to get a little bit of a bid there, but I do like this 238, so we are buying that one. Come on, Intel, man, you do have an opportunity to get going. Yeah, we will look at Beyond Meat in just a couple seconds. We do know that that is the news about the protein. Okay, there it goes through $1. That's the levels that we like there for Beyond Meat, right? We like that level break of $1. There it goes, $1.06. So nice call out there for Beyond Meat. And again, yeah, it was the new product today, the protein. Maybe Adara has some news on that, but right now Beyond Meat starting
just
to go to
the protein. It's like in 2 flavors. It's a limited time offering, but it's part of their overall push towards drinks.
Yeah, there you go. So thanks, Adara, for that one. VWAP here, 49.50 for Intel.
Yeah, still holding up, but this market tailwind is definitely not helping.
Yeah, it's not helping this any of these trades out here.
Back in recovering some of its pre-market action here. So I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe I'm overstaying my welcome here, but 50 definitely a bit of a key level here. Expecting a lot of turbulence. Again, we were coming up all the way from that consolidation from 17 to 26s. So do people have some orders sitting at 50? I probably think so. I definitely think so. And yeah, it makes sense. Kind of some pressure, some turbulence here in and around this area. Market bounce would definitely help out. But like I said before, Intel usually does its own thing when it comes to some of this price action, and rightfully so. It's been lagging behind for a lot of the rest of the chip sector for a very long time, and it's finally catching some of that AI wind, and with a presidential seal as well, which I like even better. So let's see if we can finally reclaim above this 50. We haven't been here in a very, very long time, Sean.
It's doing the same old crap here, back and forth again, man.
30s is the high. 13s is the
13s, yeah. The best I got out was 10s both times. So I don't even know, man. Let's see if we can rip just a little bit higher here. Yeah, I feel like we're just talking about sort of the same stuff here, but that's okay because it is a running stock. So we should, in good faith, talk about these names because these were both on them and they are running around. But I don't know, Obi. I just took another fill there at 10s again, and it's just dripping. So I'm going to take a little bit more out here underneath 50 and then see if we can't hold for a 49.40 break, and then we are out of there. Amazon, I only want to give this one a little bit of room. Like if this breaks 30 right here, 237.50, then we're gone on Amazon, and it looks like that is what's going to wind up happening momentarily on that one. So we'll go 0 for 2. Well, I don't want to say Intel's a loss yet, but so far we are losing on that one. And here comes Amazon right back in as well. I guess the market's not loving these early plays. Let's go on TSM. I mean, I'm wondering if the banks are starting this move a little bit lower. What's the ES doing as well? The NASDAQ has really pulled back. I was thinking long, man, today. TSM has faded out just a little bit. There goes Amazon, so we can officially slap a fail on that one as that goes to the downside, breaking now through 237. I like 238, man. I mean, when we opened up at 240.50, I'm going to try that at the 200 period. Especially, I like some of those head or tailwinds that we talked about there with space. I mean, we talked again, Obi, about space being one of the hot topics this year, and Amazon today launching some of those satellites. So we'll have to wait to see where that goes. We took another out there at 07 on Intel. Google was another dip buy opportunity for myself here today at some point as well. We'll have to wait to see if that comes in to play there. Google 235 right now coming in. So, all right, man. Yeah, it looks like we do get a nice little lift off there. We get our 16s finally, Obi. So now let's see if we can get Moon here on Intel.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely watching it real close here, Sean. Yeah, 50s came in, but still having some turbulence here in and around some of these levels. So yeah, my piece off a little bit, but again, still, I think the move is just beginning. Market tailwind would definitely help, like I said, but we did break through the opening range highs. So let's see if we can print the quarter, hold the quarter, then print the half here. Again, that pullback was very, very aggressive, so I am keeping that in mind at the same time. All right, so let's see. Again, holding above that opening range high at 13s, attempting to knock on that, what do you call day high at 50.25s. Wow, I think I was posted some at 50.25s. Didn't even come and clip me there. So yeah, unfortunately.
That's hilarious. I'm at 26.
That one there. You got to fill on 26?
No, I'm there. For some reason, I didn't get the fill, so same as you. Missing that fill there on Intel. Okay, man. Bitcoin actually falling the other way right now. So Bitcoin does take a look at 100. I mean, I don't know. It got to 97 and change. There it goes. Come on, Intel. Yeah, IBIT, nice move down into 54.50 right now. As that's starting to go, it looks like we might get this, Obi. There it is. Yes, sir. We get it. Let's go, man. Fire off that hot dog. Get it.
Here we go.
Here we go. We're also back into Amazon. That's going to be a dollar club right now. Here we go. Let's go, Intel, man. Me and your boy are here trading today. It's Obi. It's Sean. It's Adara. We're ready to go right now. As there goes Amazon. We did buy a little bit of a dip down into there against 237. Let's see if that can hold. Come on, Amazon. Let's get going with that one as well. All right, there goes Amazon, man. We'll see if we can put $1 on this head. Right there, we'll get some out at 90s. Good take there. And we'll see if Intel, man, can continue to climb. Obi, I wish I still had those same shares I told you about.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would have been insane if I still...
Here's the thing.
It's about share sizing. I always talk about that. And
when you have that much, you definitely can't hold all the way for the swipe. But again, if you're expecting a little bit of turbulence, which I definitely was, I was like, this could snap back like pretty aggressively. So we'll wait and see. Let's see if we can hold that 50. We got all the way up to 50.37s for now. I'm all out, but we shall see. The market tailwind's definitely not on our side here, and could not hold the quarter for now. If we can hold the quarter and sustain, I'll like it. I'll like it better there. But it attempted to hold the quarter. Can't even hold the quarter. And something I like to say to myself is, can you hold the quarter and print the half? There's some size back through 50s. Memex.
Oh, you're out.
Members Exchange. What's up, gang? Coming in on the bid there. Oh, and that 24XX. I don't know if you've seen those guys a lot, or that gate a lot, but
no, I haven't. Well, we've seen it a little bit. What are you noticing about it?
Nothing. I'm just observing. I don't know if there are nuances around some of the gates. I definitely think there are. When you stare at the rainbow long enough, you start to see some things. I don't know if it's just my mind or my eyes playing tricks on me, but sometimes certain exchanges, when they defend levels, I like it a little bit better. And I do like the Memex gang as well. A lot more liquidity than most people think happening on that gate. And it used to be a pretty good rebate gate as well. Right, yep. Not anymore, but I think it still has some
I haven't been keeping up with the rebates, to be honest with you.
I want to know. I usually want to know. Even on large caps like this, if people are taking kickbacks for making orders, it kind of signifies a different kind of participant, in my opinion.
Yes, it does.
So I want to know what they're doing.
Yeah, great.
And I think that definitely adds some nuance as well. But we shall see. Couldn't really hold the quarter. We're back below 50.
Yeah, great call there on Tesla for sure, or on Intel. All right, I want to look at Tesla. Tesla goes to 445, falling back in a little bit, back into the 50 period moving average. Pretty choppy right now on Tesla, but just a quick little look for everybody on that one. We're getting out more of our Amazon. We're still going to be red on Amazon, but it's pretty close. Like if this can break through 238, then we'll be fine. I mean, again, the problem is that we did take a decent sized position, and I told you, like for me, and I'm just dealing with my own beasts every day, or my own inner gremlins, or what do they call those things? They're problems. But just try to figure that out, because for me right now, hopefully not gremlins, 238 and change right there. Just trying to hold on to this last piece, because like I was saying, we've taken shares in the open when we like a position. It was working and then it wasn't, so we dipped out. And then we took a little smaller position there in an attempt to try to hold a bit longer. So let's wait to see if that can go. I said we liked LRCX on a break. I'm assuming it's gone the other way there. Yeah, so it does come into the 200 period. There's still something wrong with this mouse, man. Into the 200 period moving average there of 222. Nice little bounce back there for Lam Research, ASML. By the way, it's back to usual business here with Intel as that's starting to climb back higher. So I'm going to take another piece out here at 24. ASML actually not doing a whole heck of a lot. Is it NVIDIA's world and we all just live in it? Yes, it is today. Wow. NVIDIA, man, back to 188.50 again. That is going. And oh boy, Obi, there it is, man. We've got $1 on Amazon right now. We've got whatever, it's 40 cents or so on Intel, but it's starting to go higher right now. Let's exit that here if we can at 30. And there it is, man. The high of the day roughly right now for Intel. Good trade, man. That was my number one trade today, was going to be silver, but we talked about Amazon, Intel, the market, and silver today. So bye-bye Amazon. That's a nice move. Now that's $1. There goes Intel. That's good. We're going to go 2 for 2 there. And then the TQQs, although remember, our Intel trade, it's got to still climb a little bit in order, and it doesn't matter. I know we don't talk about P&Ls that much on this show, but I'm going to be red on Intel for now because of that first position that I took. So we're just going to see where it can go from here. And oh man, TQ's... Good thing this is not a wireless mouse, or else it might have got thrown by now. But 55.20 or so right there might be a spot for VWAP, and that's exactly what happened there on the market. Nice move. I had written down for the market that we wanted the long at 55, so that claim came pretty close. Come on, Intel. This is the one for me, man. We're waiting to see if that can go. And oh boy, man, did we nail that one with Amazon, putting us right back to Greensville, as we'll wait to see if Amazon can get going again to the upside. Everyone is delivering packages, maybe not as on time today in Toronto, but I'm sure it will still be delivered. That is for sure. And but okay, let's just move forward, man. Amazon starting to go. Obi, what are you looking at right now?
So, guys, just before the open, we talked about the banks, and we said that they sold off. JPM sold off of the open. Citibank sold off of the open. BAC was a pretty clean bleed yesterday as well. Today, I was skeptical that the same move might come in because banks as a whole, maybe let's just take a look at XLF, right? Yeah, might be sold off a little too much based off of what they did over the past couple of days. Guess what happened off of the open, Sean? MS. We talked about that range right there. Oh, booyaka. Boom, right there. 184s and some change. 184.80s gives you 188.95s. Relative volume, earnings catalyst, opening range high, not opening range high, pre-market high break, opening drive. Holding up pretty well as of right now. Let's take a look at Goldman Sachs, right here. Similar kind of a story, but didn't really quite break out of its range high. Again, I like the shake and bake on MS a little bit better because it reminded me of that of both Citigroup and JPM earlier, mainly of JPM, because JPM, if you saw what it did on, was it Monday or Tuesday? I don't remember when. I remember the chart. Usually days are just a blur. But right here, this was on Tuesday. So look, shake and bake. The shake and bake was a lot more distinct here, and we got the range break coming in off of the open. Now, I mentioned this yesterday. Markets don't necessarily rhyme. They don't necessarily repeat, but they do definitely rhyme. And today, MS was the one where, you got that bit of a shake and bake. We did not break the range with any sort of distinction in the pre-market, but coming in off of the open, boom, nice little push there. Sure, it doesn't give you as good of a move as JPM did. The trade is there nonetheless. So GS, of course, a little bit more difficult. I've ran my stats on GS, Sean, and I've played GS many times on earnings day one. My performance has not been well. So I'm just like, all right, it's a higher price stock. I just feel like the participants on it are just willing to take the spread a lot more and willing to play maybe, I don't know, what I feel like are more games, but regardless.
I wanted to ask you before I do this, is that something that you do, is you'll go and you'll look back and say, have I traded this name on earnings? What is my success like?
100%.
So tomorrow you'll see what the earnings plays are tomorrow night or tonight or tomorrow morning, and then you'll analyze.
Like, how did I perform on them last time?
Perfect.
Right. And if it's something consistent, sure, the moves can be different every time. But if I see myself getting lured into Goldman Sachs and being like, okay, I'm trading this every single time, but I've never really won on it, why should I even touch it? There's better opportunities that maybe better fit my skill set, right? It's just realizing that.
I'm going to do a read here, but check out, if you can, Obi, I'm going to do the favor of the chat. Can you please look at Bitcoin for everybody, because that is making a move down. And I know there's people looking at Bitcoin, but if you are looking to invest and trade, and you are a savvy Canadian investor, you can use Global X and their Beta Pro, because right now they are offering the 3 times daily levered ETFs, both in the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. This aims to amplify, and you guys know I love these tools, short-term market moves while minimizing, of course, currency swings. This is a hedged product. Whether or not you're feeling bullish or bearish, please check out Global X and Beta Pro. These are built for day traders like you. Scan that QR code right there to find out more information about Global X. We want to thank them for their sponsorship of the show. All right, Adara, what you got over there?
Here's BLK, BlackRock. I mean, probably not one that anyone is trading. It is a $1,100 ticker, but I do just want to let you know he's talking a lot about AI, which is why it could be on watch here, saying he does not believe there's an AI bubble, quote, by any imagination. So again, it looks like he's still pretty bullish here in AI. He also said the U.S. will grow above trend over the next few years, and that investing is safer today than it was a year ago. So generally, pretty nice comments here from Larry Fink of BLK. Back to you. No economic data at 10, guys.
So that Bitcoin, Sean, yeah, right off of the open, strong selling. So 96 is all the way to 95 halves. But guess what? We're coming in with a little bit of a bit of a reversion happening here, back up to 96s. So this was quite nice, pretty clean there. This is just a 1 minute chart, though, 1 minute chart. So when we go higher time frame, this move might be a little muted. We come right back into this prior structure, which happened around 10. When was this? Is today Wednesday or Thursday? I always, again,
it's Thursday.
Right. So this was 10 p.m. Last night. We come back into this recent support area, and then catching a bit of a bid. Let's see if that bid continues here. Intel, not the same. I was just like, yeah, reasons to sell. Oh boy, we come into 50-40s. And then I'm like, okay, should I take this reversion back to VWAP? I really like it because definitely, again, I participated in the first move right there through 50. Doesn't pull back to VWAP. Again, a little lucky with that one. Yeah, market tailwind definitely coming in as well. But I even just talked to a couple of people. I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to be continuing to look for reasons to buy on Intel if we can stay above VWAP. But 50 back through, that short is working out really, really well. I have a bit of a resistance level in and around 50 as well, and that came in quite nicely as of right now. But again, looking for higher lows here relative to some of the opening price action. But this market, man, this market is not helping us out.
Oh man, and I just got stopped out. Like we just had a nice winner there. Stopping. I mean, it looks like we are going to get stopped out. Oh, my Intel trade. Where was my stop on Intel again? Yeah, pretty soon right now. So breaking through 40s right here on Intel is what I was going to look at. So 49.39 on the break. We almost got stopped out there on Intel right into the 200. Into the 50 period moving average. We did average it back in at VWAP, but we had a lot of outs up here. So we will be unfortunately red here today on Intel for now. And red on Amazon, actually. But this Amazon trade, we did pretty good, man. We talked about taking lesser shares for that bigger move, so we just put on another sort of small position there ahead of 237, and now we'll wait to see where this name goes. But yeah, Amazon to go very green to red right now on Amazon. Very, very strange. Intel as well, kind of acting a little strange as that pulls back there. Maybe that is that top, Obi, of 50 bucks. I mean, we had sort of looked about that, and we'll see where that one eventually wants to hold out for. But the TQs, man, that came right into 55 bucks. So I know we were thinking longs here today, and the market's not really participating, but I think it's just like a little bit of flushing action right now in the market. Like I still do want to buy. So if we can get something going here on the TQs, I think it'd be worth a little bit of a tester right now. So we'll buy some 20s here and see. Oh, we got 22s. Okay. We'll see if we get a little bit of a dip buy opportunity into 55, which we have right now. If we can hold that, great. If not, man, we can get out of here. No doubt about that, because the longs today have not been the jam that I sort of thought they would be. So yeah, no real price movement for me today helping at all. Netflix, it's just too bad because we should have looked short, but we came in with really positive action, I felt like, but NASDAQ and Bitcoin both heading lower right now. There's Netflix, man. Netflix, $89. I know you have some opinions on this as well, for looking for a little lower there on Netflix. But yeah, okay, man, here we go, man. So far, not the greatest, but we're going to wait to see what happens here as the day's still pretty young, man. It's only 9:53. We are long the futures as we go back to the futures and take a little bit of a position here. Let's offer some out now. Might as well do that at 37.40s. Good out so far there as we wait to see if the NASDAQ can battle itself back.
Yes, sir. So yeah, a little bit of a bid coming in here on Intel. Let's see if we can kind of
now it's
catch
bidding
some
up,
catch some tailwind. Yeah. It's just it came into some little close, but here's the thing. I don't know if this is going to work as well. It's a different kind of trade. It's a different trade here as well. We're below VWAP. I'm sizing accordingly to relative to that, and keeping it a little tighter here as well. But market tailwind definitely dependent. We're catching a bit of a bottom wick here on the 15-minute chart on the NASDAQ as well. But if Intel continues to sell off as well, I'm going to be more than willing to get out. Silver, though, Sean, coming in with a bit of a bid off of the open there. So SLV right here, you can see that strong bid, 930. This is 930 right here. So that's coming in quite nicely. 81s to 82s, nice little bounce there as well. I'm just looking for 49 halves here on Intel. Let's see if we can hold the half and print the next quarter, which would be 75s, and that poises us for maybe another push of that $50 level. But guess what? 49.67s. Is VWAP on Intel. So let's see if we can get to 49.67.
You're loving that 6-7 stuff. We are
be hip with the kids.
Yeah, I don't know if it's working. Okay, so playing around. Yeah, my kids are but
not cool.
Yeah, I know. But when you do it, you're super cool. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what we're doing, but we did get a good trade on right here. So we'll go a little bearish, and we'll start to take out a little bit on TQs here. We're out in the third already, as the Nasdaq's trying to get right back to the highs again, and that was tempting me because I still like the Amazon story. I talked about this. I like the space aspect of it. I like what Amazon's throwing down for us right now, but it's just not creating the opportunities to do what I sort of that it would do that for myself. But I'll put a little, I really want to try it one more time, man. Can hold some of those lows, but right now, Amazon starting to tick a little bit higher right now. We'll get back into it very, very lightly and see what happens at that area. Roblox, I heard Sharif mention this the other day. Roblox has been a nice story off the lows. I mean, it's been getting really crushed, but Roblox downside there, still one of the more popular, I don't know, gaming platforms out there. Roblox, I don't even want to look at this as a gaming platform. It's more just like a platform to build on. I mean, they're giving creators the ability to make their own games and everything like that. So it's more like an engine. So I think Roblox can win. I mean, as you give the creativity to the people, they'll be able to create game experiences that kids or the audience likes. So I really like Roblox down here. I know they have some issues with law and things like that, and age discrepancies and whatnot with kids playing the game. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to put that somehow. And I think that they're going to do a good job of figuring that out. Too much in Roblox right now, Roblox and all that kind of stuff. So interesting call there on Roblox. I think there's a lot coming through on Roblox at some point. Let's have a look at some other names, because we do have the stock visualizer up here, and this is something that Fabian has created for us. It's absolutely fantastic. And right there we've got Roller. We talked about this in the pre-market and didn't really look at it yet. That's up 50% right now. AMD's at 235, is that right? NVIDIA up as well. CoreWeave up 8%. Wow, man, as we focus on Intel doing nothing, well, Intel's okay, but not the greatest stock. There's BBAI upside as well. Man, it's Roller, AMD, and Tesla right here on the minds of the OB. So we can have a quick look at Roller, what that's doing, and then I'll throw it back over to you. ROLR right now, High Roller Technologies going, man. And Adara will remind us of the story of ROLR, because yesterday...
There was a crypto.com tie-up for prediction markets.
There we go. So monster play there yesterday for the prediction market name, Roller. Obviously a low flow name, obviously should not be at $30. We know where they're potentially going to end, but for right now, roller, huge move to the upside. Do not, guys, do not stand in the way of this. If you are going to go short, I don't know what the borrow cost is, but just watch out for 29 bucks. I mean, we just popped out there a couple times. I could see a fade that happened, and I mean, I think a similar thing happened to us on Intel, right? I mean, it got to 50 bucks, tried it. We were able to get some outs, and then eventually it got hit. Now it's going lower. Careful with all of that. Right, man, we're back into Amazon, and this one may not end well again for us. We're trying to be patient and wait for these low ticks on AMZN, but maybe we didn't wait low enough as Amazon still looking lower. We're long right here at 30 OB on Amazon. I don't know if I like it or not, but what are you working with there? I know you were in and out of Intel.
I don't know what you're working with.
Don't show me.
I'm watching this TSM here because we basically dropped down off of the open to 338s, reclaimed VWAP, consolidated above 343s there as well. So this 342 was nice. This 340, this 344 maybe area hold was nice as well. 345 breakout. We're holding 347s right now. And again, 350, 349, 99 is the pre-market high, and those are all-time highs if you like to consider pre-market action as well. Now, I know some people say, oh, it didn't trade it intraday, so I'm not going to consider it as an all-time high, but guess what? It doesn't matter to me whether it traded in the pre-market or in the after hours or in the day. Did it do some sort of significant volume? If it did, then those prices are more than valid for me. That's just my opinion. And we, again, earnings day one, definitely did some decent volume in the pre-market sessions. All-time highs for me on TSM are going to be 349.99 as of right now. We're poised to print a little bit here as well. We do continue to hold this structure as of right now, but how is happening now with it?
Ooh.
Thank you, Obi and Sean. I want to talk here about what is indeed happening now in this market. What's happening right now is 2 straight 15-minute candles to the downside for the SPY off of the open. We don't have any economic data to talk about right now, though we do have a lot of Fed speak throughout the day. There's a whole calendar for it you can find on X at TTV Research, but comments coming from Fed's Goolsbee. Now, if this game rings a bell, it would be because Fed's Goolsbee was one of the Feds alongside Fed Schmidt who voted in favor of not cutting rates. December meeting. He's saying right now that he does expect some Fed rate cuts this year, but they'll need data to affirm that outlook. One thing that he did say that also aligns with comments from Kashkari yesterday is that it does look like there's possible waning of tariff impact. He said that's probably the best thing about recent inflation data. Let's talk here about some of these stocks on watch. TSM with solid earnings here, strong revenue projection. They beat on EPS, they beat on revenue, and CC Wei, CEO, saying that, quote, AI is real. Profit did jump 35% year-over-year, so great look for Taiwan Semi, and great look for a lot of these other semiconductors, including ASML, NVIDIA, and AMD. Let's talk here about Goldman Sachs. GS, despite actually missing on sales, popping here to a new high. EPS here, $14.01. BS, as mentioned, sales falling short. DELL certainly not falling short, getting an upgrade from Barclays this morning with a $148 price target. Another kind of, I don't want to say sector, group on watch is going to be these meme stocks. We have BYD and BMNR, both Catalyst and Auto. BMNR already gave up a lot of that move, but they basically are investing in Mr. Beast Industries. Then we have BYD, as I mentioned earlier, pivoting to the protein drink sector. Before we say back to more trading with Sean and Obi, we'll take our good friends at Origenics because there are millions of concussions but zero approved therapies. Origenics trading in the NYSE as OGEN is advancing a new standard for its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Welcome today. And back to the guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you, Adara. Very important there, Origenics. Thank you so much for reading that there. Adara, all right, man. I mean, we're trying this log there in Amazon. Right? All right, let's go over to BMNR, see what's going on right there. We did have the Mr. Beast story. And I do want to also look, see there it is downside there. And we talked about what was going on with Ethereum and how it was moving a little differently than BMNR. BMNR was up in the pre-market. Meanwhile, Ethereum was down. So as you can see, the NASDAQ and Bitcoin both getting a little lower here to start the day. Okay, come on, to start the day. I got to take something out here, Obi, because it was a nice move higher there for Amazon. I'm also waiting at 50s, so maybe we can get that fill again and hopefully go positive on Amazon after all of this. That would be nice. Give me, oh, I'm at 50, man. That would be nice, but I didn't get it. So right now we're looking to see if we can grab a fill up there on AMZN, but it's IBIT time. Netflix, Tesla, so many names to look at and so little time. So what do you've got on your mind here, Obi? And I'm just going to hope that I can get printed here on Amazon.
I'm looking at TSM here, Sean. So TSM is slowly trekking to the upside, just looking and waiting for that potential market tailwind, holding that uptrend since VWAP as of right now. So I am trying to be nimble, and my price is not the best. Like I said, much better places to get in. 42s VWAP reclaim, maybe 41s as well. Maybe if you're slick with it, 40 rebreak on the reversion here as well off of the open. So maybe a gap give. Now maybe potentially going as well into 349. So 350s, if we do continue this this trend, I do think that 350, the probability of 350 is coming in higher and higher, and we've been holding this structure well as well. So this was that prior one, 346, pre-market consolidation here as well, a little bit of consolidation. We held that on a bit of a pullback down into 347s, now knocking on the door of 349s, just $1 and some change away from those all-time highs. Market tailwind, yeah, it's coming in a little bit here, bit of a bid here, but still 10 minutes left, Sean, until this 15-minute candle finishes printing. There's 349s with a little bit of size here, but you got to give this one some room. It's got about a 20 to 30 penny spread at times. Sometimes it closes into about 5 to 10 pennies, but again, got to keep it tight. Let's see if the market tailwind definitely helps us along here as well. Wow, Intel got all the way down to 48.90s. What a beautiful short that was. I tried to take a re-add or reload at the long here on top of 49s, but that's with the way that selling came in. I was like, yep, reasons to sell, got to get out. But those reasons to sell, I got to do better with being like, all right, well, if they're strong enough and we're about to crack opening range lows, is it a moment to flip, right? So yes, retrospect, yeah, it was retrospect. It was a great reason to flip, but I was long, great reason to sell regardless. So if I wasn't in position, maybe I would have taken that. No idea though. TSM maybe with a little bit of a pullback here. What is the market doing? Market's catching a bit of a top wick on the 15-minute chart as of right now. So that's not really doing what I'm looking for, but where's the next trade? You guys in the chat, let me know what you guys are looking at, what you guys are trading. CoreWeave, says someone. Okay, let's take a quick look at CoreWeave here, CRWV. Let's see if CoreWeave is doing anything interesting. In my books, a lot of chop. Sure, opening drive came in. We're holding. Maybe the breakout of this high right here, 98.70s, gives us some room up back into 100. But let's go quickly to an hourly chart here as well. I just want to get out of this one. Again, if you're going to drop $1 down like that, break that short-term trend on TSM, don't want to be involved right now. But if we hold some structure above 347s, as pre-market highs, we're around 346s and some change. VWAP's all the way down here on this chart at 343. On my other chart, I have it all the way down at 344. So a little bit of a discrepancy there. CoreWeave seems like it's coming into some of those anchors here. This is a 3-hour chart. But yeah, let's see where some support and resistances from the past are really sitting. So I got some resistance here at 110s and some change, and then 100. So yeah, 100, a little bit of a bounce there. That's, again, in and around earnings time. So I do want to see what we can do with that 100 level here on CoreWeave. But off of the open, a bit of a chop fest. But that breakout could be coming. This could just have been some sort of digestion, and once we break this, we could then get a little bit more cleaner price action through that level. I have no idea, but that's one of the iterations I potentially look for every now and then. Let's take a quick look at.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you want to?
No, I was
going to go through volume leaders to see what's.
Yeah, I mean we could do that. Wait, go through volume leaders, and I'm sure AMD's there.
SPHL. Interesting name here. I think, again, came up on my morning scans there. I think the trading on this one was in the pre-market. We saw Luis trading some of this or looking at some of this in the morning session. But yeah, clean off of some of those breakouts there, and then nice little grind pullback happening as of right now. BNKK bonk straight to the upside, got all the way up to 607s. but got bonked back down below $5. 420s coming in right now on this bonk stock there. Some of these names are, you know, they speak for themselves. NVIDIA up here, CJMB, I don't know what this one's up to, but again, another good one, I would say in the pre-market session, but halted up once off of the open, it would seem like, and still holding above some of those reference highs of the halt since then on Callan JMB Inc. What do these guys do? Transportation, air freight carriers, vertically integrated logistics and fulfillment ecosystem. Cool, nice. Relevant. NVIDIA, okay, cool. NVIDIA, nice opening drive there, had some relative volume. This one, Sean, is holding up probably better than the other ones. The market pulled back, market's pulling back some of its pre-market action, but NVIDIA is holding higher lows as of right now, so distinctly different. Let me quickly take a look at my chip sector here. I got NVIDIA AMD, like you just mentioned, AMD holding really, really well as well. Intel, not the same. Intel, again, likes to do its own thing. TSM is holding quite well as well, coming right back into this 50. So yeah, I did get out, but let's see if this 350, while I've been talking, is going to come in as well. I just got dropped out right there. That's fine. Not really paying too much attention to it, but that 350 could be nice, again, through those all-time highs. Let's see if some of those pre-market shorts get a little blasted through this level here, Sean.
Yeah, BBAI, man, the bearish one is roaring today. BBAI finally starting to go back up to the upside. Let's see if we can break through this little level right there, 650 on Big Bear AI. Is that starting to go back up there, up 2.64% right now? The other name that we just got taken out again on Amazon. Like, I don't know. We're not making or losing anything right here, really. I mean, it was really just our first trade, and then we were able to make a little bit back, and then we gave some back here, and this reload was fine. And so I'm still trying to go long. I still think this market can go. I mean, obviously, we're long into the futures. This is my only successful instrument today, is going to be TQQs. So we'll go 1 for 3 chasing Amazon and chasing Intel. But we're going to go back into Amazon here and see, okay, here we go, finally. See if we do get a bump up here. That might have been short-lived. Okay, there, we got some 16s there on the way back upside as we try to chase Amazon now back up. Just trying to see if it does see a bottom, and if it does, we can hold this, but not for very long. Let's put our stop right here as we just take a 230. What do we get long at? 237.03. Let's go 236. Like, I don't even want to take this for very long because there is no bottom here, it seems like. That very bottom, though, we can wait for that. Maybe 65, 66s. So we need, let's just see if it does take out that bottom again. Let's go to 64s there. So that means we would at least need like a 30-cent winner here to make this any kind of worth it. So we'll see if that can come into play here. It doesn't, another fake break on that. It's a good thing we did get out of the TQs there at 40s, so that's a decent spot. And here's the hot list that we look at all the time. SLV, so these are the names that are moving around. The IWM is right now moving. They just get to a 52-week high today. So that's great to see, obviously, as the NASDAQ in the market battles backside today as well. There's Amazon leading the way. This is why I'm on it, man. I mean, there's just a lot of volume. I think it's at a key level. I know there's a lot of traders looking at it. Let's go Amazon. Okay, take another piece out here at 20. Maybe that can go. New highs on TSM. Yes, so that's going to be a great, I see that right there, 350 Obi. So let's get going on that one. Big ups to my guy over there, Obi. We just talked about AMD. AMD is really ripping right now. Let's see if we can get that 240 area come through for advanced micro devices. And then, I don't know, SRZLV. This is Resolve AI. So they're trying to move around as well, up 12% right there for Resolve. So just a little look at some of the names that are blasting our levels here today. Resolve, a big one there, not yet resolved. But we are now long TQs and we're long on Amazon. So far, like this Amazon, man, it was just at 30s or 40s there, and it just went down into 10s again. This is probably not a great level here, maybe for Amazon. So yeah, we are getting ready to potentially get stopped out of this one more time. Damn it, Amazon, you just don't want to go, huh? All right, so watch out for that, man. 236.60s is our stop here for AMZN. The one that seems weak when I thought it was going to be strong.
All right, guys, let me ask you this. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every single day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code and check it out. And some of these funded trader programs, I know a lot of people have their opinions on them, but guess what? You know what they're really good for, Sean? If you're already really good, they will give you and provide you the capital that you need to really step up. So if you are already a profitable trader, if you're already really good, then some of these programs are definitely worth your time. But guess what? If you are not, then maybe, some more time in the sim is definitely required.
I mean, a lot of those places will offer some sort of
profitability is the first prerequisite, I would say.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay,
consistency.
So I need to get that first, and then we'll see. Okay, there you go. Yeah, someone in Big Cheddar there. He's made 20K withdrawing from prop firms. So yeah, so there you go, man. Make sure you do have a reputable one. We are trading with Real Trading, the best prop firm out there, but not available in the United States. So our platform is proprietary to us. So all these level 2s and everything that you're seeing created, our charting, all the stop orders, all the access to all the gateways, the blue oceans of the world, and so on and so forth, all provided to us by Real Trading. So we want to thank you guys all for watching, and thank you for Real Trading for sponsoring up the program and obviously providing us with our buying power and whatnot here so we can get levered up. All right, man, there's the TQs. This is the only thing, man, we've been dip buying, man. Dip buying off the 200 period moving average on the NASDAQ. So this is a NASDAQ triple levered. So you're going to see here, this is up 3%. Obviously, it's not a stock. It's just matching whatever the NASDAQ is doing times 3. So we've talked about getting into some of those plays. And it's just funny because the NASDAQ's trying to bounce out. And then now I'm just noticing what Amazon's doing. It's not doing anything, my guy, man. It's just going lower no matter what the NASDAQ does. So if the NASDAQ does collapse all over itself, Amazon's dead. So I'm getting out at the low of the day as we just keep on refreshing this trade. Has not worked well for me. Amazon today. It's funny because it wasn't even really going to be on my list. And then we got that story, which sort of started to rally it a little bit there in the pre-market. And then now just downside for Amazon. Oh, damn it. It is going to take down that low there, Amazon. Can't get out of the way of this stock, eh? So let's stop trading it now. What, it runs my 65 and then goes right to 75? Okay, that almost makes me think to get back in, but we can't, man. There it goes. We tried too many times there, Obi. We tried again. We were able to get some out in the 20s, and then we tried again right there, only to have it fall all over itself. So I guess we're just going to go short, man. That's probably the play on Amazon. I don't know if I'm ready to do that yet because I do like the tailwinds on this name. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just not thinking right about it. Microsoft down to 458 again, trying to barcode as well. I mean, this to me looks like we could try to support that low. See what I'm saying? So like stopped out of Amazon there, and it goes right back to where we would have been flat again on this name, back up to O's. But yeah, Microsoft Meta, we talked about Meta potentially getting to $600 today. I didn't actually think that was going to happen, but it does get to $615 and maybe going lower right now. I feel like I might have got stopped out of Amazon, but that's what I've been feeling like this whole time. Okay, so what about Palantir? This was a good stock to battle back, and we do have a good bottom there as well, 177. Potentially, we could see that. Boeing hitting right now, 2-year high there, a Boeing right now, $250 there, up another 2.5% goes BA today, guys.
Go, Kelly Ortberg, go.
Yeah, man. We are liking some Boeing there. Nice move. So if Boeing's trying to get going, which it seems like it is, let's try maybe some Palantir, okay? Because, the defense sector, we've been looking for dip down opportunities. Palantir just comes right. I mean, I've been trying it with Amazon. Palantir comes right into, again, the 200 period moving average. It does have wicks down to 177 though, but let's see if it can hold some of these levels and get back upside right there for Palantir down on the day. But yeah, not too much luck today for me. You see what I'm saying? Out at the low there for Amazon. We almost could have made it all back if we had just stayed into it, but we didn't. So out on Amazon there. Let's see if the market wants to battle back though. We're into Palantir.
Yeah, shout out to Joe. here. He just sent me an image. Speedy recovery to you, man. He's watching the show.
Yeah,
he's watching the show on his TV, just chilling.
Already at home.
We wish you a speedy recovery, man. He had some surgery yesterday, and
good, man. Yeah. Good, great to hear, man. Can keep a smile on my face for that. So we're really happy. Get well soon,
to
Joe,
Joey.
man. I told him that he's going to be missed around here. So we do really appreciate everything that Joe has added to the show. Joe and the show. And again, I'm going to be talking to Joe because if he's watching this, we all are always looking for feedback, so I'm interested to hear how can we improve? What are some things that maybe we're not doing enough on the show? So Joe, get your notebook out, my guy, and start taking some notes. Just because you're off, you still got to work.
Yeah.
Still got to work.
I'm sure he's still watching markets.
What the?
What's going on? Lily.
Ooh,
hello.
What? Dara,
come on.
Come on, man. This is down 5.2. We're just joking around. Dara's busy, but down 5% today. Eli Lilly, really? Down 5 and a bit. Yes, Adara.
They got hit with an antitrust suit from a drug compounder, but it was reported yesterday, so that isn't even brand new news, and I think that's why it escaped me and probably others. When did this come out? Yesterday at 6:44 p.m. So drug compounder hitting them with an antitrust suit. Unclear how all of that works. There's also apparently some FDA delays, so there's a couple different things that could be happening with Lilly.
Okay, well, this is what's happening on the chart. Ooh.
There's a seller. Might be a seller.
One of my picks. Yeah, thanks. Great job, Sean. Eli Lilly down 5% today. I mean, obviously, if I had that crystal ball, I would have forewarned everybody about that antitrust, but maybe a better opportunity to get involved and buy some Eli Lilly down here. Ending the 50-period moving average, absolutely crushed right there on that news. So 980 is the most recent dip spot opportunity right there for Eli Lilly. So yeah, get going there. Little Miss Lily, as Adara likes to call it. My Amazon, I gave up on it and obviously should not have, got stopped out basically at the low every time. So we're going to wait on that one to see if that can get back going. We're into Palantir right here and looking to get more at 177.50, getting out if we break the low. I don't even know if I put the stop in yet because we're nowhere near. 176.99, like basically if we break this 177, then we're out of there 100%. So we're going to let this sort of sit a little bit. That is the stock of Palantir, buying it off of the 200-period moving average right down here on your 5-minute chart. Let's see where it wants to go. Like I said, man, the only thing that's been successful for me today are these futures trading here with the TQQ. So let's put another offer out. Right now we have Nat Gas today coming out at 10:30. Move the market a little bit. Just averaging into Palantir, right? We don't have a big position. We're waiting to get a lot more shares. We'll double it down at 77.50. So we're going to be doubling that down. Yeah, Juan, I mean, I had mentioned Google. Thank you for that. Get into the chat right now. Hit the subscribe immediately. I think that Google's a super strong stock, but it's down 0.9 today. So what is exactly happening? I know you had TSM. I don't know what the end story on that was for you, so we'll get your review of that in a minute. But TSM is rallying the stocks up today. So is ASML, man. That's up 6%. Lam Research, LRCX. We want to see if that held 220. It does not. That's downside as well. And then NVIDIA, I was just thinking the market's up 0.9% right now. What is keeping this market going right now? NVIDIA is still upside, and then AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, was one of the ones starting to go on my watch list, Obi, and I'm going to throw it right back to you. Is if I just sort by what's been hot right here, SOXL, obviously that's a triple levered, AMD right there, SMH, Roblox, SMCI, ARM going. So it's still very, very chip heavy on the, all are chip heavy except for JP Morgan, Boeing right there as well. And on the downside of things here, the stocks I look at, we're looking at crypto with Coinbase, SMR down there. Joey, my guy, if you're watching, it's Robinhood. It's down 2%, but I still like that name. And then some of the oil names downside as well. Oh man, I had such a good experience with Uber this morning, and that is downside there, UBER. You know the crazy thing about it, man, is I brought my gym stuff today.
Ooh.
I put it into the car with the Uber. I got my shoes. I got everything ready to go. So I'm trying to be dedicated to this. I don't know, Rob or Mark, if you guys have looked outside lately just to get an update. Has the snow stopped? It's supposed to stop around noon. I'm going to look over.
It's probably a workout just to get to the
snow stopping. Have you guys looked outside? Oh, yeah, well, yeah, they didn't. Well, I know it hasn't stopped recently. Just wondering if it stopped now. But yeah, Rob, and shout out to Rob and Mark, man. These guys coming in just like you on these crazy days. We want to thank them for doing that because it's always easy to sleep in and take a day off, right? So thanks to Rob and Mark for helping with everything. They're getting all this set up in behind us. Yep. It should be a lot of fun. But this is why we have the program that we do. We have great support around here. I'm just sitting here. So, all right, Adara. Are we going to Adara? We are. Okay. Well, that was way too long of a ramble. So let's go back over to Adara, and then I want to hear about your next idea.
All right.
Rambling is allowed, Sean, and so are small caps. Let's talk here about BNKK. This is Bonk, and they describe themselves as, quote, the premier public vehicle for the Bonk ecosystem. Just in case you're wondering what BNKK does, that is how they describe their business model. So anyways, TSX Venture Exchange acquiring 219.7 billion Bonk digital assets. So BNKK, of course, the publicly traded way of doing this, is trading higher. Also, apparently, TSX Venture acquired these in collaboration with BNKK. So nice look for Bonk. Let's talk here about SPHL trying to break higher here, entering into their subsidiary entering into a memorandum of understanding or MOU with Jiangsu GSO New Energy to explore strategic collaboration for solar and energy efficient solutions. Nice look there. Last but not least, one of our meme favorites here, Beyond Meat. BYND, they teased an announcement yesterday, causing a bit of a move nearly it closed yesterday, as you can see. This announcement came out. They are launching protein beverages. So nice look there for BYND. These are going to be available on Beyond Test Kitchen, which is just their name for their website. So BYND, BNKK, and SPHL all on watch today, guys. Back to Obi and to Sean.
Like I might have influenced you too much there, Obi. I know we make your own
I
decisions.
looked at it and I'm like, oh boy, I love the reverse.
We were just talking about this stock right here, and I said I'd throw it back to you, and then we start talking about other things. But I was just saying, like, that play on the way back in, man, breaking through VWAP, like that could have been a short. We identified that was weak. And although it was pretty good early, it's just, downside play there, looking to see maybe we can catch it back up. And then there goes, again, we just flipped over off of Amazon, man. I was like, enough is enough. We went over to another long that we thought we liked, and we found one with Palantir. So, so far so good there. We've got some good trades on right now. We've got the futures, and we've got Amazon. Obi, it's your microphone.
So I'm looking at my picks because I'm going to be looking at these almost every day, Sean, just as a watch. So what I've done here is I've just opened a paper trading account, and I just took 10K. We talked about 10K, right? Taking 10K in each position there. So SIDU, coming into the open, I was like, okay, all right, a little bit of a push all the way back up to 420s there, but pulling right back in here. So not really too concerned about this one. We'll wait and see. But I definitely I looked over to you and I was like, maybe I should be borrowing some shorts on SIDU today. Yeah. That trade is coming in quite nicely, but that's done and gone. VWAP rejection, confluence with pre-market low break. Quite nice there on SIDU, and that was all the way up at $4. Now we're at $3.57s. Now again, don't forget, this is a $3 to $4 stock, so 50 pennies is a big chunk. All right, so BW was the other one. This one's doing absolutely nothing right now. Again, this is not the time frame that I was looking at. We talk about 12-month candles, monthly candles. That's how far ahead we want to be looking. And again, 1 month chart. Let's take a quick look at the 1 month chart and see what that's up to here. Still holding some of these levels, right? We still have a decent amount of time, 15 days until this month is finished, but I did like the expanding volume coming into this prior structure, just looking for a potential push. We've already had green bar after green bar since May of 2025, so for about 8 months. This would be the 8th month. That's 8 bars of green there on BW. The next one was Circle. Circle, looking nice here, Sean. Prior month was a bit of a doji, but pulling in. Let's see if we can crack some of those prior monthly lows here on CRCL at the same time. So
cracking
that's what that
dojis.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy overextension, parabolic move, right? Opens up at 69s, goes all the way to 298.99. That's a parabolic move within a single month. Within a single month, let's measure that move right there. That move was about 333%. In a single month. Is that overpriced? Is that mispriced? Potentially. The short back through was quite nice as well. I don't know if anybody's still holding their swing short off of those 280s. We saw some people in and around the Twitterverse talking about their swing shorts. There's a couple guys that, they were just like, yeah, I'm not looking at this for another couple of months. Shorted like the back through 280s, the back through 250s. It makes a lot of sense as well when you're looking at parabolic moves and playbooking some of those parabolic shorts there. What do you got going on?
Finally, Oldie. Finally. Palantir, we reloaded it there. It started to pop up. We're starting to get some nice little plays there. I just offered 179, so hopefully we can get that. I thought I had an offer up there, but I guess I did not. We had already just cleared out some offers at the 60s, then again at 75. And there it is, right at the 200 period. Where's my offer at, man? Oh, I'm at 92. Okay, we just got filled there. So there it goes, right there into the 200 period. Now let's see if we can mature up a little bit here on the market. So thanks. Joe's already messaging me, man. Thank you, Joe. We really appreciate all of that. You know what's really starting to rip up, man, is Alibaba, man. So there goes Alibaba. Nice move again to the upside today. And then now fading back, 172 and change. So I just want to say, like, what can be the bearer of bad news for them? We thought that maybe yesterday's news with NVIDIA could have maybe sparked a little bit of negativity for Alibaba. So we did have a downside move in BABA as we get that announcement that the Chinese government can now accept some of the H200s. NVIDIA will pay, I think it's NVIDIA that pays a 25% tax. Is that right, Adara, or is it the buyers?
The way it's worded, I'm going to go over this to check for you guys. But yeah, I think it's going to be imports. Let me just double check everything.
Okay, that's all good. No worries. But anyways, Alibaba there did have a nice move higher there today. And you could see, though, I think all, high tide lifts all ships, right? So if you do get some nice headwinds here, or tailwinds, sorry, for the chip sector, I think Alibaba, regardless of what that story exactly means for them, can win. I mean, China, the market over there, we don't need to talk about that. We already know, huge market in China for IT, right? Regardless of NVIDIA or AMD or any of that. But it's TSM that gave a bump to the stock market today, right? And we came in, it was up 1.2%, the NASDAQ. And there goes TSM right back to highs again there. Did you discuss the end result on your TSM trade yet? You did, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I don't think so.
All right, let's go to Adara, because we got to go to her. Then when we get back, I do want you to recap that, because it was a hot name, and I know there's a lot of people that were looking at that. And then I also mentioned XXRP earlier today as well, and that's coming back into that 1150 marker, so watch out for that there. All right, let's go back over to Adara and get an update.
I'm going to start here with the semiconductors. So I was trying to answer the question here about who's paying semiconductor tariff. And here's the thing. So the way it's worded is, quote, the president also imposed a 25% tariff on certain advanced computing chips, such as the NVIDIA H200 and the AMD MI325X. The tariff will not apply to chips that are imported to support the build-out of the U.S. technology supply chain and the strengthening of domestic manufacturing capacity, et cetera. So the way it's worded, it's kind of hard to tell, is the point I'm trying to make here. It's a little bit oddly worded. That is the official White House wording as well. So that's the fact sheet. But regardless, I'm going to try to find more info on that. I did just want to give it to you straight from the president's mouth as it is. Let's talk here about the sector watch, because health tech, as we mentioned, downside. Eli Lilly down 5% here. Apparently, they're going to be the subject of antitrust lawsuit. The rest of the sector isn't faring too well either. AbbVie and Merck both down heavily this morning. Then we have energy minerals also downside. We know comments made by President Trump yesterday, and then also some comments from, I believe, the ambassador to Iran from Pakistan. Anyways, that individual was also saying that Trump is kind of suggesting that they might not be trying to invade or attack Iran at this time. So geopolitical tensions would lead to that move here in energy minerals. Tech services with some weakness as well. AppLovin down for the second day in a row. Same with CRM, Oracle, and Google also weak. Then we have electronic tech. In contrast here with the other tech sectors doing incredibly well. Intel is a little red here, but then you've got AMD and NVIDIA sharply to the upside. Finance doing incredibly well. Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs all to the upside. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs probably doing the best here of these bank earnings this week on earnings day one. Retail trade strong, utility strong. CEG, one of Brendan's picks for the year, up 4.5%. Producer manufacturing doing incredibly well. Applied materials up 7%, likely and at least partially in sympathy here with TSM earnings. Back over to Sean and Ovi.
It's a great trade there.
All right.
Oh man.
So, yeah, just talking about the was TSM, man. So TSM, I should have definitely been involved earlier. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I was like, all right, doesn't matter. If this is going to go, this will go now. 348s, tried some of that, came back in $1. I was like, all right, just stop out because I'm not really focused too hard on it. Comes right back up to 349 halves. Okay, fine. Now is even better. So take that push. 350 never really looks back. We get all the way to 351 and change. So I pieced some off of there. Didn't really take enough or take a lot at all because, again, I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, I should be getting up here. I should be loading some more here, some more here, some more on this break, and then more maybe at the 39.50 where I did feel some conviction being like, all right, this is looking like very likely to go now. And that does go through 350, got all the way up to, what is the high there? The high, all-time highs now on TSM, 351.20s. But when it comes right back in, I'm piecing off pretty aggressively and back through 350. Great reason to sell on the back through 350 as it's also confluencing with the trend break, which is bringing us all the way back down for a bit of a reversion back into some of these prior structures here. Let's see if we can pull back into 346s. Again, VWAP sitting in and around 345s here on TSM. The market's not really doing too much right now, consolidating. Sold off there on the initial, on the second candle, right? Is that the second candle? Yeah, 945. But since then, just chop, chop, chop in this range. So it's really, really kind of messy in and around here. Not really doing too much. And what am I seeing here? Guys, banks are holding up really, really well. We talked about this. Are they going to continue doing more of the same? We saw JPM sell off, Citibank sell off, BAC sell off on their day one. MS and GS, distinctly different here, where they are holding their highs. Strong bid on the whole sector. XLF as well, catching a beautiful, beautiful bid here off of the open. Not really doing relative volume. Makes sense. It's not the one that has earnings, but some of these other names like JPM giving up some of the selling that we did experience coming in, but still holding some of these prior structures right here. This was that consolidation high before the end of the day there on Tuesday. This was earnings day one, and we're holding that as a bit of resistance on the day as well. Citigroup on watch as well. Citigroup much, much stronger, but it still hasn't come up to yesterday's supply area, which was the high at 118.75. The opening range just wicks that pre-market high, wicks that range, and then pulls all the way back in. So very, very strong bidding on the banks here off of the open. Let's see if that selling can come in. Not really doing relative volume today either on Citibank. Let's just quickly take a look at BAC. What are you up to? Wow, BAC with the shake and bake, eh? All right, so we did catch a bit of a bid coming in to BAC at the end of the day. So distinctly different from that of the other banks. And then today, bit of a chop zone, sold off initially, holding pre-market and opening range highs as of right now. But there's the market, Sean. There's the market going. ES about to break the highs. So this is the tailwind we were looking for the longs potentially. I'm looking back at Intel here so to see if we can catch a bit of a curl if the chips are going to come in as well. So let's see if that can potentially happen here. Day low coming in at 47.83, currently trading at 48.36 here on Intel.
Revenue position.
Is this a break of trend? What's up, Sean?
So we're just going crazy right now. We're $2 in the money right now. What's up, Rob? We're $2 in the money right now on Palantir. So let's go, man. Let's go, Palantir. Thank you, Alex Karp and company. I don't have the Alex Karp thing on here, but he's here. Okay, so that's a good one. And then we do have finally, as you had mentioned, the future is starting to go back up to the upside. So hopefully that can get going. But it's a new position.
Another one.
It's another position. It's SLV. And so we're going to go short, man. Okay, here we go. Come on, SLV. We wanted to get this short. We talked about it a little bit. Who knows if this is going to be what it is or not. But silver right now broke through VWAP. I take this trade. It had a nice high. We had wrote down $83 for potential short. And right now, we'll just wait to see. This is a very, very, I don't know if it's a dangerous play or not. I mean, I'm in many dangerous plays. Talk about the names that we've been trading. This is only an $80 stock. I do realize that it can blast to the high side. So I'm going to get out if we do break 81.70 right here. That sort of break lower right there. If we don't hold and we continue to go, then it will be back to the futures and stop trading silver, as this one is starting to go a little bit upside there. But we were in the money nicely there. Not nicely, but we're in the money about 15 cents. We didn't take it. It got down to 27s right there, and we were short 40s at the time. So now we take another offer, and we're just trading it pretty light, but I do like the silver short. We'll see if that can print out for us again. And good outs there on Palantir, approaching that 180 mark. I mean, we got to empty the clip out a little bit when it gets up to that level. So good little out there. And then again, as the futures ripped higher into that after that midday spot, that was a good one. All right, man, TSM, people want to talk about that. They're reloading that. So what's up to Scott here in the chat, talking about reloading TSM, Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix, all up at the same time, Renee. Yeah, I mean, the futures are starting to go here. So let's see if that will continue to work, man. We're long, I'm long very aggressive names. We're long triple levered NASDAQ name. We're long Palantir. I mean, come on, there's not too much else you can do there. Tesla, you know what, I noticed that. Shout out to you there, DJ Reese. You don't want to be a greasy DJ, I don't think. DJ Reese talking there about Tesla. All right, I did want to short Amazon, so I'm short it right there just against this breakout high. We have really sort of lost on, that's crazy that I'm the low man there on Amazon today, but we'll try a short here, see if we can make a little bit of money back trading that short. Short silver, long Palantir, long the futures, short Amazon. Crazy portfolio for me today.
Yeah, with the market tailwind pulling back up here, Sean, I'm just like, all right, ES is already starting to break, or it has broken its session highs. Let's see if the NASDAQ can catch up. Getting involved with a little bit of intel here. We did sell off pretty aggressively all the way from 50.38s now to a day low of 47.83s here. So just a little bit of a dabble. Let's see if we can pull back in. It's around 10:38. The morning session momentum is starting to come into a little bit of a fizzle here. So looking to see if we get anything distinctly different, which was selling off of the open, or selling off of the 50 false break, and then the market also giving us a bit of a bid. So that tailwind maybe, hopefully, giving us some oomph back to the upside. But again, Intel was doing its own thing. I expect it to continue doing its own thing as well. But a little bit of tailwind does not hurt anybody, I would say, especially if it is on the side of your bias and your positioning at the same time. All right, Yella Studio with a super chat here saying, don't miss UROY, bull flag, UROY. Let's take a quick look at that one there, UROY. Let me pull this one here on the chart. How much volume is this thing doing, man? Uranium, I guess, yeah, uranium names are going. UROY, yeah, sure, maybe a little bit of a bull flag, but again, nothing too crazy here. In terms of uranium names, I was looking at quadruple U. Right. U. And that is definitely cranking it to the upside. Nice here one. On the day. 21.78 is the pre-market high. Beautiful, beautiful uptrend. Look at the distinct difference, man. This name has actual relative volume in the pre-market session. It has real liquidity off of the open, right? It's done 4.5 million shares. You can, UROY, I like it, it's fine, whatever, but liquid names, in-play names are going to have volume, they're going to have relative volume, they're probably gonna give you better moves in the long run. So in terms of uranium names, UUUU is definitely much, much better of a choice for uranium, or it was for me. Didn't really get involved on that one, but good luck there. Good luck on your position as well. What's up, Adara?
Just so you guys know here as well, before I get to money talks, I want to mention, keep an eye potentially on like oil or gas plays. We do know that apparently U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has just issued a press release on Iran sanctions. So keep an eye on any of these geopolitically sensitive type tickers. Let's take a look here at DXY, the US dollar. I've been talking the last couple of days about this breakout, and we got it today, guys, breaking at the top here of that 99.20, our highest level since December. So like over a month high here for the US dollar. In terms of economic data, we didn't have anything major today. A couple Philly Fed and New York Fed manufacturing prints this morning, as well as important export prices. But tomorrow we're going to be getting a little bit of data as well. The NAHB housing index coming through at 10 a.m. And on both days we have a lot of Fed speak. So here's a look at what Fed speak to expect for the rest of today. We already had comments from Fed's Bostic and Fed's Barr. Fed's Goolsbee also spoke, but he wasn't on this calendar, which implies he was probably on Fox Business or one of those business shows. But I want to mention here, we're not done the Fed speak yet. We have Fed's Barkin at 12:40, and more importantly, Fed Schmidt at 1:30 p.m. Now, why am I emphasizing Fed Schmidt? Because along with the aforementioned Fed's Goolsbee, Fed Schmidt is the only other Fed to vote to hold rates. So we're going to have comments from both of the two most hawkish Feds on the board right now today. So again, 1:30 p.m. should be interesting. I'll be covering that for you as best I can from the Midday desk. Back to you.
I was just telling Obi, like, we're short silver here, and we got a decent sized position because we've been able to average into it right now. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening now with SLV. So just getting some covers as we broke through VWAP finally. So big trade for me right now on silver. We wanted the short. It was the #1 trade idea on the sticky note there today. And I'm going to be, you know, it always makes me sad sometimes when I look back there. So there's SLV short, there's Amazon long, which is now printing, and I can't believe we had lost on Amazon there today. The futures long, we have that long at 55, so that's written down there. And the 50 long on Intel started the day great, and then not. As that faded out, and you were just talking about, we were both just looking at Intel not too long ago, and that just hasn't worked out for me today on that one either. But yeah, right here we go, man. It's all about the market now today. As silver, we'll see if that has a little bit of a pullback. A couple covers here. It's doing well, so we're happy with it, but we got to hopefully get a little lower of a trade there on SLV, and did we empty the clip up there on what the. I was like, my net's not even changing. What's going on? But Palantir right there. We got more outs at 180, man. I mean, 4 or 5. Look at all the outs up here, Obi, when it came in. Just like, that's a key level. We wanted one. Broke above, then fine. We would have had a smaller piece. But nice push back down there on PLTR. Wow. Good out for us up there, man. I have less than 10% left on that. And here we go now with silver. Nice downside play there for SLV. Let's see where we can get going. And unfortunately, we get stopped out of our Amazon short, as if, Obi, right there. And that claps in as well. But it's silver that's winning right now for me. Let's see if we can get a little lower than where we are now.
Yeah, for sure. I tried along on that Intel, man, and I was just like, the market came in just real slam right there on the 15-minute chart, 45 seconds left right there. Boom. Slamming right in, going maybe potentially green to red in the last 30 seconds. So I seen that coming in, and I was just like, Intel not really looking the best here. Don't really need to hold this past this point as of right now. Not really giving me what I'm looking for, right? And especially when I'm staring some of this tape down, I'm just like, all right, cool. Sellers 10,000 on the bid. Wow, it's over 9,000 right there. 100,000 actually. I can't quick math for the life of me, but yeah, there's 100,000 shares there on the bid, which just got slapped right through. Where is this guy? Yeah, right here. Look at this, Sean. 820. Right there on K-Gate. So I have a 5,000 filter right here. 4820s right there. 35,000 shares, 16,000 shares, 8,000, almost 9,000 shares, and then 8,000 shares as well. Boom, just all get slapped in one single swipe. Thank you. When I see something like that, I'm just like, someone definitely saw their exit liquidity and they were just like, boom. Yeah, or entry liquidity, it doesn't matter. But someone saw that and they were like, I'm going to take all of that. So for whatever reason, doesn't matter. But bigger picture, again, more confluence with this is selling into the bid, especially with that kind of a size. We've seen Intel do crazy amounts of size. I think it was it last week? I think yeah, you were off last week on Friday.
Friday,
right?
I was off.
Yeah, dude, Intel, one of the best trades that I've seen. I saw 1.5 million shares on the ask at 47 holes, comes into it, can't even print it, and just drops down. So it's just like, in my head, I'm like, I can risk 97s, 99s. Like, this is the trade. This is the trade. It drops down a whole dollar from there. You could have taken almost unlimited size. It's Intel.
Were you in it or no?
No, I didn't. I took a little bit of a continuation later, I think, if I remember correctly. But that was, and then later on in the day, it comes in, all that size, and then goes another dollar to the upside.
Because at 1.5 million didn't sound like a lot, but it's enough to post.
It's enough to post. Be like, and scare the book, and the book just, you see people start front running it, and then the offer starts to step down. And it's almost beautiful beautiful price action. There goes the NASDAQ now coming right back in. False break of the session here on the ES. So sellers very much in charge on both of these futures. We had attempts to the highs and coming, slamming right back in. Are we going to have another range day? I have no idea. But sellers coming right back in. Yeah, silver
It was ripping now. No, it was just tanking. Like I was just getting covers down there. It was a great cover for silver. We still have half the position, or a little bit more than half the position now, as silver just rips right there, like huge move right there back to the upside and just absorbing that VWAP. So my stop on silver. I think we can, now that we have a couple outs, let me just actually cancel that out right now because we were going to get stopped out at 70 break. Because we were able to get some out right there, let's go a little higher. Let's try 82 or so. Average this into silver. I'm a little bit upset, though, about what we did on Amazon. Like, we just got ticked out basically at the top there. We'll average slightly back into the futures near the top side. But yeah, it looks like silver's got some underneath it right now, Obi, as we break higher right now on silver into 91. Wow, silver is ripping. I don't know if somebody's getting, oh, sorry, wrong talk again. I don't know if someone's getting called out on this or what, but there goes silver to 82 bucks right there, like in a heartbeat. That thing, this just ripped 70 cents against me, like I'd never even seen. So I guess I should be a little bit more looking at silver here and figuring out like that these moves obviously are possible. When we've talked about it numerous times here on the show, how nuts silver's been and how it can definitely get going. So watch out here, man, as silver ripping my face off right now to the upside. I mean, it's okay. We don't have, well, we have a decent position right there on silver. But I guess as the market tanks, silver wants to go up. So that's a relationship I can understand. And as the market gets to lows, there goes silver blasting through 82 bucks. There goes silver. Wow. Okay, we're going to have to put our stops in soon, man. Silver getting really going right now into these highs again of the day. Goes silver 82.50 for silver. Not stopping. SLV is what we're talking about. Still a bull, I guess, man. That silver, I think, messed up a lot of people right there, your boy included. So there goes silver. Huge move to the upside. I was just like, oh, man, we're making money on SLV. Not really anymore. Big move there, upside SLV. All right, it's 5:40. Okay, so we're going to go to Money Talks in a minute, but we are almost getting ready for lunchtime talk as well. Oh, we already did Money Talks. Okay, so we can get ready for lunch. I'm just trying to manage this position right now and trying to think about what I want to do here. 82.25, maybe sort of the last stand here, potentially for silver. So we'll take a shot and see if we can get a little bit more in on the top side right now. Brendan just mentioned to me right now, lunch and breakfast has just arrived.
Oh, okay.
So choose your poison. A lot of people like breakfast at any time of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot of places that do that, like all-day breakfast.
Oh, that's what it's called, all-day breakfast.
Yeah.
Good one there. Okay, good. I'm glad you caught on to that.
I love the nice
all-day breakfast.
I like the pulled beef pennies. Eggs and Benedict. No, not here.
Okay, yeah. Typical eggs Benedict would be of course.
Yeah, there's some dope.
Okay, well then let's do it right now.
Yeah, what's for lunch?
Let's figure out what's for lunch as I sit here and wonder what the heck I'm going to do with this silver trade right now. Well, you know what? I hit the button, but I don't even have it up. But there it is. What's for lunch today? All right, let's go what's for breakfast first.
All right.
Okay, so what was for breakfast first on a Thursday? Today we had fresh fruit. We always talk about that. We get the fresh fruit bowls there, assorted bagels, cream cheese, so on and so forth. With some the banana bread's been pretty hot fire here. I've been mentioning that to some people lately. It was Sharif, he's here. It's hard-boiled eggs, so there might be none left. That's what it was. Hard-boiled eggs with hash brown. That's what's for breakfast. Okay. But what's for lunch today? And here we go. As silver pulling back, you can show my chart a little bit. I did take a little bit out right there at 85, just because honestly, man, I was getting served more than we're getting served lunch today. I was getting served right there on silver, so we can take a little bit out. Ooh, it's Italian flag.
Okay, all right.
I think we've only had like basically bolognese every time I see it's Italian. These guys don't do pizza. I've never seen before. Well, we stop reading my screen so you get the early look.
No, I'm like, I see it up there. I'm just like, I'm getting hungry. I'm just like, I need.
Now you're probably looking at tomorrow now too. So now you've ruined it for yourself. You see what I'm doing over here? Man. Italian meatballs. So we've had this before. I can't remember what they were last time. Yeah. If they were any good or not. I don't like those processed sort of Swedish meatball style, but this says Italian meatballs. Okay, we got spaghetti there as well with a Tuscan style roasted cauliflower and peppers with a Caesar salad. I've seen worse.
Not bad.
Right there, pasta, meatballs today for lunch here. What's for lunch where you guys are right now? Let us know what you guys are having for lunch there in the chat. It's only 10:50, but as Brennan said, everything delivered a little early today as the roads, when I was in, were an absolute nightmare, man. That Uber driver, I gotta throw that guy something of a tip, man. He worked his you-know-what off in there today to get me into work. So I want to thank him for that there. Sharif,
They do well to
breakfast
clean
came
the-
in. Oh, you saw it. You guys, I want to let you know it's hard-boiled eggs. Ooh, you did not see that. Okay, I made Sharif's day, yes. All right. Sharif, were you out for a walk?
No, you know, I hit the gym.
You did hit the gym, my man. I was saying that story that I went there and brought my gym equipment, my bag today, my gym bag today. So it's walkable out there? I brought my boots.
Half the workout was the walk, right?
No, the sidewalks are good.
Okay, the sidewalks are good.
Sidewalks are good, out there. So that was the one thing I saw on the street today. A lot of those the sidewalk plows are the best, man. Those guys wheel around like nothing.
Yeah,
They're just boom, boom, boom. They're so quick. And
Those things are like little powerhouses.
I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and they said something. And it was a couple of years ago, but how like the whole city of Atlanta shut down a while back because they don't normally get snowstorms, and it was something like 4 inches of snow, and it shut down the whole city. Like here, you know, you got to be prepared for these things.
Yeah.
And apparently, the city of Toronto is
prepared,
as we should be. I wonder how many like tons of salt they go through in a year. You know, those salt, they're always out there on the road. No wonder why. I think our city is probably known for the most potholes in the world. Maybe.
Really? Absolutely not. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so. There's worse. There's
Is there? Okay, maybe I'm not well traveled, but it always seems that they're filling these potholes, man.
They're really
day.
good with cleaning up the 407 early. That's what I noticed.
407.
Yeah.
It's private.
Yeah. So they're always on that. They're on that before, like as soon as they start to see that there's anything upcoming, those trucks are out there.
Yeah, but like I said, because
they
it's private money.
They front run the stroke.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, of course they do, man.
Yeah.
They're sitting there.
I love that.
Collecting the rebates
about
real quick over there.
Yeah, exactly.
On that one, but okay, yeah. So it's been a real fun day, man. Private toll road. Sorry, I should say the 407 is a toll road that the government built for probably $500 billion and sold it for like $500 million.
Yeah.
So good deal that one.
Yeah.
They're not bitter at all about that, but yeah, I don't take the 407 much, but it is pretty convenient for those.
It gets you across like
right.
So my sister lives just on the edge of Mississauga, right?
Okay, yeah.
So normally taking the 401, it takes or whatever, it takes about like an hour 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Using the 407, I can get there in 30 minutes.
Usually Streetsville type of thing area?
I don't know which.
It doesn't matter. Okay, I get it. Yeah, that is the story. That is the point. Yeah. It's a great system.
Yeah.
But
it's like the one good highway.
Can be expensive.
Yeah.
Needless to say. So, okay, what are you working on here? I still got the Silver Short. We've got Palantir long, and we've got the Futures long. Trying to see if that one will work out for us. But other than that, not much going on over here.
I mean, one of our viewers directed my attention to these energy stocks. So I'm looking at you. Applaud you here.
Okay.
I was thinking about a short, and then I was just like, no, it's structure, it's stepping up. Look at this. This is very beautiful. And sure, the market's coming in, but these things are catching a bid, so I shouldn't really hit it with anything there. And I was thinking about taking the 2770s to 2760s on a potential trend break. I had my order ready to go. If it was going to break, I would take it right there, but swiped right back up to the high. So I'm just like, all right, I'm watching it for now. We'll see where some of these names go. But when it comes to in-play names on the day, I saw some people, someone in the chat was like, do you guys see any sort of setups happening anywhere across the market? I don't. I'm looking. But where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Caramel, I know that a lot of people were talking about CRML, but that's not really doing too much right now. Right here, you can see just a little bit of a chop, no real relative volume. Yesterday was a very strong day in terms of a bid. We started doing almost 2 times. We did do 2 times.
Must be news.
Relative volume. Yeah, I think it might have been some sort of news there on CRML. But today, bit of a chop, bit of a sideways leg. So I'm thinking maybe for tomorrow, Sean, it might be one of those leg consolidation, leg moves. So today's range high is 1826s, and then coming into 19s on prior day high. So let's see if we can break some of those there as well. Greg Moore in the chat saying, Obi, what's up? I see SPY bounding off the 5-day. We might be headed topside.
I see dead people.
Maybe. All right, 5-day, you mean 5-day what? 5-day VWAP, 5-day moving average, 5-day EMA or SMA, 5-day anchor. I don't know what you're talking about. 5-day support. Let's take a look at the SPY. 5-day something, he says. Greg Moore. So if you want to specify, please let me know. But I got to make sure these are not on. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at the hourly here on the spider. So it's been looking quite nice. We've been slowly trekking up higher highs, higher lows, almost a fresh all-time high once every couple of weeks here on the spider. You can see 697.29 is the current high from this Tuesday. So we are coming maybe potentially up into it, but let's take a quick look at some of the trend here. You can see it's holding trend. I think I might have drawn this trend. Let's take a look. Okay, no, that's not on this time frame. Please ignore that line there. But let's draw a fresh one.
Wow,
so
the market.
Bit of a drop down there, and then we've been holding this bit of a trend at the same time. So if you want to say that this is a flush, and then this is the first proper higher low that we made post flush after they started to bid. This is holding trend quite nicely as well, and potentially coming up into some of those prior levels. But on the day today, man, this is just sideways. We're still holding in the range. The hourly candle is has about a minute, 2 minutes left to print, and that's the first hourly candle of the day. That doesn't make any sense, right? We've been trading since I guess since 9:30, of course. So a 30-minute candle might be better. You can see here that we're trading in the range a little bit better here. So nothing too crazy. We attempted to push highs, we false broke those. We attempted to push lows, we false broke those. And I just said a little bit earlier that maybe are we poised for a bit of a range day when this is happening. So I'm continuing to watch some of these.
We're getting a nice move back in the NASDAQ. You're looking at the S&P.
Well, I can take a look at the TQ.
No, both. No. Keep
yeah,
going
so
there, too.
still in this range here as of right now on the TQs as well. But yeah, catching a bit off the lows is the most recent action that we've seen here on the NASDAQ. But you can see lower highs as well, lower lows as well on this one. A little bit more distinct than the ES. And this, what are these guys called? Quad U? Forget what they're called, but continuing to make some fresh highs past 22s.
Just Energy Fuels is their name, yeah.
Energy Fuels, yeah.
Fuels.
So strong bid on those.
Yeah, and then, I mean, look at the bid in the NASDAQ. Came right back into the day's low again, and then basically we bought it. We didn't keep on buying it in case we were wrong, but a nice move up. This is going to be my number one stock, obviously. Well, that and Palantir. We'll take advantage of Palantir as well, boosting right back to the upside there. But I was just saying to Sharif, like, I'm stuck here on silver. So let's wait to see if that takes out 82.50 again here on SLV. It just came back. We could have got out for flat. Like, it just came back into 90s right there, basically 90 actually, and we're short at 87. So it's definitely rocking and rolling right now. SLV. My stop is at the high of the day. I'm not going to take this through the highs, right? I mean, we've seen this get real spicy real quick. So shout out to Pascal Siakam and the Raptors. Just took down Spicy P and the Indiana Pacers last night. Raptors were 1.5-point underdogs, and they wound up winning by 9 or 10 yesterday. So shout out to the Raptors. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Obi, thank you so much, man. Great day today. Look, we want to make sure that you guys all come back every single day at 8 a.m., but we got a treat for you now because it's been a little bit of a while there. Daryl was on the desk a couple weeks ago, I think, and back today. So filling in for Joe and Neil, Obi and Adara. So Adara with Sharif on the Midday Show. You don't have to do anything. It should flip over. If it doesn't, man, go find it on our page. It's the Midday Show. I'm going to try to head to the gym, man. I mean, Sharif has now motivated me. I brought the stuff in. I was always going anyways, but I was a little bit questioning the weather.
Yeah.
But, we'll get there. Got the boots going on there, and we'll put those on. And here comes silver. Right back to flat again, Obi. So let's see what winds up happening with silver. Ciao for now. It's Sean. That's Obi. Midday Show is on right now.
Greetings and salutations, people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif from my people last chat. Let's say hello to everybody. Shout out to Johnny, Just Be Trading, loving it. We got Evan. Oh well, yeah, I fell down. You know, it's actually
actually not on. It's actually not on. I do apologize for that. All right. Shout out to Don Sharifo and Fluffy Hippo. We got other Zing. We good now? Dino, Travman for real. Shout out to Joey's. Got distracted. I love that one. We got Ronaldo 341. Mike PD Rider. We got PC Hoon. D Dino. We got the OG Fat Figure as well as Buffalo Soldier Son. Shout out to Jeremy Crypto and 2 Rich Granny. Dexter Smith's in the house. So is Cool Man and Drew Farrell is joining us as well. Ola, right back at you, Siva. We got the real dangerous and Tron and on Eliza 59188 and shout out to Ahmed. We got 7x54. Who else, man? We got Jerry, something or another, and Commoner of Sense. Shout out to you and shout out to everybody. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning, Sharif. Yeah, I just logged on here. I had a little bit of a start. Basically, what occurred was that I was having issues getting the computer, and I was like living this morning. I was so alive, and then all of a sudden at like 10:30, it starts to feel like a vampire bat has like zooped all my energy. Like I'm not exact. I went from like 100 to 0 real quick. Shout out to Drake. So yeah, a little bit tired, trying to liven up that energy. I do have trades to show you guys, just not at the second because all of my orientation mode has been flipped. I can't even see the chat, so I'm just going to fix all my screens around. But I can talk about like a trade while I'm here. So I'll talk about ASML, ASML, if I know this is the name that you are involved in. And so here's the deal with my good friend ASML. What occurred here? Oh, wow, this looks like it's going to set up again. So what happened was ASML, I find lately it's been gapping up a lot. And usually when this thing gaps up, like a lot of spready tickers, it doesn't want to revert right away. It wants to keep going. So I like this kind of breakout level. Obviously, I missed the true 1 minute breakout, but I was like, okay, I like this one as well. This would have worked, but something was telling me, Adara, just cut your losses. Just get out at 10:53. It doesn't want above it. I didn't, but then my stop was like here. So I had room, but I just saw what was going on in the book here, and I was like, just get out at 13:49, right call. Then I flipped short. Now, you could argue, Adara, why did you flip short? And I will admit, sometimes I flip way too quickly. In this case, I did stand by it because I did not like what I was seeing in the book, and I was like, yo, this is a round VWAP. This is just not tenable. Take the short. So I took the short here, just around VWAP, 13.48, so about $1 below where I stopped myself out of the other trade. And I was risking actually more on this, like not share size, but monetarily, because I was risking like $6 to this high. Anyways, then I added, and then I moved my stop to this high, and then took some profit here. This was, again, this was like manual, because I was just like, I don't like what I'm seeing at 13.44. Fine that I took that out there. Then this at 13.41, I was like, yeah, I can't. And then I stand by that call as well. I missed this short. It's devastating, but it is what it is. And now I think if we break this, what is this, 13.31s, I actually really like this. I don't know if I'd risk at 13.38. I'm going to see if there's level. There were 2 other trades that I was in, but right now I have to switch everything over, so I will send you over to Sharif in this.
All right, we're doing it live right now on SPHL. Multiple halter. Here we go. We're already $1 in the money. Here comes the halt. 14.14 we're in. 15.28 is what we're lighting up. Let's see if this is going to be a false halt. It's up 580%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. 3, 2, 1. There's the gray out. We're in the halt, Katina, man. We're on a banger already, over $1, quick as you freaking like. SPHL is him at the moment. All right, so we're gonna have to calm down now. Keep an eye out on the top. We're not gonna fly blind like we did yesterday with ROLR, thankfully, because this is on the NASDAQ. So let's look at what the top is. Already, we're seeing zig, zag, the halt level, the halt price, I should say, 15.28. We're already seeing a huge drop in the top into 14.10. Now it's bouncing back into 14.83. So the earliest this will be open is 11:10:09. All right. We get these halts in volatility halts, that is, not the other type of halt, which is news pending, in waves of 5 minutes. So at the earliest, 11:10:09. It could be later. It could be 11:15:09. We're going to have to keep an eye out on this one, and we'll see what's going on. Barely taken anything out of this so far. So we're still holding, and we're doing it live, and we're going to see if we can take a little bit more on this bad boy. All right, I was told there was a super chat. All right, shout out to Venue 42. He's already dropping 5 nice ones in the chat, and we're going to thank him for that. Took short at GLD. I mean, I think you mean you took GLDD short. How does the chart look? Well, now that we're halted, I have time to take a look at that. Typically, you know, I try to stay away from anything not small cap gapper related, but we'll have a look at this one real quick. All right, so that's a daily. You're getting a big boy breakout through 14. Clearly 14 here had been a bit of a level that we couldn't clear. GLDD, by the way, is up 12, almost in 3/4 on the day. Intraday, not looking all that bad. A monster breakout there. The volume coming later in the day. I want to say around 10:45. This 5-minute candle, the breakout candle, yes, at 10:45, had 213,000 shares. HOD on this monster, 1580. Looks like we're dropping back down into 1544. Give me a second because it's not updating on my screen, so I've got to throw it on to the watch list on the side. So 1545 is what we're seeing right now. So look, my levels are as follows. You're getting the 10 EMA and the volume weighted average price both pointing, funny enough, at the whole dollar level. That is 15. To me, that's a money possible, like an entry point is what I'm trying to say. You're getting the whole dollar, possible psychological support, formerly resistance. You're getting the 10 EMA, off which a lot of shorter term traders trade, and the volume weighted average price, which we know is both used by retail and institutional. So I like the correlation with all three, and that makes me look at $15 whole dollar level for a bounce. Now, sometimes you may not get it. It gets to be a crowded trade. I'm looking at 15. She's looking at 15. Even Obi's looking at 15. And so I sometimes like to front run the level a little bit. That's just a little bit my style. Now, you can chart off something a little bit, smaller time frame, like the one. The one here looks like it's finding support at the 20 EMA, at least momentarily. I wouldn't try to be catching a falling knife and say, hey, maybe there's a yellow line here on the screen. Maybe it holds up there. I'd like to see proof that it's going to hold up. To me, proof means waiting for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. But if you're going to chart on the one, then it would be the 1-minute candle to make a new high. So looks good. Good breakout on the day, but really nothing that I'm going to trade anyway. So keeping an eye out on that. Just keeping an eye here, sorry, on some of the, sorry guys, some of the comments are getting held back by Streamlabs. I'm not really sure why. They're not really all that bad. And I'm trying to kind of edit them as we go. So if your comment gets held back, I do apologize. Now, as we wait for this one to open, which has another minute or so, maybe a bit more, let me tell you about another small cap gapper that's making moves midday here. CJMB, beautiful ascending wedge breakout. Now, you are going to get pullbacks here when you get near the high of the day. You got it initially at 845 when this one got to the pre-market high, and you just got it right now. The official high day got printed at 1105, $4.47, but it seems to me like it's $4 resistance because every time we clear 4, we're almost always reverting back. Now, that's the bad news. What is the good news? The good news is the lows are sequentially higher. That means buyers are getting more exuberant on every downturn. So I like this ascending wedge pattern, whether it ends up clearing 4 decisively or has to encounter bamboozlement along the way. Your guess is as good as mine, but CJMB, you better believe it, is on my watch list.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we're logged in, we're set up, we're living, we're thriving, we're vibing, and now I can tell you about my other trades. So this first trade here is when I started to realize, I mentioned earlier, being like really exhausted and feeling like, Edward Cullen and his family were trying to have a snack. So again, just a weird way of saying realized I was getting really tired. So Eli Lilly here, though, if I go to the 5-minute, congrats on that trade, by the way, Sharif, I just saw that fist pump. Let's talk here about Eli Lilly. So this was yeah, it's funny. In this, it did pass the 5-minute. It was a 5-minute prior bar high break, I swear. It does not look like this in this chart. That's why I liked it. The book supported that. I got in, and then I was like, this actually kind of looks nasty on the book. Like, I don't really know. I was doing a segment while this was happening, and then I was like, oh, I can't get it. And then I came back, got stopped out, got slipped like over $1. Thank God I was really, really small sized into this, or thank goodness, sorry. So yeah, that's the deal with Eli Lilly, and that was, I get trying the reversion. What I don't get is just trying it in that way. And I think, again, that's what, it's always kind of hard to tell. Do you feel like you're wrong because the trade didn't work out, or do you feel like you're wrong because you actually made a mistake? And so that also brings us to our friend Oracle, because I think I have one example of being wrong because the trade just didn't work out, this first one where I do think things were valid. The second, I'm like, I think I took an L, taking less L's, making more M's. So yeah, so this, well, hopefully right now, no. But let's talk here about ORCL. So I like this. This is the 1 minute. Now, This is kind of dicey because I literally been trying to implement a new rule where I don't take these, like for example, you have lower, high, then you have lower, low, then you make a slightly higher low, and then you double tap that higher low. So I've been trying to implement a rule where I don't take those breakdowns and I just wait instead for the lower low. In this case, again, I liked it on the tape, whatever, I risked to here, it wicks me out, and then we go quadunk. I didn't have a natural place to get back in, though this would have been one. But then I'm like, oh yeah, like let's, and I do the same thing I did earlier. I take, instead of the lower low, I take the double bottom of this higher low, which is again, like, what are you doing, girl? Whatever. I knew I was gonna get stopped out of this. I just watched this and I was like, I should have punched out manually, but the tape wasn't really suggesting that. By the time I would have punched out manually, I got stopped out. So it is what it is, but guys, I want you to message me in the chat. I wanna see how y'all are doing. I wanna know, how are you trading? What's the vibe? What are you guys looking at? And if you want to look at any tickers, please make sure you put that $ in the chat and whatever ticker you're looking at. I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to go $LLY because I'm consistently in character. So take a look at that there. Speaking of LLY, there's an entry I kind of like on it. So right now it's doing something I do not adore on any ticker, but especially a spready one, where you're trading a range, not just on the chart, but also on the tape. And so this low here, this range, 1830, high of this range, like around 2170s. So I'm gonna wait for a break either way. I don't like this though, because I feel like if I'm waiting for a break either way, it's usually a fake break, whatever direction it does first. I'm also really, really tempted to lean long because this still looks like a rounded top. So that's on watch. Also on watch here is our friend Goldman Sachs. And this is, I don't wanna chase this. The one entry that I really liked on this that I completely missed was around here. I think it was this consolidation, and yeah, I'll switch to the 3 minute because I don't know why I'm on a 1 minute here. I'll be able to see better. Yeah, so this, I really wanted this. I missed that. Obviously, it went off. It doesn't matter because I wasn't in the trade, but this Goldman Sachs, if we revert, I really want that, but I'm also cool with continuation. I have no problem trading this as continuation here for Goldman Sachs. Again, let me know what you're trading and let me know how you're doing today. We're gonna send you over back to Sharif.
All right, guys, we're back. We're in CJMB. I caught a money fill through 4 at, I believe, 397. Best profit taker so far. We're into the candle high currently here at 35. Coming back down into 4 to be expected. We finished yapping about how this one has trouble closing above $4. But I'm going to continue riding the higher low trend. I want to bring in my black charts in a minute, but I want to conclude this trade. I'm going to put my next profit taker above the official day high. So official day high is 47s. We're putting it at 55. Now it's going to be a profit taker. Now I don't think that that's going to fill right away. Quite frankly, I think that there will be a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag, but this one has the propensity to break out quite aggressively. I'm not talking about SPHL aggression, but this one definitely can move 20, 30 pennies at a time. So you need to be accounting for that both ways, right? And what I mean by both ways is you got to have your profit takers at those levels to wet the beak because it's not going to hang out there for much longer, or for very long, I should say. So unless you're super quick with the hotkeys, better to be safe than sorry, throw in those profit takers. But that works the other way as well. So you're going to have your stop in place because as quickly as this could be at 425, as quick as it could be at 397. So make sure you're accounting for that. And by the way, SP frickin' HL is a monster, an absolute monster. It is up 665%, and it's $2 off the high of the day. 1938 high, trading at 1734. It's obviously a very dangerous trade, but it is riding trend. So long as it's riding trend, ride that wave. But for goodness sake, please use good risk management parameters. Make sure you're taking profits along the way, you're using stops, and you're using the requisite size relative to your experience in your account. So we're going to keep an eye here on CJMB. Got a higher low currently, but it's got now 2 lower highs. So I'm basically basing my higher low and lower high analysis off the 1105 candle. The 1105 candle is as follows: 358 low, 447 high. 1110 candle, 436 high, 387 low, and we just opened this 1115 candle, which has a 422 high and a 408 low. It is already going to lose that low, but what I'm going to do, because I don't have that many shares left, I'm going to take advantage of movements back into the 10 EMA on the 5 and or VWAP. So I'm going to have an at spot at 376 and 350. I perceive this one to be basically trending in a way that is putting in higher lows, that is unbroken. So I want to take advantage of that. So let's go ahead and we're going to throw a small resting DCA trade. I'm going to put it at 77s to front. Well, I'm going to have to put it a little bit higher than that. We're going to put it at 82s because, you know, it gets to be a little bit of crowded trade. So we'll throw that on there. Let's see if it triggers. But SPHL is going to halt again. It is up 826%. False halt at 2085. Dipping back down now into 2019.50 it goes. The false halt was at 2085. New halt level limit up is 21, I believe, 16. It's 21.16. So limit up on SPHL is going to be 21.16. So you're always going to be able to see that. If you're watching my screen, you're going to see a red rectangle on the level 2. You're going to see one on the left and the right. The one on the right is the one that I'm worried about right now because we're trending up, not down. So limit up, 21.55 now. It's moved up. So be on the lookout there. I'll always be able to keep you guys apprised of the limit up, limit down, thanks to the best back-end team in the biz. Shout out to Real Trading. Okay, so SPHL is doing it live right now. I don't have a trade on it. It's too extended. It's too dangerous for me at the moment, but clearly very much running. And here comes 21.55. We're awfully close to that limit up again. So let's just watch here. Let's see if we enter that halt parameter thing where it starts you know, showing the same price on the time and sales. Not quite yet. So we're going to have to pack our patience here. So how are we doing the other trade? Neither got the beak wet, nor have I added anything here. So the current bar has a higher low, man. So it looks like I'm going to have to base my trade for the moment on this higher low. Like I was looking for general higher lows, not candle by candle higher lows, because that won't let me into the trade. All right, good. 88's just showed up there, but look how quickly 88 got bought up. Now back up into 415. So I had my resting order at 82. Didn't give me anything at 82, sadly, because only got to 88s. But here comes a $0.25 again, and this looks awfully bullish. Huge bottoming tail candle right now on the 11:15 candle on CJMB. Really strong and really directional. Several triple-digit winners. Has me, I don't even know. Like, I can't even tell you guys what else I'm looking at over here because we're fixated on these two. But that's okay. But I do have others that I wanted to mention later. IBRX, one of them, RZLV, another one, and then possibly AUID. We'll get to those momentarily, but I just want to let this trade resolve. What are you looking at, Adara?
Yeah, right now I'm actually in Goldman Sachs. We are $1 in the money on this already, but I mean, it's Goldman Sachs. I'm not like, you know, getting too excited. That's not the point. The point of this is what is trade? Why am I trading this? Why do I like it? And what am I trying to do with it? So let's talk GS because I kind of had to get fresh with the spread on this, Sharif AL. What I had to do is, this is like a $2 spread, not right now, but it was when I entered and it has been pretty consistently. And I have no issues with $2 spreads. What I do have an issue with is a $2 spread that's not being super communicative on a stock that is doing almost 2 million shares in volume. If you're a $2 spread and you're like trading 300,000 shares, I'm like, yo, hit me up. Like that's my vibe, right? This is not that. And so with that in mind, Adara, why would you enter it? I'll tell you. So as you can, oh yes, Goldman Sachs, let's go. So as you can see here, this is like kind of topping tail. We get it to that 972, and then much like CEO Goldman Sachs, CEO David Solomon, when he's DJing, we drop the beat. We get all the way down here. I liked this crack. I got involved. I think the proper entry was 969, but I got it at 968 because I was reading the spread. I was like, I'm not getting a 69 print here. So I got the 68 right between 6.9 and 6.7. And so then, yeah, let's see. I've never said that before, sorry, guys. But let's see how this goes. I had to risk like $4 on this, which I think for this type of trade is totally warranted. Now, you might be like Adara. A place to take profit would and could be this 962 halves. And that'd be great. You know, it's like whatever, how many dollars? $5.50 in the money, but like I said, I'm not doing this for the dollar club. I'm here so I can club with CEO David Solomon when he DJs, and I want this VWAP. I want VWAP, and I want VWAP so badly I can taste it. I'm going to take half out here at 954, so I'm going to give it a couple dollars because it's Goldman Sachs, and I do not trust it, but I am very pleased as punch with this here trade. Now, I also have to recognize right now the spread's $1.50, so if I decide I get panicked on the spread and I want to punch out manually, I'm going to have to read the spread to try to figure out my exit. And I talked to you guys about this before, too. What I'm going to want to do is I'm going to midpoint it. So if I'm seeing 963.60s on the ask and the bid here is 962.10s, what's roughly halfway? I mean, 963 is a little bit probably too high, but I'm going to do something around here like that, you know, 963. Again, we're already out. We're not already out. We're already bouncing here, so I'm probably should have gotten that 962 halves out, and I think I might set a B quitter here. Should have to Sharif there just in case. But either way, please just punch with this here trade. And I was so busy reading this book that I wasn't really looking at anything else. Eli Lilly, I've talked about, you know, the weirdest little range of all time. Right now, this is just not my steez. I don't have time or energy to wait for her to do her thing. I mentioned ASML short, but I wanted that low of day break, which clearly we are not getting. So I am going to show you guys what that looked like. So we looked like we could have broken low of day, then we bounced. At this point, okay, I do like, almost gave a pushback there. I do like that 1340 rejection because that was prior support, but I don't love it enough to justify a short here. That being said, if we break below 1337 and we risk to 1340, that's slightly more appealing, but not entirely so. Let's see what we do here at VWAP. Baby Hands Donnie saying, Adara, you're the Energizer Bunny. Ironically, I am very tired today. But thank you for the kind words there. I hope you guys all are having a great day. And again, tag us with that $sign. Put it in the chat. 1965 kids saying, Adara is the short queen. Again, I feel like I get the reputation for being short biased because I think I usually take a lot of shorts when I'm up here. But as I mentioned last week, I like to take all the trades. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do a little bit of everything here, right? Like, much like what we had our friend U.S. President Donald Trump say. He likes Intel, but he wants to invest in other things too, right? So I can like shorts, and I can think that a lot of my playbooks are short-oriented. I think I have a good instinct for shorts, and I've said before as well, I feel like spready tickers are a lot better for shorts because I find they kind of mess you up on the spread sometimes if you take them long. However, that doesn't mean that I'm short exclusive by any means. I do not like that we are struggling to get back below 964, so I might have to make some, I have to make some decisions here. I don't think getting out of the entire position is at all warranted, though I might, like as I mentioned here, take a bid to take out some at 963s. Only ticker I'm looking at right now, as I mentioned, because nothing else is setting up right now. How you doing, Sharif?
All right, shout out to Toby. Thank you very much, Toby, for the $5 super chat. I apologize, did not see it first time around. We'll get to the trade on CJMB in a second. I'm back involved in this one and added to the position. And here it comes again to the high side, but we'll cover this for Toby. Can you look at DVLT chart? Lots of news this past week, but heavily shorted. All right, DVLT, not one that we've seen many times on the show. All right, here we go. So intraday today, not my cup of tea. First and foremost, kind of trading well below that dollar at around 74 pennies, which is not exclusionary in and of itself, but when it's up 4%, it is exclusionary. 72 penny close. Currently trading at 74.5. High a day looks like it's around 78 pennies, give or take. This isn't for me, but clearly you had a beautiful recovery yesterday off that 70 penny area. And when all was said and done, by around 5 o'clock, when the halt parameters were off, we got to about 84 pennies. 8 o'clock came around, and it looks like the closing print at 8 was about 80. We kind of held that level for the majority of the pre, and then came the opening bell, and that was as good as we were going to do anyway. So we're below the pre-market high. We're right around VWAP right now, so it doesn't really fail that as much as it fails the pre-market high, and also sub $1, and also only up 3 3/4. Now, intraday, not for me. Now, if you're asking about the daily, you get lots of volatility on this bad boy. As you can see, this topping tail candle back on the 24th of November basically caused an unbroken downtrend here where you lost about 80% of the company's value. And so, yeah, the lower highs seem to be operative. Likewise with the lower lows. The only thing that's holding us back from that is this 50 penny area low that we put in back, I believe, on New Year's Eve, the 31st of December. I personally don't like it, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a trade to be had here. If you're asking about the technicals, this is not a good looking chart. It looks like it ran here quite well. A bit of a head and shoulders formed with maybe a bit of a skewed neckline, but nonetheless, you saw the downtrend subsequent. So maybe it ended up holding up. Sorry, couldn't be a bit more positive, but yeah, sub $1, not really looking good intraday, up 3 3/4. What's the volume on this monster anyway? What do we got? About 58 million shares today. So there's ample amount of liquidity. You can probably get in and get out without a whole lot of issues. Shout out to Toby. Thank you for that, brother. But I'm sorry I couldn't be a bit more positive on the stock you wanted me to look at. Now, going back here to CJMB, I did add to the position at 405. We've already scalped out into 27. I'm still holding a couple of pieces. And I'm also looking at getting more. I still have my order resting at 82s, which probably is not accurate anymore because it's supposed to be shadowing the 10 EMA. And the 10 EMA, as we know, of course, is a dynamic level, constantly adjusting with the price action. But here it comes again, pumping up to 30. I've got a profit taker at 33, and there it is again. Now I'm north of 55. Here comes the high of the day at 47. Not quite, though. Not quite high of the candle. This candle, 44s. No, that can't be accurate. I just saw prints higher than that. Give me a sec. 46. Okay, so we just tested the high of the day, so there are sellers, and there it goes through the high into 450. Your boy's waiting at 55. So by definition, we're going to have to clear that psychological area of resistance, and there it is into the high, 490. We got 405 on. Good trade here. Let's set up again, though. We're going to look for a move back into about 4.25 right now on CJMB. Up 323%, and it's taken all the steam and the love and the eyes away from SPHL, which is on a 3-candle unbroken downtrend. So what CJMB got to offer for us right now? Is it going to clear 5? It's a 490 high, baby. So it's basically knocking on the door of that $5 level. How do we get back in? Here's a suggestion. Try to spot local areas of support and resistance using a smaller time frame. I personally like the 5-second. Some other people use the 10. There's the 15. Some people only want to go down as low as the 1. Whatever works for you. What I'm trying to get at is you can typically spot areas where a local buyer is buying and or selling on the smaller time frame, and that would be basically your hint. Hey, I can step in here, or let me step in a little bit higher than that, knowing that there's a buyer at this, like, let's just say 480 level to backstop me. You're only going to be able to notice that if you have a smaller time frame working. Now, as I was speaking, a new high day got put in. $4.95. So beautiful flat top break. How many times are we going to say this pattern is money, baby? You get that big boy breakout, 845. You clearly have a $4 level of resistance. But the beautiful thing about this was the higher lows, the ascending wedge pattern that we're constantly talking about. And there it goes into 528. It is up now 340%, dropping below 5, though, as people take profits and or get short above 5. Let's see if we're going to have the same issue with 5. The answer is no. It is 538 now. Limit up is 543, guys. Limit up 543, so keep your eye out on that level. We could see a halt parameter, and now we are in that halt parameter. False halt, though, coming right back down, right back into the halt parameter again. 543 is the level. We need 10 seconds at this level. False halt again, dropping back down into the 30s. So as you can see, the halt level has changed now. It's not 43 anymore. It's 61. That's because the timer is adjusting, right? It's up 10% within 5 minutes. Oh, no, the timer's resetting, so the price has to go up to adjust for that. So keep your eye out on CJMB. I'm not done with it, and I'll keep my eye on SPHL as well.
I have a question here, Sharif. So I don't trade these like small caps. I'm legit curious. What is like, because you mentioned 58 million shares daily volume for DVLT. What is like a good daily volume for like a small cap to have for you to want to be caring about it, I guess?
Well, it depends on the price, right?
Yeah.
So if it's if it's south of $1, it could do a few hundred shares, and that's still not a few hundred million, and it still not might be enough, right?
Okay.
If it's $15 and it's done a couple million shares, it might be enough. So it's mostly price dependent.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because I always say I trade like a lot lower volume, so always a bit curious. I want to talk here about Goldman Sachs, which we might get stopped out of, but I did take profit. Now, I know I said I'm holding till VWAP, like I'm going to wait here with David Solomon until the club closes. No, but here's the thing, guys. Like, you do have to be reactive, and that's something I'm trying to work on more as a trader. Like, I know I have very much been of the opinion, I've done so vocally, where I'm like, oh, like I have a stop, I'm not moving my stop till I have a reason to. You also have to react to what the market's telling you, and in this case, the market was telling me I just did not like the slightly higher low here in the 1 minute. I did not like that curl, so I got out half here at 963.70. So about like $5 in the money. Again, not that should matter. I'm trying to make that matter less, but just so you guys understand. Now my stop right now is again just above this little tranche. So if we could very much get around here and get out. That's completely fine. This could be trying to do a reversion of the reversion and climb back to the upside. But I'm going to stay at this point until my stop gets run, until it gets stopped out, I guess. Unless I see anything in the book that makes me want to leave earlier. How is Lily doing? Guys, Lily wants me to maybe get involved here finally. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Lily wants to take me to the prom. So I've been watching here for Eli Lilly, as I mentioned, like the world's most boring range of all time in history. Slightly joking, slightly not. I just need this at 10-18-30 to break, and every time I think she's going to break it, she comes back. So I'm like, I guess we had like 10-18-60 on the book, and I was like, oh my gosh, let's go. And then that didn't happen, so that's fine. I got my hopes up, and all y'all hopes up. Nothing. No, I'm joking. It's so cool. So let's take a look here at ASML, also doing nothing. Guys, what are you looking at? Do you have any spready-ish tickers that are $500-ish that you'd like me to look at? No, I do trade slightly cheaper stuff, but I certainly have a preference. Just let me know if there's anything you're looking at that you think might be of interest. So here's interesting. This is really interesting. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley is not my cup of soup or my cup of tea or what have you in at all the same way that Goldman Sachs is. Goldman Sachs is almost $1,000. We did get stopped out here. Goldman Sachs slipped like about $1, which is fine, so no hard feelings. But what I'm trying to make is here, Goldman Sachs and MS distinctly different from one another. MS trying to push intraday highs again. Now, Goldman Sachs did pull back a bit right now, trying to come, I guess, back here and make another push. But this also could have just been a fake out, and that could have been my issue for putting my stop there. So, I mean, if we look at the book, it's not really giving me that. If I see, though, like any kind of, switch to the 1 minute, because I think with these spready tickers, sometimes I like to see what things are kind of ticking at. Yeah, this isn't, right now I wouldn't try the short again, truthfully, unless we get back below that 962.50 area. And I think sometimes you have to think about it less directionally and more like buyers and sellers, right? Like Obi always says this, you know, where would you buy, where would you sell, regardless of if you're in the position or not. And so in this case, whether I was in the position or not, I probably would not be touching this here at Goldman Sachs unless we got either a clear push above that 967 or a clear push below 962.50. So if we're not getting either, then why do I care? And why am I looking at it? That's a good question. And what I can answer with, yeah, I shouldn't be looking at it. So right back here to Eli Lilly. I'm being so boring today, guys. I'm looking at like 3 tickers. But this, again, I think she was trying to fake me out. I think she was trying to be like, no, Adara, I'm going to break above 1021 and like, you know, go to the movies. And I'm like, but I think you want to break 1830. And I don't want to get too anchored to this. But I'll just have her in my mind, in my heart, and take a look here to see what's happening. EL here, Commodity King, says EL, Estee Lauder. Let's take a look here at Miss Estee. What's the volume on this? This looks like my type of volume. Okay, 1.45 million. I would have guessed a little bit less. That being said, this kind of is a bit of a reversioning look for me because we've got these, like whatever, we bounce off VWAP, we make these slightly higher highs, but look, we start to do a little bit of a swoop. So I wonder if, you know, the foundation of this stock is going to get a little bit, going to be a little bit different. We'd have to do some touch-ups here of this long. I'm trying to make bad makeup puns and it's not working. Let's take a look at the 15 here because that would be my cue. Okay, so the 15 on Estee is vaguely interesting. If we break that 116.9, risk to like, what, 117.20. I'm not used to these $100 stocks. You could risk so much less. I'm always like, oh, I'll risk $5, $6, and Estee Lauder's over here like, hey, girl, you don't have to do that. So it's actually not a bad look. I'll see what happens here. I'll watch it passively, but thank you, Commodity Kings, for letting me know. There was a request also to look at Google, which is not a stock I typically trade a ton of, but certainly not one that I have a beef with. I don't have a beef with any stock, except for Oracle long-term. But let's take a look here at GOO to the G to the L, because this is going to get interesting here. I honestly, this is not the type of thing I have an opinion with. I've been trying to... I've honestly been trying to like avoid these stocks that are kind of in between or in range-bound levels. Truthfully, right now, Juan Patia, I mean, you've got these lower highs, but you also have higher lows. I would have to wait for either a 332.80 breakdown or a breakout or a 330.70 breakdown. I'm not really interested either way. That being said, I do think Lily's about to come into my level, so I'm going to be hunting her. How are you doing over there, Sheree?
Good, thank you. All right, Brendo, thank you for sending me that. Ford in talks with BYD for hybrid batteries. So apparently Ford is in discussion with Build Your Dreams. Yes, that's what the company is called, to supply batteries for its hybrid vehicles, though no deal is certain. The move follows Ford's shift from electric vehicles, as we know, to hybrids, but they are trying their hand at that Li Auto kind of hybrid system. It's not really hybrid, it's just there's an onboard gas engine to charge the batteries, but not propel the engine. It seems to give you a lot better range. I mean, they're talking about some of these BYD cars having about 1,300 kilometers in range. Ford is doing that, I believe, with the new Lightning. I don't know if they're going to call it the Lightning, though, the F-150 Lightning, but thank you for that, Brendo. And I would be very remiss if I didn't shout out my boy Joey frickin' Options, who was watching us right now. Shout out to my man. I had to message this guy yesterday. I'm like, hey, brother, hope you're doing well. Update me. He's like, we're good, brother. We're on the way home. Big success. Couldn't be happier for him. And then he might have another couple of days off. That I don't know if I like, Joey. And this is your boy right here. He's doing it live in the family room, catching me in my most hideous moment. But I do appreciate you, Joey. It's a nice little get-up you got over there, man. It's a nice little setup. Looks like Selena does all the decorating, doesn't she, Joey? Because I know you don't have that kind of taste, my man. I'm just joking. I got to take shots at your boy. But we're doing it live again on another one over here AUID. Shout out to the OG Bovin giving me his levels on this, which I absolutely agreed with. We're in at 23. We just wet the beak at 33. And this one now has broken that downtrend. Recall, it had been putting in that lower high trend ever since making that high, I believe, in the pre at 905, which got to 248. And then we had another area high, I believe, at 227. And now we got into 236. So technically, the high of the day is 236. But here's the deal. I'm giving this to 15s. So we're only going to risk about 8 pennies because 20 is the level that I need this to hold. Oh, I not need it, but you understand what I mean, that I will not hold below. And the reason I say that is, well, take a look at this level over here. We had all sorts of trouble clearing 20, so that to me says it's an obvious area of resistance. And if that's going to be the case, then it should be acting as support. If it doesn't amount, simple as that, okay? So we're not going to DCA into an oblivion, but here it comes again into the mid-30s. I'm looking for a high day break. We're taking out the high of the freaking day. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher, guys. We're waiting, I believe, at 42s. It is now a 39 penny high on AUID. This one's also a triple-digit winner. We're up 135% on this monster. It's not just the SPHL show or the CJMB show. By the way, SPHL setting up here. We'll get to that one in a second. I just want to take some more profits on this, and then I'll be able to look away. So SPHL is setting up the way I see it, and let me explain why. Allow me a second over here. I don't know why it's not coming over. All right, here we go. So SPHL, look what this one does. It's a monster, right? I mean, clearly it's moving dollars at a time. 2140 high, right? That's a topping tail candle, followed by a subsequent red candle, which was engulfed, by the way, with the green candle. So not that bad of a look, but is a subsequent candle that really, really does push us down all the way down to 1450. Alas, all three of these candles are bottoming tail candles, and each and every one of them has higher lows. And look where they're finding support. Just take a look. Surprise, surprise, the 10 EMA on the 5. So to me, this means the buyers are starting to control the price action a little bit more. They're not fully in control yet because we haven't put higher highs in, but the buyers are starting to, show their hand a little bit here. And if that's going to be the case, then I need to set up. So what's going to be my move? Am I looking for the breakout trade above prior bar high? In this case, based on the current candle setup, that would be a 1760 break. Well, it's not bad, but we're at 1636 right now. What I could do is base my entry towards the low end of the candle range and put it at prior bar low. Now, thankfully, the prior bar lows are awfully close to one another. So by definition, I wouldn't even have to risk that much. But this one doesn't look like it's going to drop towards the low end of the range, and I might have to take the breakout trade on this, which, again, as I mentioned, is 1760. So I haven't made up my mind quite yet on how I want to enter SPHL, but it's certainly one that I want to get back involved with. But look at CJMB's also setting up, and it's also about, it's going to take out the high of the day again. So CJMB, SPHL, AUID, I mean, you don't even know what to look at. Typically, we don't have that many strong small cap gappers running all at one time. Usually they cycle through or none at all. So there's a lot to look at here, and I got to look at the chat as well. Shout out to Fluffy Hippo. Why do you like the 5-minute chart versus the one? That's a great question. It's that old adage. Why look at one time frame over another? I feel like the 5 is, that happy middle between, like the wider time frame, like the 15 that a lot of people like to use, and rightfully so. And then the 1, which I feel has a little bit too much noise. Now, mind you, on my screen here, as I see, if we can show them, on the bottom screen will always be the 5. The bottom chart will always be the 5, and then the top chart will be the 1. So, I do a bit of both. But I'll never really ever have my black charts on the 1, never. So I'm always viewing kind of the same setup. And so it kind of helps you gauge the trend a little bit easier when you're kind of looking at the same time frame. So, I mean, that's just what works for me, but great question. I know a lot of other people have different things. Scott H. uses the 3. I know Neil absolutely loves the 3. So that just, it jives with me, right? And whatever you want to use, Fluffsters, is your prerogative as well. I'm sure it's working for you. All right, guys, I mean, AUID, it looks like we got stopped out of that, but we're still profitable on it, but it's coming right back into that 230 level, so I might get back in, but it's really SPHL that is showing its hand here. Yet another candle with a higher low, and we don't really have a bottoming tail candle now on the 1140 setup, or 1140 candle, I should say, on the 5, but it's certainly not losing the trend. So SPHL, let's see if we'll give this the old college try. And I'm just going to give it to prior bar low here. I like what I'm seeing from SPHL. I might have to deal with some bamboozlement along the way. What kind of price did we get? We got 23s. Not the best price in the biz, but one that we'll take nonetheless. So what's my move on this? Prior bar low. I have a very small amount of shares, so we're going to have to take bigger wins on this. But that means if it goes against me, I won't be losing as much and stay green on it. Adair, what are you looking at?
Yeah, so right now, I mean, just to also to kind of opine here on the talk about time frames, I actually think like sometimes switching between them is helpful, and that's certainly what I try to do. Like, I'll look at a 3, I'll look at a 5, I'll look at a 15, a 30, a 4 hour. Like, I want to really get all of the different pictures, and different time frames provide you with different types of info and different levels of nuance as well. Like I said here when I was in Goldman Sachs, which I'm very happy I have my stop on, kind of see it like on the 3 minute, you can obviously see this consolidation and this bounce, but in the 1 minute too, I think one of the women you can really clearly see this slightly higher low. And I think the 1 minute also, as someone who reads tape really heavily and certainly has to for the type of stocks that I trade, I think the 1 minute is I think reflects the tape the best. So it's something I do like to use occasionally on these tickers. So just to opine on that, I don't think there's a right answer, much like Sharif said. And I think I would personally advocate for having all of the time frames on watch at all times. I want to talk, I'm in 3 trades now. I think I was in none last time you saw me, so that happened. This could be great, this could be terrible, but either way, guys, it's trade, and we got to take the trade, and we got to see what happens. Let's talk here about ORCL. We'll go from least to most confident in the trade. So ORCL, I liked this because it wasn't, as I said, I heard me earlier, like Adira stopped taking like these lower, like higher low breakdowns, but here's the thing, this is from the most recent low, this is technically a lower low, or at least a breakdown, so I had no issue with that. Risking to just around this level of consolidation. This is so I have a rule here. I am not allowed to take more than 3 tries of a stock in each direction. So I can do 3 longs and 3 shorts a day. If I'm profitable, that's a different story. That doesn't count. But in this case, I've been profitable in none of these. Well, not the first 2. So this is my last try on this. We're like flat on it. I got short 192.40. Next up. Again, I said most level of least to most confident. So here's my second most confident one here, though that order might change. This is EL. So I like the idea here of Estee Lauder, and I do want to shout out Commodity Kings for putting this one on my radar. I'm going to take some out at VWAP, and I realized I might have given VWAP a bit too much room, but the spread on this for like a $100 stock is kind of wide, and I just want to be careful. It's VWAP. I have been known for being a little too frisky around VWAP, so I'm like, you know, let's wet that beak. Do I have that button somewhere? Yes, I do. And just take some profit. Shout out to Sharif there. So that's EL. The one I was the most confident on that I now feel about is Meta. Why do I like Meta here? Why am I long Meta? Adira, you hate longs. A, no, I don't. I'm being facetious. And but I do tend to take them less. But B, like, okay, Meta and 622. Meta and 622. We're gonna go to like, let's do a 60-minute chart so you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about. This 622 level on Meta has been just so potent. Like yesterday, it was a whole breakdown. If I go to a daily, I'm sure you'll see it as well. The fact that we are trying to do a breakout of 622, yes, please give me more. Like, I just, shout out to Britney Spears. So I'm like, I really, really like the idea of this. I actually risk 2 risk units on this, which might be my downfall. But here's the thing, like, if you're confident in something, you're better off giving it the risk you think it deserves. And then if you're wrong, you can assess why you're wrong later. But I don't think taking chances on stuff that you believe in, that you have multiple points of confidence for, I don't think that's a bad thing at all. In case you're like, hey, multiple points of confidence, 1 top, 2nd top, 3rd top. High or low, clear support here. A place to risk to. You don't have to risk, like, you know, into the middle of nowhere, because sometimes it's hard to, you know the entries, right? But you don't have a rational place to risk. That is not the case here. I do think I have a rational place to risk. So I'm comfortable taking this trade here on META. Hey guys, can we look at AAOI, please? Says Rucha Shah. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I do not know AAOI. I believe it's a smaller, I've heard one. I don't, yes, $37. In the 3 minute, I like this kind of, you know, VWAP hold, nice little VWAP hold. I like that we, you know, we consolidate here and then we break higher. 3 minute looks pretty good. That being said, I wouldn't really know where to end, because this, like, we get that all-time high, or not all-time high, intraday high, and then we slam. That's the same reason I shorted Goldman Sachs. So these intraday high slams, I'm never going to be a fan of, regardless of the time frame or the stock. It's just I would be, oh, and then my chart crashed. I would be a little bit cautious there. But yeah, so that's the look here in AAOI. I'm going to see if I can pull this back up so I can look at the daily. AA,
and that was on the NQ, I do believe. Looks like we might be able to take some profit here on Estee Lauder, which would be dope. And we're going to go here, if it loads, to the daily chart before I send it back here to Street for our friend Richard Shaw. Okay, this is a daily guy. I actually really like this guy. These higher low, a little bit of consolidation. Now, what I want to see would be a break above. Let me get this pointer out. I would like to see a break above 39.40. So let's look at an AOI. I hope that is in some helpful way for you. That chat. Was there any news out of the Canada-China? Is it real, Gary F? I haven't seen anything, and truthfully, that is not the type of thing that I would really see circulated pretty heavily on X regardless. It's also not something that would necessarily be moving at least the US market, or it wouldn't tend to. If I do see anything, I'll let you know. But I do have to tell you guys, I will 150% be covering the Caroline Levitt talk at 1 p.m. I'm going to have that right in my ear because I love press briefings, and I watch them on my spare time at home. It literally is something that entertains me. I'm a weird person. So I'll absolutely be covering that for you guys if there is anything market moving. Just a quick update on my trades. Meta, flat, Oracle, slightly ITM, and EL is ITM, so I'm going to be putting that mascara on with that one. How you doing over here, Sharif? Oh.
Hey, here we go. SPHL has reawoken. Got in at 17, boys and girls, and we're out at 1905, but it is still trending higher. Here we go again. This current 5-minute candle has a far higher low than its predecessor. So I feel like it's a matter of time until we get that decided break and hold. Not just a break and hold above 20. I, of course, am talking about the monster that is up 715%, 710%. SPHL. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. I'm going to get back into AUID, by the way. But Gary, I wanted to talk a little bit about the the Canada-China visit, the state visit by Prime Minister Carney meeting with President Xi today. This was, I'm going to just call a spade, a strategic masterclass by the Chinese on how they're dealing with Canada. So as you guys know, the Chinese are trying to sell their electric vehicles in North America. America won't have it, and Canada won't have it either because we obviously have a huge auto industry that employs a lot of people. So the 100% EV tariffs were slapped on by President Biden, kept on by President Trump. It was put on by the previous prime minister, kept on by this prime minister. The only way you can get your Chinese EVs in North America is through Mexico, and I think it's like a 25% tariff or something. It's not 100. The point is, the reason that they put, I skipped an important point there, Gary, which was that the Chinese countered our 100% EV tariffs by putting tariffs on canola. So the province that actually makes a lot of canola and exports it specifically to China, which is their second biggest customer, is Saskatchewan. I don't know if you guys are really familiar with the geography and kind of how Canada works, but Saskatchewan's in the west. We have this problem in Canada called Western alienation, where the Western provinces feel like the Eastern provinces, where the capital is, it doesn't really take their concerns into account and doesn't really, do things for their best interest, but more for the East. So when the Chinese put the 100%, I forget what the tariff was, but they put the tariffs on the canola, they were doing it to hurt, obviously, Saskatchewan's industry. But it was Ontario, where we live, that was benefiting from the 100% EV tariffs, and they don't want to see those off. In fact, the premier, which is like the governor of this province, was basically telling Mark Carney, do everything but remove those tariffs. So why would the Chinese do that? Well, because they're trying to pin us against one another. Because if we remove the EV tariffs or lower them so they can bring down the canola tariffs, well, then that'll piss off the province here, and a lot of jobs will be lost, likely. And so the strategy that the Chinese are employing right now against Canada to get those EV tariffs lower is quite sophisticated. And that's the way I see it. And lots has been made about whether or not, Prime Minister Carney is going to lower the EV tariffs. And if he lowers them, how does that play in with his negotiations with the Americans? Because the Americans don't want those cars here. They don't want them anywhere in North America. And, I don't happen to agree because I feel like the consumer loses out, but there's a lot of people that would probably be out of a job as well. So it's kind of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So very big visit today by Prime Minister Carney with President Xi, and I couldn't be more, you know, I don't want to say the word excited, but I'm very, very much invested in how this meeting comes out. All right. Let's see what we got here. Thank you very much. Amoy Jar, $20 super chat. Jeez Louise, Sharif, my dude, riding SPHL with you. Save me from taking a big L on another trade into a big win. Good looking out, brother. Bang, bang right back at you, brother. I hope you print out multiple storms on your side of the screen. Very excited for you to, you know, obviously have a very, very big day. And thank you very much for being kind and sharing the wealth. We do appreciate it. Thank you very, very much, brother. I appreciate that. Gary, I'm tempted to want the car tariffs lowered so long as the cars are made here and by Canadian employees. However, I would be nervous about the response from the U.S. I couldn't agree more, Gary. It's not. They will not be none too plussed about that. I can promise you that, and it's just going to hinder our negotiations with them. And let's cut the crap. CUSMA is up for renewal this year, and I personally think we haven't seen the worst of things yet in terms of tariffs. Because 90% of the trade between our countries is covered by that one agreement, the revamped NAFTA, so to speak, the CUSMA. And so, you know, all the tariffs that we've been complaining about so far for this year and at a bit now have been on about 10%. Imagine the 90. So I think that there's more on that story. Oh boy, Wayne Griffin dropping 30 in the chat. First of all, thank you very much, Wayne. I appreciate there. And he says as follows: do you set your stop loss as a percentage of your total capital? If so, what percentage do you use? Or do you use 10 cents or 20 cents? Do you use? Okay, so I don't do either of those. I put my stops at key areas of resistance and support. So for example, let's go over here to the, what's it called? The CJMB trade. No, the AUID is probably a little bit better. Why did I put my stop below 20? Well, I perceive 20 as a former area of resistance, okay? And it was also kind of the middle ground of the double bottom. Let me show you on the black chart. It's a little bit easier to show, okay? So here's what I'm talking about, AUID. So kind of like a double bottom shape. We come back in, we put in some higher lows, but there's this area crest in the middle that we end up breaching. Well, to me, most of the time, not all the time, this area crest over here, once cleared and cleared decisively, will typically act as support. So I say to myself, all right, we got to 239, we cleared 220 by 19 pennies, almost 20. I'll put my stop a little bit below that 20 penny level. So I'm not typically using a percentage of my daily shutdown, a percentage of my position. ATR, I know a lot of people use average true range to base their stops. I don't do any of that. I base it on key areas of support or resistance. If I see an area, a floor, for example, like look at this over here, from 1045 on AUID to about 1115, we certainly had buyers at $1.90, right? So to me, I know buyers are stepping in at $1.90. If they're not going to be stepping in anymore, then I don't have the buying power to keep this above $1.90. I'm out, right? I'm a market observer, not a market mover. So to me, it's always support and resistance based. I don't know about how anybody else trades or how everybody else kind of sets up, but that's the way I do it. Thank you, Wayne, for that. I do appreciate it. Do you want to answer that? Do you want to give your opinion on how you set up stops?
I absolutely would love to. So I think, like much like Sharif said, it's going to be key levels of support resistance. But here's the other thing that you said that I actually really want to talk on as well, of your total capital. So I'm not going to use it based on my total capital. That being said, like how much I risk and what percentage of my capital I risk, or whatever, what percentage of my daily risk, that's going to depend on how much I have to risk in the trade, as I kind of mentioned earlier, right? So for example, for this META, I had to risk about $1. So then I have a certain, set amount of risk that I try to use per trade. So I'm like, okay, with that in mind, how many shares can I take with this stop of it being $1? You kind of have to do the math in your head, right? And then furthermore, I doubled the size on this. So then it's like, okay, with that in mind, how much of that then do you use to double it, factoring in, of course, like spread and everything like that, right? So that's kind of how I come to that. It's kind of a very complex equation. You have to mental math. And sometimes I mental math it wrong. And that's how you end up risking too much on a trade or not enough on a trade. So there's always like factors to it. But yeah, I think like understanding how much you want to risk per trade, and then deciding basically, is that worth it for this particular opportunity? That's how I A, decide my stops, but B, decide if it's even worth it to try trade in the first place. That brings us to META, because meta is happening. So yeah, there was a while here where I actually thought this would kind of like, break on us, and I was like, well, that'll suck, but whatever, I'm happy I tried the trade. I took out a sliver, like just over 10% of the position here, just because I did not like what I was seeing on the tape around 623, and I stand by that. Sometimes you have to skim a little bit off so that you're comfortable staying in the trade. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that, though, especially how little I took off here. Though, I do want to be aware of it, and I don't want to do it too frequently, but either way here, that's what's happening with META. I'm taking off another roughly 10% here if we get to 624, just because that's a level I like here on the 30-minute. That being said, other than that, I don't have any levels for this. I'm going to have, again, just around 65 to 80% of the position left here. I'm kind of mathing because it was like an odd number of shares. Either way, I'll have a lot if we decide to break to like 626, 628. 628 is the key level of resistance. That's going to be, the white whale area that I'd like to target for profit. But that's the deal here with Meta. We're also still on our other two trades, so let's talk about it. Estee Lauder is, okay, nice. It should not be that exciting. This is like 40 cents. It's not that big of a deal. But I'm happy because I got some profit up at VWAP. That's roughly half the position. I should be moving my stop to around that 116.80 level, and I probably will, but I want to finish yapping first about my other positions. Oracle, also in Limone, but less so, and again, not super exciting. Like I said, this is my last straw here for ORCL based on my rules. If I take another failed short, I cannot short this for the rest of the day, though I can still take longs if I want to take a long. But yeah, like if I take too many pops at a stock, sometimes I think it's better to just like avoid it, because then you might just be like, I don't even mean revenge trade, but I think you might just like want to see things that aren't there, because you're going a little loopy. And I don't, because I think to me, I think psychologically speaking, the word revenge trade is different from like tilt, because I think tilt is a lot less intentional. Tilt, you don't realize you're in until after, and then you're just looking at yourself from the outside like you're trapped in a glass, like what am I doing, right? Weirdly psychological and deep, but that's how I feel like tilt is. With revenge, I think it's a lot more intentional. You're like, I need to win because I lost on this trade. So I think it's just important to be aware of this either way, but I think you're a lot more susceptible to tilt if you have already lost something a whole bunch of times and you're like, well, I can't short it anymore, maybe I can go long. Like, maybe don't. But yeah, me talking to myself anyway, not trying to tell anybody else what to do here. But so that's my take here at ORCL. Goldman Sachs is stay gold, pony boy. Yeah, so there's a slightly lower high here. I actually think this will break day's high again, but I don't want to go long because I also am not in love with this setup as a long. So what do I do there? I don't have to do anything. I can just watch it and say, hi, what's happening? Much like my friend Eli Lilly, I kept yapping about, we're going to break 118.30, and we never did. We waffled, so I don't know her anything. I don't have to trade her. And I think that's really important. You can have a stock on watch. You can think, oh my God, this is my top opportunity of the day. It's going to look so good. And then it happens, and it just like, it's not. It doesn't give you anything, and you're not beholden to it just because you wrote it down. So that's my take there on our good friend LLY. How are you guys doing in chat? Hope everyone's doing well. One last thing too with the stop convo with Wayne Griffin. You can move your stop sometimes too. I think much like I was just saying, what like Sharif is saying too. Even if you move your stop, it's going to have to do with these levels. So just think about key levels of support and resistance when you're setting and moving your stops.
All right, guys, working my way back into AUID, but I'm very much fixated on SPHL because it's putting in the compression pattern here that you love to see. It's got lower highs, but higher lows. So, it feels like it's going to resolve in the direction of the trend. It's a great looking bull flag. I'm just going to do this one thing over here. Assassino, let me know when all right, guys, I got to tell you something. Concussions demand fast solutions. New York Stock Exchange listed Origenics, trading on the NYSE under ticker OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. You need to learn more by scheduling a meeting today. Shout out to the great folks at Origenics, OGen, baby. All right, so I'm very much keeping an eye here on SPHL. It's got a whole bunch of higher lows. I am sorry, guys. I see, what is this whistle? I don't know what the whistle is. I have no idea.
The bell for lunch.
Oh, that's the bell, Fluffsters. That's the lunch lady. She hits the bell and lets everybody know that it's time to eat, so the feed-in can begin. So that's what that is. All right, keeping an eye here on SPLH. I want to just base my trade here. Well, here's what I'm trying to show you guys. So this is what I'm seeing on the side chart. So see how we have higher lows, but we also have markedly lower highs. This is what's catching my attention, right? I don't want to be quick to jump into this because, well, it's not breaking out through the lower highs yet, right? And so, you know, this thing's moving dollars at a time. For me, I'd like to catch it towards the lower end of the range. Now that I'm focusing on it, I'm going to be looking possibly here into the 10 EMA, but every time it dips down a little bit, it's being met aggressively with buying. So about, I want to say, $17. I probably, you know, 17 teens as well, maybe even the 20s. Money fills for me here if it continues to trend in this way. Otherwise, I'm going to have to pack my patience or take a breakout trade. A breakout trade, for example, above this area crest at 1950. Also, I need to bring your attention to this one. CGTL, another compression pattern with a flat top break through 4. I mean, you got a whole bunch of wicks, sure, through 4, but no closing prints. You are getting the closing prints, and you're getting them in frickin' spades. 483 high, trading at 440 right now. It's up 77%. This is a small cap gapper world, and we're all just living in it. And quite frankly, I'm not surprised a bit by the fact that the small cap gappers are really running today. The Russell 2000, the IWM is up 1 1/5. The best other one right now is the Q up 1.15. So the Russ is leading the way. So the fact that these small cap gappers are moving is of no surprise. CGTL, the latest candidate here for a triple digit winner. Alas, it's still up about 78%, not quite in the range of triple digits, but one to keep an eye out at as well. A little bit lower volume, I should say, for this bad boy. Now, I just caught my first L of the day, which is AUID. We got stopped out. This one broke trend, and it seems like it is holding 2. So if it's going to hold 2, then I'm going to base my trade now off 2 because I want to take AUID. I think we're going to get above 250. The higher lows here are, I think, what is getting my attention. So AUID, we want to set up a little bit at 2. Are we still on the AUID screen? The answer to that is no. We're at 7s. We're going to enter here with small share size, and we're going to see where this one takes us. 198 is going to be the out. We'll have to see exactly whether that holds up. Now, here's the deal. AUID catches a bid, we're going to add because we got into a small position, right? We're 0 for 1 on, well, we're not 0 for 1. We're actually profitable on it, I should say, excuse me, but I did get stopped out for the remaining amount. So I did get, I did lose money on this, on that last trade. So that's the way that works. Keeping an eye on that one. Now, obviously, keeping my eye as well on SPHL. Don't think it's quite set up quite yet. Here comes the 17 low digits, though. And this is what I was talking about earlier, that I want to catch some money fills, maybe 17 1/4. Let's go ahead and put a resting order right there at 17.25 and see what comes. Buyer at 45, that's very clear. Can't shake the buyer at 45. Okay, now we're dipping down into 32. What's the deal here? We're dropping back down. Now we got the fill. If it loses 17, I'm out. Simple as that. Well, prior bar low. Prior bar low is 16.69. So we have 25s on right now. Let's see if we can wet the beak here, possibly in the mid 40s. And then we'll take a little bit higher as well in the 60s. Let's see if we can get any of those. There's a first profit taker in the mid 40s. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit north of that at 88s and see what we can make of this one. Give me a sec here just to load up. SPHL. I'll take that one off. Take that one off, please. There we go. Good. All right, so we have 25s there. We're going to go ahead and wait. I think there we go. Nicely into the 60s. Let's go ahead and see if we can get something at 88s. 69 showing up on the bid. We're in at 25. Let's see if we can pump back up, hold the prior bar low, and possibly take out even prior bar high. Here, there it is, and there's the fill into 88. Nice. Okay, so we're $1 in the, well, oh, not quite yet. We're almost $1 in the money. Just flashed 18s there super quick. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one and see if we can get a little bit more. But it's a scalper's world right now on SPHL because it is compressing. So I'm just trying to pick up the bottom end of the range, sell at the top end of the range until we get a breakout. Until a very decisive breakout, I would say above 19. If it can hold above 19, that would be great. Even better if it clears 20. And then we're looking at that 2140 high. So that's my look there. ROLR has re-entered the chat. And Tampanda saying the same thing. So Yannick and Tampanda both reiterating that. So who are we going to take off here? We're going to take off TI. Sorry, brother. ROLR, here we go. Okay, so what are we doing here on Roller, guys? We're up 37%, 26 and change. Why isn't this thing updating? 26.38, is that the price? Yeah, that is the price. Okay, so I got to tell you, I don't know. I think there's better, guys. There's better looking charts on the day. I'm not disparaging roller. It's up 40%. It's a respectful amount. But yeah, clearly a 29 seller here, and there has been for a hot minute. Take a look at this. 950. 29.04 high. This latest candle here, 12 o'clock, $29 high. So it's a lower high. Now we're trading at around 26.75. Look, roller stays on the side chart. Given what roller did yesterday and what we know roller can do, it's definitely going to warrant staying on the side chart. But I just think that there's better trades on the day, guys. So, you know, let's not insist on trading a name just for the sake of trading it. There's others we can keep an eye on. Oh, wow, roller just dropped into 25.30. So this thing's moving all sorts of crazy. Boom on MLEC, says the Bovin. Let's take a look at MEC for the OG Bovin. MLEC, excuse me, MLEC. All right, we're just loading up the side chart here, pardon me. What do we got here, Bovin? Okay, so up 192%. What's with the triple digit winners today? Jeez Louise. I think KC 526, all right. So this one has to go on the side chart as well. Sorry, roller. We're gonna have to take you off. It's not your day, baby. It's MLEC's day. This thing is halted up at $10.34. It is up 194%. Guys, I'm telling you, I've been trading these small caps now for like a year and a half every single day, and you know, you don't see too many days like this when there's multiple triple-digit winners, SPHL, CJMB, we got AUID, MLEC. There, we don't even know what to look at anymore, right? And there's some on the precipice of taking out triple digits like CGTL and some others. So, yeah, select one and trade it carefully, guys. I'm going to keep my eye here on AUID. This is a bit of a slower trade. It'll keep me interested here, and we'll be able to do something on it. What are you looking at, Adara? Yeah,
what I'm looking at here, I just want to say I really agree with what you're trying to say here, Sharif, in terms of like picking tickers. Like I said that kind of earlier today too, right? You don't want to emphasize, like just because something's on watch doesn't mean you should feel at all obligated to trade it, right? So if it's not good, there should be other opportunities. With that in mind, I do want to take a look at SNDK for Pedra in the chat, who asked me if we could look at it. I have traded SNDK before, though not, I don't think this week. And I traded a couple times last week to pretty good effect. But this 493.40, this is interesting because it's kind of a double top, but the second high is a little bit higher than the first. And then we kind of drop, but not in a super like interesting way. It's almost kind of similar to what Goldman Sachs did, but I think the Goldman Sachs setup was a bit better. Yeah, we're trying to make yours SNDK. I'm going to be honest with you, Pedro. There's not a lot to get involved in right now. Only thing I could kind of maybe see, and I want to clarify this is not advice because I don't know how this is going to end up setting up if and when it happens, but that 420.30 area, we wicked this a couple times. We actually really compellingly, topping tail wicked it, and we couldn't get above it. If we can get above that 420.30, that might be a change in the tide, but even then, if we get above that level, that could just be Sandisk trying to trick you, right? So I would certainly be careful there because, Sandisk has pretty good memory. And so, you want to make sure you remember how you're trading that and trading it appropriately. Wow, that was a bad pun. But thank you very much, Pedro, for asking me about that one. Hello, Casey in the chat. Hello, everybody in the chat. Guys, if you have questions for me, tag me in the chat. Let me know what you're looking at. Let me know what you want to see. Also, I do see and get a kick out of all of your comments on my level of energy. But guys, only thing I'm on here is life and excitement and meta. This is the importance of if something sets up, you should take it with size and aggression. That's what I did here. And I was like, oh, I took too much size. No, I didn't. And I the thing is, that's my brain, the part of me that feels fear, unfortunately, that was thinking that. But my trader brain kind of, thank goodness, took the wheel there and tried to, drive us out of the lane and was like, Adara, this 622 breakout is really compelling. In fact, in retrospect, I probably should have taken more size on this because, again, you had confluence, you had a triple top, you had a clear bull flag-esque pattern trying to break out, and you had that 622 level, which I have been yapping about ad nauseum, mostly in my own head, for a very long time. So it's like when you have that much confluence, you are doing yourself a disservice if you do not take that trade with appropriate size. That being said, I don't like what Meta is doing here with that false breakout of that 623.60s area. As you can see, I do have a profit taker around just before 624 that we did not get hit. But interesting look for this. I do want to just address this question from Bazos Games. How do you decide how much capital to go for each trade? Level of conviction? Yeah, 100% is level of conviction. So if I feel really good about something, I'm going to want to risk a little bit more because then if it does well, you know what I mean? I want to make that clear to you. You don't want to do it risk more just because you want to make more money. But the thinking of it is, if you feel really good about the idea is it will go very well. And as such, that idea deserves more capital. If you feel a little bit more wishy-washy or something, I'll just use a base size. So a really good example here is Eli Lilly. I mentioned this reversion, it didn't work, whatever. But I use like minimum size on this because I was, and the 5 minute I think is a bit clearer. But I was like, this might not work, and I don't think it's worth any more of my capital, but I think it's worth a try just based on what I was seeing in the book. It didn't work out, and that's fine because I use minimum size. But if I decided that this was worth like a whole bunch of size, that would be a poor judgment, right? That's something for me to reflect on. That being said, again, with Meta, the fact that there was, I think, so much, at least from what I was looking at, confluence, shout out to our friend Obi, I really liked it there, so I had to take that breakout, and that's kind of, I hope that explains a little bit how I distribute size. Johnny is just trading. Do you have an opinion on what will happen with TSM this month? Going on to next month, I feel like it is due for a pullback, and with many reasons when I use my calendar. So here's my thing. I don't like to assume what a stock is going to do because I don't have the crystal ball. What I will say is just watch the price action. If you feel like you want to take profit, I mean, we're at all-time highs, I believe, so I would just use your own judgment, use your own risk management principles, and be smart and be careful, as we always say. But I think we have maybe a message over here. I'm not sure. How are you doing over there, Sharif?
Pretty good, Adara. Thank you. Guys, let me ask you this. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would you process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every single day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast, same day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off. Buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. And you can find the link below or scan that great looking QR code on the screen. Shout out to the Funded Futures Network. Good luck for them. Guys, it is MLEC's world now, and we're all just participating in it. Here we go again. This thing is rocketing up. Shout out to the OG Bovin. 1232 high. 1218 is now showing up on the tape. Big move up. And quite frankly, it's not really filling the gaps, the halt gaps. Those usually get filled, and they get filled pretty quick. And then they, and then it moves along its merry way. This is atypical, okay, for these small cap gappers. Usually these intraday gaps will get filled momentarily, even if they're on a wick basis, and spend very little time there. But it's one, it's two, and this one, kind of filled a little bit, almost three gaps there, and those are all halt gaps. And here it goes again. 1244 high, it's up 250%, 1257 high. I'm gonna probably keep correcting myself. This looks like a halt parameter here coming up at 57s. Let's have a look. It is, if we stay 10 seconds in this way, it will halt. MLEC's the ticker up 256.3 to, and there it is. We're halted on MLEC to the high side. The tap, we're gonna be able to see the tap here, 250. 1195 now, so dipping down. I'll report to you guys a little bit closer to the open time, which will be at earliest 12:19:06. So halt time 12:14:06. A little trick, the way I always do this. I'm sure you guys can do it as well. You look at the last entry on the time and sales, and then you just add 5 minutes on top of that, okay? Now, it might not be 5, it might be waves of 10, so you're gonna have to be ready for whatever comes here. But MLEC, all sorts of strong, especially now that SPHL is starting to show signs of weakness, okay? Let me make my case to you guys here. So look at this unbroken higher low, symphony of higher lows. And then, not only are we trading below the 10 EMA for the first time, I want to say, basically since reclaiming it at 1010, but we substantially broke that trend line, and we're trading below it now. So SPHL, for the mean reversion traders, for small cap gappers, I mean, I personally don't do it, but this could be setting up. Now, there's a lot of levels along the way that you could find support at. 15 stands out immediately. Even 16 as well. 16 has been a very key level where the wicks seem to defend at times. But it's the break of this trend line here, so I'll have nothing to do with SPHL. unless I see more and I see better. Yeah, that's that point. Second point, CJMB looks like it's right back at that key area breakout that we talked about. Recall, $4 to $4.25. That was the buy zone on CJMB. That is the buy zone, not was. That was the resistance level. This is an ascending wedge breakout. We come back in. Lo and behold, we're holding 4, but it's a buy zone based upon the closing prints and the wicks. So CJMB could be a good hold here. I would place my stop through this candle low. I'm talking about the 12 o'clock candle, the low of which is $3.95 on the dot. But personally, I would like to see a trend change before I commit any money. And what does that mean? Well, it typically means some higher lows, maybe not higher highs right away, but then you get that curling, that rounding shape as a result of the higher lows. And then the rounding shape really manifests itself once you get those higher highs, and then you get the confirmation. So by definition, you're going to have a worse price because you're not going to be getting it at the bottom. But to me, that's worth the trade. Okay, so I'm certainly looking at CJMB for another long, take it back possibly into that 561. So that's what I'm looking at there. Also, I want to mention IBRX, not a big mover on the day, especially only up 25%. We're talking about all these triple-digit winners with SPHL knocking on the door of 800 at one point. But IBRX has been slow monster over here. You get a 3, where did it reclaim the 10? It reclaimed VWAP and the 10, I want to say, at 333, up to 379. But look, very little in the way of bamboozlement. Even the 4-candle pullback over here clearly holds up at the 10, and then you get a monster green candle subsequent at 12:05 to kind of confirm, yes, that was a doji candle. Yes, that was a candle of a reversal candle, and up into the high of the day, we go at 379. So IBRX here, not a bad looker. It's not a monster. So if you're looking for monsters, you need to look at LEC, CJMB, SPHL, and that gang. So keeping an eye there. I'm still in AUID because it's a much slower mover. I like the bottoming tail candles here into that $2 area and some higher lows. Alas, I know we're going to encounter resistance at 220 and 2.25 if we make it up there, but I'm building my position slowly, and this one is putting in some higher lows as well. So I don't feel all that bad about being a penny or two out of the money on this one, but I'm certainly looking back in the CJMB. Melanin particles. Shout out to Melanin Particles. What do you think about Hood here? Let's have a look. Hood I haven't looked at in a hot minute.
Me neither. I always forget this company exists.
All right, well, not a good look today for it. Certainly, the hooded one is... Why isn't an update on my gang platform? That's 3% in negative territory here. Okay, so closing print on the hood. Let's do a little TA. Looks like it was 119 and 2/3. Clearly selling off. Had basically a very, very indecisive day for it by its standards. I mean, it was a little negative, obviously, relative to where it closed on Tuesday. Wednesday, a bit of an inside day. Today, we lose yesterday's low. Yesterday's low was 116.5, a little bit higher. And now we have a 115.25 low on Hood. So, look. It was a monster last year, though. I mean, we got to pull back a little bit. This looks like an ABCD pattern, possibly a wave 4, probably a wave 4, which will be a longer prolonged pullback. If we're talking about Elliott waves, guys, a more prolonged pullback. This looks like a wave 2 to me over here, and then that's the wave 3. Wave 3, as we know, the biggest, the baddest of the waves, and then this looks like a more prolonged pullback, which is fine, right? It's got to work its way into its valuation. Can't just go up in a straight line, right? So I like Hood. I like what they have to offer, but I know that they were up monstrous last year, so it might be a little bit of a kind of a consolidation phase. Let it work into its valuation, and then it moves along its merry way, especially if he has new product announcements. And I want to see some more data in their earnings about how the prediction markets are doing. What are they going to do about tokenization? We've been talking a lot about that. That could be quite accretive to expanding their TAM, their total addressable market, as new products usually bring on new users. Also, keep an eye out on their wealth management. We've been joking a lot about this, calling them, the JPM of the millennial millennial and the Gen Z generation, right? Where we don't have too much money like the boomers and Gen X. And so we're going to have to find somebody that talks the language that, will do the wealth management. So we'll keep an eye on that. It could be quite expanding for their total addressable market, but that's a different story. MLEC is halted down, I'm being told, absolutely accurate. 1296 high, it is coming down, bleeding its own blood right now. Halted down, 1075, halt time assassino, 12:19:31. The earliest it'll be open is 12:24:31. Adair.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to take a moment here to thank our friends at PDSB. PDS Biotechnology, trading on the NASDAQ as PDSB, is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become, the most positive type of head and neck cancer, the most common type of head and neck cancer in the US in a few years. Learn more at, and write this down, guys, https://www.pdsbiotech.com, and then you're gonna have one more slash. So thank you very much here. You could also just look them up there as well on the thing if the slashes and the www dots were too much, but thank you very much to our friends at PDS Biotech. And I wanna mention here, speaking of health, sort of tangentially, we had someone in the chat, I believe it was S. Murph. Why is no one talking about UNH? Let's take a look here at UNH. While I pull it up, Grant, I did not say the entire URL is a troll. That is how it is, and so I'm going to say it to help people find it. So, not a troll. Okay, this is nice here on UNH, but honestly, I'm going to be real with you, S. Murph. I think the reason maybe no one's talking about it is because we're really hard to get in here. Like, there's just so much, like, chip chop, chip chop, chip chop. The best entry for this is if you are a very lucky person who got into that 332 breakout. That's beautiful. You have risk to what, like VWAP 331. That's amazing, actually. And then this gives you like 6 now, almost 7 points. So that to me is like the best case scenario for getting into UNH. I think maybe the reason no one's talking about it is because I think other than that, there's not really a lot that's compelling here for that entry, at least just in my opinion, for now anyway, right? Let me see here. What are we doing on the 15? Because right now, like sometimes when things are up, I like to look for reversions. I don't have any cause for a reversion right now. Actually, if anything in the 15, this looks like it could break out further. But, well, actually, you know what? Okay, I still stand by, this isn't terribly exciting, but that 338 level was resistance yesterday. So if we break out 338 today, I don't hate it. That being said, do I love it? That would also be a no. I got stopped out of Meta. It happened. It's fine. Stopped out for profit. Again, that should not matter. What happened was I was realizing this area was going to be pretty key here, that 622.50. I gave it a bit of room. I still got slipped like 6-7 cents. That was not intentional. From thank goodness you're there. So I got stopped out again just under 10 cents more or less from slipped more about 10 cents from where my stop was, which is fine. We could be bottom wick and this could go higher again, but I don't really want to get back in just to get back in because I feel slighted by the stock. Like the stock doesn't have feelings and it doesn't care what mine are. So why should I? That being said, one area where I would get long again potentially is if we get back above that 623 because we are really struggling to hold back onto 623. Like I'm happy, I took a tiny piece here. It is what it is. The point is I took the trade that I believe deserved to be taken and that's all that should matter. And that's all that does matter with that being said. Yeah, I think maybe getting back in long on Meta, but I don't want to force it, and especially with the way this book's looking right now, I have no reason to. I want to talk here, though, about EL, because I am still in Estee Lauder, and I actually added to Estee Lauder. Now, you might be like, Adara, your ad is lower than where you took profit. What are you doing, girl? So I mentioned this last week as well when I was on the Midday, and I'm very privileged and lucky to be able to be visiting you guys already 3 times in the New Year's. That's pretty fun. But I have no problem adding where I've actually taken profit before. Even, your average is going to be a little tarnished. But here's the thing. I don't care because my taking is, and once again, regardless of direction, as Obi says a lot, it should be about buying and selling. Where are the buyers? Where are the sellers? So there was clearly some kind of selling here right around VWAP. This is an interesting area to me. So if the area is interesting, it shouldn't matter what direction or if, I'm taking profit or if I'm adding. If the area is of interest, the area should still be of interest. So I like this here on EL. I moved my stop a little bit here just to get into some of these consolidation areas. But right now I'm straight chilling like a straight villain here on Estee Lauder. And Sharif, I have to be honest here, our good friend, the dead one, Apple, keeps trying to whisper to me. Like Tim Cook is like, come over here, Dare. All right, never mind. I pulled the chart up on my big
and I hate it again. This is so choppy. I only liked it because on my side chart it was very zoomed, and all I could see was this little like consolidation, like what, this 560 low, or sorry, I'm talking like this is an expensive stock. That 260 low and that 260.30 high. That is vaguely appealing to the point where I will actually put up my book here and look at it. So that would be the one trade I would take here potentially. But that being said, like I said, when I zoom in, this chart is so ugly that I'm like, do I really want to get involved in what could just be more chop? That's a potential entry here in AAPL, but nothing that I'm going to be clamoring over. And I don't think I mentioned this, though I did put it in the chat. I said goodbye to Oracle, guys. I'm not allowed to trade any more Oracle shorts today because of my rules. We got stopped out. I'm not losing any sleep or crying over this. I will have to reflect, especially in the stop placement of this first trade and the logic of entering the second time. Third time, I think it was completely fair. Just didn't work out. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a great time. Please tag us in the chat if there's anything you want to look at. How are you doing over here?
SPHL is in full reversion mode, so the break of the trend line really was what I thought it was. And you know, again, I'm not going to change the way I trade. I'm not going to go short these small cap gappers, but that doesn't mean I can't observe when a trend is breaking. This is really kind of where I saw it give way. And there it is right there. A compression pattern. Typically, these compression patterns, not always, resolve in the direction of the trend. Clearly, the trend was to the high side, but hey, that's what intraday trading is all about. We always talk about these chart patterns being fractal. They work on the 15, they work on the hour, they work on the daily. However, as I always say, the lower on the time frame you go, the higher the failure rate is for these chart patterns, and that's what we're getting right here. Oh, all right. Sounds good. I appreciate that. All right. So we're going to have Obe coming in because Adara is going to set up for an interview that we have coming up momentarily. So it'll be Obe and I just for a little bit here on the midday, but we'll be Obe and I again tomorrow. So here's the deal. SPHL looks like it's on its way to a couple of levels. Number one, $12. Clear breakout level there. It's a zone. The closing prints on the 750 and the 755 candle close at 11, wick up to 12. So that's a zone here that it could find support at. It's already lost 14. It's already lost 16. Those were key levels. That's why I'm mentioning them. So 12 to 11, another key level, and then another key level for, again, buy zones or for people who are looking to take profits on their short. $9. $9 clearly is the volume weighted average price. And we spent quite a bit of time there at $9 as well. Recall that we had that period of consolidation from 10 till about 10:45, and then we got the big boy breakout. And then this one is starting to look back a little bit. So SPHL on the way down, not a good look for the longs there. However, MLEC also doing it live, doing it big on the day, 220%. This one will be, though, at least a 10-minute halt. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at the trading screen for that one. MLEC. So we got the top there showing 1022. Oh boy, the blood is in the street. Why? Because the halt level is 1131. So we're already slated to open up $1.20, $1.10-ish lower than where we closed out. So that's trouble. Now, here's the deal. 12:19:31. That is the halt time. What is it currently? It is 12:19:11. If this is going to be a 10-minute halt, then we are going to open in exactly 15 seconds. Keeping an eye on this one. Am I going to wet the beak? Okay, I wet the beak here on AUID. Just give me a second, Assassino. Let's see what this one opens up at, because we may open up here in 3, 2, 1. There it is. It is bleeding still in the 9. This one is really dropping. 909 limit down. 909 limit down on this one. I do believe we actually wicked that limit down, and there it is. We are now in the halt parameter, limit down, 909. We need to be at this for about another 7-6 seconds or so, and then it's going to halt down again. So MLEC is giving it up and giving it up in a hurry, and there it is, halted down again. So we've got, what's it called? SPHL bleeding its own blood, and now MLEC is at the volume weighted average price. Assassino, I'm so sorry. What do we have to do? Oh, Obi's ready. Fantastic. Yes, so your boy Obi, he is the one. He is the one.
How's the trading going? I haven't really been listening to what you've been doing. I've had my headphones on.
No worries,
dude. I went to the barber,
Okay.
I was like, okay, there's a slight probability where he might not be in, right?
Yeah, makes sense given the weather.
I didn't have any cash on me. He's cash only, so I go to the bank. And
You go to the one down here then. I know exactly where you go.
There's a RBC at the Raba.
Oh, okay.
There's an ATM machine. So I'm like, I'm not walking all the way to the RBC, around the corner, but there's one just down the road. So I go to the ATM there, and it's a 5-minute walk. I'm like,
Okay.
might as well worth a try. Go in. Every single store on the way there, on the left, is open.
Except him.
Except for them. There's only 2 guys that normally work there. So I was just like, here's getting a little long for my liking. So I was like, yeah, might as well get one today. Not really doing too much, but maybe tomorrow will be better. But that was a bit of a miss.
All right.
Should've called in.
Stopped snowing though?
No, it's still snowing.
It's still coming down.
Still snowing. The trucks are out there. The trucks are out there. So that's good. They're making their rounds as well. And I'm looking for this market to make its rounds back to the downside as well.
Can I show you something?
Yeah,
Because I think this is right down your wheelhouse, and I think that you would have printed monsters on this. Look at this SPHL compression pattern, higher lows, holding the 10 EMA beautifully like a glove. And then look at the breakdown and the signal right there. Like this is this not mean reversion? This is not mean reversion. Like if you were to enter this what would you be looking for? Take me through your style here as to if you were entering a mean reversion trade on SPHL, what would be your criteria?
All right, SPHL, and
Yes,
that
sir.
is on the what?
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ. Okay,
Sir.
cool. I can't really. I don't know why my. Oh, there it is. There's my mouse. I was looking for my mouse on my main screen. I was like, all right, well, we kind of missed that on the screen, but yeah, SPHL. Okay. All right, let's take a quick look at this one here. Okay, now I'm missing. Okay, we'll figure that out. I'll just use this chart here. Okay, so I like this. I was actually watching this one, Shree, this morning because it did show up on my relative volume scanners. Beautiful, beautiful breakdown that's happening right now. It was halting up multiple times as well, right? I have a question for you. When was the first halt down? Was it this guy right here?
Yes.
Right?
Give me 1 second to confirm. You want to know something?
Yes, sir.
We haven't halted down on SPHL yet.
Not once.
Not once.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
But we did have a halt up here, a halt up there, and then we kind of started to slow down. So I'm either looking for the first, if we've only been halting up, I'm either looking for the first halt down, which is distinctly different behavior, right? I don't want to get involved right away, but that will signify, okay, now we're doing something a little different. But you can see this trend break here as well. We broke out pre-market session highs. That was absolutely beautiful, 1235. So if you're taking the breakout on that, that's looking solid. So how I like to think about this is like a lot of the players that are participating in these small caps, they're short-term participants.
Yep.
Right? So when there's short-term participants, they're probably going to get out intraday at some point. And if the longs have been winning, I'm looking for any sort of action from the long side to be distinctly different.
Okay.
So the first time we take any sort of a significant pullback was this right here, after 1120, right? After 1120, we take a bit of a pullback. I don't know if I want to get involved. Maybe I'm taking a shot here, risking to the high. Okay. Guess what? If I did that, still hasn't been stopped out, even on the second pop. But I want to see some confirmation. This could pull back and the buyers can step right back in. But I like the structure breaks on this. Take a look at this 16. That's on the right side of the move. Sure, you can get a little cheeky with it. You can be like, I'm going to get some in here, risk to the highs, maybe get some more in here, pyramid in. That would mean I'm trailing my stop to this lower high now, and then this, maybe get some in here. But this is the money spot, in my opinion, where that is the real structure break. There's probably longs that are like, oh, we're going in for the second leg, that are risking to here, that are risking to here, right? The last halt up was at, what, 1103, and that reference price is at 1530s. We've gone below that reference price. So any and everybody who's gotten long past this point is now out of the money. So I like this 16 level, and I also like this 15 level as well. But you gotta be sitting there. You gotta be watching this really come in, and then see that it is distinctly different from before. Sellers are more dominant now. It is not halting up anymore. This is the first sign of a pullback. I don't know if you really want to use market confluence, because these things do a thing. They kind of work on their own. They kind of do their own thing. But it's more scalpy in nature in terms of how I want to tackle this. Right. So I'm taking maybe taking the 16 breakdown, comes into 14, taking some off as soon as it slows down, maybe watching this 1530 now for potential reload. If it can get past this, then I'm like, okay, well, if anybody bagged this from here, they're kind of back on. They might be willing to hold this for a stronger push, and then maybe taking this 13 structure here as well. That's the more recent low. We're seeing it come back into 15 right now. So I only see one real spot where I can actually take some size for a quick scalp, and it gave you $2, right? I'm not taking this short here and being like, all right, now we're going to VWAP. If I'm looking for VWAP, maybe I'm already short from here and here, risking to the high a day. That's more of the trade where I would be like, all right, maybe if I'm brave enough to take the shorts up in here and then see the lower high, take them into here and then build into this, maybe slam into the 16 such that my average stays in and around near these highs between 19 and 18, then a pullback into 13s is nice. Maybe we get the 10s, but again, this thing, it can still continue to go. This buying pressure is absolutely crazy.
No, that's a great explanation, and a lot of the levels that you're looking at, as I was as well, 16 was a standout for me, and then also the breakout level at, I want to say 12.5. Sorry, the pre-market high, which takes us about 12 1/3. It looks like that almost held to the T, because that bottoming tail candle that we just put in at 12:30, the low of which I believe is almost 13 on the dot. So yeah, great call out there, Obe. Good analysis. All right, AUID is not setting up, so I put a breakout trade on this one for the break of the 210 level. So it's straddling VWAP, but I'm not in it to straddle VWAP, so nothing for me there. By the way, Obe, 2006 Jeep Limited, dropping 5 for you in the chat there. He says, I got 5 on your haircut, bro. Cheer up, big dog. Trust me, he's not even that down. he's going to find the haircut. It's just going to be tomorrow rather than today, right? Because
hopefully he's in, man.
Hopefully he's in. He better come in tomorrow.
I mean, if it stays snowing the way it is all night long, then probably not.
I think it's going to slow down.
It's a snow day.
It is, but I think the temperature goes back up tomorrow, so a lot of the snow that we see here may not even be around for the week. Okay. So I'm good with that.
Yeah, we'll see.
Guys, there is not a whole lot breaking out right now. It's funny because it was very strong earlier. SPHL, AUID, CJMB, even MLEC. MLEC's halted down. But there are these bad boys, the slower movers. Let's put some respect on their name. Let's start with RZLV. I hate saying Z, by the way, but shout out to my American friends, man. 475 looks like it was a top there, takes out that level. 478, very long area of consolidation from basically 10:30 all the way to the breakout there at 12:30, so 2 hours. But the thing is, if you were locked in this trade, nothing really went against you. It kept holding a general area low, and here it is, taking out another area high into 479. We go, so RZLV looking real good and taking out levels as we speak. Likewise, is IBRX up 25, almost 26%. It's not rocketing up, but it's giving you that predictable stair-step up trade that we typically see with the slower movers. So IBRX could be one that you could finagle a trade in. But I'm going to be keeping an eye here on MLEC, because I want to see what this one is going to do, especially now. It looks like we're going to be a bit of a longer haul. 12:29.58 is 39. So it looks like we may be open here in about a minute, less than a minute. So I've got on my atomic clock here, 12:39.10. This one halted at 29.58, meaning the earliest it'll be open now is 12:39.58. So just right on that 12:40 time slot. We're going to keep an eye here on MLEC. The tap, though, not looking appetizing at all. 909 halt, showing 880, but I've actually seen it lower. 878, 870, keeps adjusting. So keep your eye out on this one. We're right at the volume weighted average price. This 909 level here is right at the volume weighted average price. And speaking of volume weighted average price, Wyatt asks, why is my VWAP on SPHL at 1108 and yours shows 9? It really depends on when your chart started populating data. Mine populates data at 4 a.m. So all the price action from 4 a.m. onwards is taken into account. MLEC's open. It's really losing here, though. 865, it goes. It's dropping bigly. It's not going to be tradable for me at these levels. It's below the volume weighted average price. It's got to get above 950, and it just pushed back up here to bring the price action back above into that 974 area. Limit up is 990, guys. We're showing 970. Limit up is 990, the halt level. That's the halt band. So we'll keep an eye here on MLEC. I'd like for it to set up a bit better before I work my way into this trade, if I work my way into this trade at all. But right now it's bleeding its own blood and heading right back down. Another super chat. We got Nikki P, 9784. Shout out to Nikki. He's dropping 5 Canadian in the in the chat. We do appreciate you, Nick.
Thank you.
Afternoon, lads. Huge fan of the show. Any idea what has been going on with TOI? My lady, Topicus, has been bleeding. I personally don't know, but I will look for you, my man. So let's go ahead and pull up that bad boy over here. Take a look at TOI. Oncology. Okay, you're talking about this one, right, Nick? So it's not even that bad. It's within a bit of a range. It's down, yeah, 2.4% today. So Oncology Institute. So value-based oncology company manages community-based oncology practices with which serve patients at approximately 86 clinic locations in 16 markets in 5 states throughout the U.S. Segments include patient services, dispensary, clinical trials, and others. I know somebody that does that kind of stuff. Nobody got it. It's all good. All right. 3 1/4. It looks like it's got support there, guys. By the way, this company is a $322 million market cap. Is this the one, Nick? It's on TSXV. That might be why I got it. Okay, let me look. I do have Topicus. I see what you're saying there. There it is. Let's take a look. Okay, my bad. So this is on TOI on the TSX Venture Exchange. I have data access to that as well. No worries. So I was wondering, I'm like, what is this? This doesn't look that bad. But yeah, I see this one. Okay, let me have a look at my blotter. TOI. I'm not seeing anything, brother. But then again, you know, my blotter's probably not going to have too much in the way of data for Canadian listed stocks, but it does look quite bad. I hate to put it like that, but you did get the death cross between the 50 and the 200. You got it back on the 22nd, I believe. 23rd, 22nd, late October, to put it like that. And since that time, it looks like the 50 has been that area of resistance, the 50 EMA on the 5, which will always be the red line on my charts, on my black charts, acting as a bit of a resistance level. And I see the breakdown, yeah, the breakdown here, it looks like you're coming in to the December 2024 low, so over a year ago. Looks like that 110, though, is a money support level. And I don't say that because of just a double bottom there on, you know, the 18th and the 19th of December of 24. But take a look at what we did in the summer, early summer of 24, late spring, early summer. That 110 was money. And then look what we did after that. So it's bleeding its own blood. $9.37 billion market cap, but I do like that 110 level as support. Now, if that 110 level gives way, let me just get to some more 110 stuff. Look at 110, a clear area of resistance, taking us back to June of 23 all the way to August. So that 110 level was prior area resistance and then support again. And here we are, possibly on the precipice of getting into that support level. So I'm not telling you DCA, I'll never tell you what to buy and sell, but I can just observe, you know, that 110 level does look like it is important, at least for TOI. I hope you do well, brother. And let me know if there's anything else I can cover for you guys there. ROLR apparently is making moves. So who are we going to take off? CGTL is done. We're going to take that one off. Going to put ROLR, see what it's doing. Yeah, it's towards the top end of the range. I could certainly be persuaded to get back into that. DXYZ just ripped up $1. That's the company that holds, of course, we know SpaceX. And by the way, on the news segment, we're going to talk a little bit about the IPO. That's apparently Elon is shopping around for a banker. So that could be very, very soon.
Excited for that one, man.
I can't wait. Yeah. I personally can't wait.
They're saying $1 trillion valuation.
$1 trillion.
It's crazy. That's never been done.
They've never been. But we were going to have two companies, that were supposed to come out at $1 trillion. It was your boy Altman with OpenAI, and as well as Elon. He's looking at IPOing as well for $1 trillion. But I don't think OpenAI is going to come anywhere near $1 trillion anymore. I think their best days are behind them.
There's only one company that's ever IPO'd at over $1 trillion, and I think that's what was it called again?
Which one?
The gas one. The
Aramco?
Aramco.
But it's
yes.
a private company, brother.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I thought there was one in foreign markets, but yeah.
It is a Trilly, but you're absolutely right. All right, we got to pause for a second because we have two special guests, and so we have to go to Adara at the big desk.
Janet Huffman, CEO and CFO of Origenics, and we also have Dr. James P. Kelly, MAMD, FAAN, and FANA. He is the CMO of Origenics. Great to have you both with us today. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Of course, I'm going to start here with Janet. Can you please provide us with an update on Origenics pipeline progress, and what developments are you focusing on in 2026 with that in mind?
Yeah, absolutely. This is an exciting topic of conversation. Origenics has ONP-002 as our lead asset. We have several small molecules. Recently, we announced a partnership with Receptor AI. We're doing some exciting work with Receptor AI, using AI in our pipeline development. They're taking our small molecules and they're applying AI models to them to find potential receptor binding points. That data we'll take into the lab, which will lead us down the path of what indications those small molecules may have as we move forward. We're projecting that the use of AI could significantly reduce the time and cost it takes in our drug development process. And this is something new for Origenics. Receptor AI has been a great partner, and we're excited to see where those small molecules may lead us. We're all in on concussion with ONP-002, but there are other big problems that we would look forward to solving with these other molecules, and AI is going to help lead us in that direction.
I really like that you guys are pivoting towards AI. Certainly going to be a hot topic, I think, in 2026 as well. I want to ask Dr. Kelly here. Can you tell us about the expected outcomes from the company's phase 2 study and shed some more light on the severity of traumatic brain injuries, or TBI?
Sure, thanks. So the Australian locations that we have identified for this phase 2A, as it's considered, study about to launch this month, are actually about feasibility. Can we actually give this novel neurosteroid in a timely fashion in an emergency room after the diagnosis of concussion has been made by clinicians? And then we would be watching with outcome measures that have been validated, not by us, but by huge organizations on a national and international scale, looking at severity of the injury itself through eye movement, tracking systems, through cognitive testing, through symptom severity scales and such, so that we can see ultimately when the medication is prescribed and given, does it actually change the outcome? Can we track that down the road and see that people who take this medication are in fact better off? Right now, the main idea is to see that this scientific approach is feasible in that kind of emergency room setting.
Thank you so much for going over that. I want to ask you both now about the hospital merger in Australia, which I know you just mentioned Australia there, Dr. Kelly. How has this impacted the timing of your phase 2A launch, and what are your plans moving forward? I'll start with you on this, Janet.
So hospital merger, super exciting for Australia, I'm sure. Definitely has caused delays for Origenics in our development process. We're focused on what we can control, not what we can't control. So there are 5 hospitals that merged in the Victoria region. Our lead hospital, Alfred Hospital, is one of them. So right now they're focused on what they need to focus on to get through that transition. And it has slowed down the final ethics approval that we need to launch our phase 2A trial. We expected to get that approval in Q4. It looks like it'll be a few more weeks before we get that approval. But as I said, we're focused on what we can control. So we're doing absolutely everything that we can do to keep the train moving forward while we wait for them to get reorganized around the merger. And as soon as that final approval comes through, we'll be onboarding hospitals and enrolling patients in that trial as quickly as possible.
Awesome. Dr. Kelly, do you have anything to add here with regards to the hospital merger in the trial?
The merger hasn't really directly affected our moving forward with the monitors and the clinicians that are identified to actually do this work. that's an administrative phase, issue around contracts and such that really has, as Janet has indicated. But from my perspective and what it is we need to engage in and how it is we've been rolling this out, that hasn't really slowed down very much at all. In fact, I've had a good time explaining and educating the folks on that end as to what it is the outcome measures should be and how it is to apply them under these emergency room settings. So I think we're all set in many ways and we're raring to go.
We've tried to find a silver lining in every cloud that occurs, right? So for us, it was let's take extra time and let's really enroll the sites on this trial, this drug, what we're trying to accomplish. Let's do extra training. Let's make sure everybody's ready to go and excited to deliver this trial as soon as we have that final approval.
That's the best way to be, for sure. I thank you guys so much for being here with us. I do have one last question for you both. Is there anything else that you'd like our audience to know about Oragenics, and what can we expect from your company in the coming months? Anything else you want to tease out here? I'll start with Dr. Kelly on this one.
Well, I'll have Janet take the lead in the company piece, but let me just mention the dimensions of the problem we're trying to address. There is no FDA-approved medication for traumatic brain injury, so this could actually be a game changer. And the dimensions of the problem are huge. When you look at all of the other common neurological diseases people think of, such as stroke, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, Lou Gehrig's disease, which is ALS, traumatic brain injuries outnumber all of those combined every year. It's a huge problem, a huge human problem that we're trying to address. And I think that that's something that will finally, will make some headway. But let me ask Janet then to answer the other question about the company.
It's the company is focused on exactly what Dr. Kelly's describing. The statistics around concussion are huge. When you hear him say out loud that traumatic brain injury the numbers around traumatic brain injury are larger than all of those diseases combined, it's kind of staggering to think about that we still don't have an FDA-approved drug for this. We're all in on solving that problem, and we're excited to move forward with that. We have a lot of exciting things coming in 2026. Phase 2A is going to be a huge milestone for Oragenics. This will be the first time that our drug is being administered to concussed patients. We're excited to see what the feasibility data readouts come back at. We're going to use those as we continue to communicate with the FDA to submit our IND to move into US-based clinical trials in 2027. We've got our pipeline development that we're working on. What's the next big problem that we can solve? We're not going to take the foot off the gas around ONP-002. It's too important. It's too big of a problem to solve, and we want to be the one to solve it. But we're going to have a lot of exciting data come out of receptor AI, out of our phase 2A trials, and we're continuing to work with Sterling. We've moved our drug manufacturing out of China into the United States, and that's a big accomplishment, one we're super proud of. We're a US-based company. We're doing our work in our drug development in the US, and that drug that they develop will go into our next phase of trials here in the US as well as we move forward. So it's going to be, 2025 was a great year. We moved ONP-002 forward in great ways. 2026 is going to be equally exciting for us.
So excited to see what you guys have next. Thank you again to Janet Huffman, CEO and CFO of Oragenics, and Dr. James P. Kelly, CMO of Oragenics. Thank you both for being here with us today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
My bad, Assassino. I know I disappointed you again today, but yeah, great cause, great interview, and yeah, we're hoping the best for Oragenics, obviously pursuing a very noble cause, and one, you know, that we all know far too much about, and very, very little is being done about it. All right, MLEC, beautiful move up. It's reclaimed $10. It's reclaimed the volume weighted average price, and it is now halted. 1016, Obi. MLEC was a big boy mover. I don't know if you had eyes on this one, but this was another big small cap gapper on the day, up 187%.
I'm more involved like in IWM right now, which is maybe similar, right? Small mid caps,
Yeah, fair.
whatever. But yeah, a break of trend from the morning here. If I can get my mouse to get back on the screen. Okay, yeah, right here. So you can see very, very strong off of the open. Maybe distinctly different from that of the ES and the NASDAQ. We had strong selling and then chop, 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 chop. We came back into the highs. We broke the highs on the ES once again, and then now pulling back once again as well. But IWM, distinctly different, broke out of its opening range, trending higher, and then we had this crazy acceleration right here. Let's go to a higher time frame. I just want to go to a 3-minute so we can potentially see it a little bit better here. So you can see when we finally break out of this 265.80 zone, we start pushing with volume and even faster, even stronger action there, all the way up to 267s. I did get involved here a little bit there and stepped away from the desk, stopped out, came back in. I'm like, all right, now structure is starting to break a little bit here. I got to get rid of these wicks, but starting to catch a little bit of a pullback alongside with that of the market. VWAP is all the way down at 265s and some change. So let me just edit this right here because that wick is a dark pool wick that we do not need to worry about right now. So once I get that out right there. So you can see here, VWAP 265s and some change. So I did get involved. We did have an interesting kind of a bid up there where we broke that range high. And I was just like, all right, well, my stop hasn't really come in just yet, but I'm going to wait around. And with that selling that stepped back in, I'm looking for this range break to really follow through to the downside, maybe some mean reversion back down into VWAP here on IWM. So that's really what I have going on. Nothing too crazy. I'm about to go grab some lunch as well.
Oh.
So lunchtime trading on some of these large caps and ETFs. Not always very fruitful, but I'd like to sit around and look for any opportunity I can take for the most part. And it seems like IWM right now is making its way down, but so is the rest of the market. So we have some decent tailwind there at the same time. So that's all I really have going on.
And there's a whole bunch of eggs there, Obe. So I had only seen the carbohydrates that they had brought because they had the eggs and the sausages a little elevated. So your boy obviously took the liberties of, 5-fingering a bunch of different eggs. We're gonna be eating a little bit of this. So help yourself, Obe, in case you didn't see that those were there. All right, Adara, welcome back. Tell us how your trades are looking.
Yeah, I had Apple short, so I was cooking. I was like Tim Cook. I was doing this. Here's what happens. I was like, oh yeah, guys, I take this down. Yeah, because things should be on and things should be good, but certainly was on the heat on this Apple trade. So I'm like, okay, I like this short. I mentioned it right as I was talking. Actually, it broke below that 259 area just below 260. So I almost missed it. I kind of had to be a little finicky with this. I did 259.88. You can see it on the screen. So not exactly where I wanted. I usually don't like to chase, but I thought the price action was pretty good. I take that. I go to the washroom. I come back and we were 50 cents for money. I was like, okay, Apple. So I took go to third there, maybe presumptuous. Then I go to set up for the interview. Da-di-da-di-da. Then I look at my screen. I can see my screen. Oh my gosh, Apple's dropping more. So before the interview started, I ran over here. I took another little bit off. So I'm just over half out of this. I have a feeling we might at some point break above this 250. What is this? Words. 259.20s level, so that's about where I'm going to be waiting, but I like this right now, and actually at this point I'm thinking there could potentially be reason to add to the position. Now, Adara, you already took profit here. Why would you add? As I've said, reasons to buy, reasons to sell do not care about my average. They don't give a hoot. So with that in mind, my add would have to be where is this most recent low? 258.75s. So we directly break below that. I'd potentially be tempted to add because I think it could still go forward. I think Apple wants some more smoke to the downside. I like this apple crisp. What's your favorite type of apple themed dessert or apple sharif?
I just like apple pie.
Nice, yeah. Joe would not like that.
No, I don't think he would. Thank you so much, SP Williams, for the $5 super chat. I don't know what you're talking about there, but enough respect to you, KOS, king of small cappers. I don't think so, though, but thank you. I call you the thinker. Your thoughts on IBRX. I'm looking right at it, and it looks good. Next resistance level, can you run it in your opinion? Let's have a look at IBRX at the bottom right of your screen there. And I've had this one up all day. I gave you RZLV and IBRX as more slower movers than some of their compatriots today, but IBRX seems, at least for the moment, to be in downtrend. Now, having said that, it's still holding up above the 10 EMA on the 5. It's not as quick to bounce off the 10 EMA like it did over here with this doji candle, a reversal candle, and or candle of indecision at 12 o'clock. And this was on volume, mind you. This was over 1 million shares, one of the largest volume candles on the day, and closing yellow on my chart means open price, close price, 5 minutes later, same. So obviously some equilibrium there, but that was where the equilibrium ended, because the subsequent candle at 12.05 was decidedly green, and that one kept putting in higher lows all the way up in 386. It's at 77s right now. I don't think this is a bad look. If you were to get in here, I personally would be given 7 pennies worth of risk into 70. You could give it to that if you were a little bit more, willing to take risk and definitely had some more conviction. You give it to the doji candle low. That takes you to 360. There's another level. 350 though, the volume weighted average price and the psychological area of support. Moreover, it clearly had resistance at 350 to be expected. We know that the half dollar and the whole dollar typically act a little bit, funny with these small cap gappers. So 350 overlapping VWAP as well as breakout levels from the implied balance high. The implied balance high was 355. That's where we got at around 945 this morning. I don't think it's a bad trade. Right now, it's certainly slowed down. IBRX is the ticker I'm talking about. It's basically done nothing. I've been looking at it. And this current candle, mind you, has this current candle, well, let's just go to one that just closed. 119,000 shares. This one's got 75,000. So the volume really dropping off. We just talked about this one happening over 1 million. So not a bad look, but certainly not the best at the moment. Now, TJMB is the only one I'm really looking at in the world of small cap gappers because, it's holding up above VWAP. It's still generally putting in higher lows. If you were to take every area trough and identify the major trough levels, area over here, higher low over here, another higher low over here, but it's also putting in an unbroken lower high. Can't really shake that 4 1/3 either, and we know for certain that 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 is kind of that flat top zone. So you could be setting up here on CJMB for a break through that 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I don't think that that's a bad trade. I personally would give it to prior trough low. Prior trough low is the candle there at 12.25, the low of which is 356. So you're in at 416. You're going to have to risk, give or take, 65 pennies, 70 pennies or so. But it is 3 after 1, and it is time for us to start the news. There's a whole lot to talk about today, guys. A lot of chip names were in play. I'm sure you guys can tell the chip names are basically still up high single digits, so they're still in play. So let's get right down to work. And by the way, guys, if there are any small cap gappers, make sure to tag myself or Adara in the chat, and then we'll kind of identify them, stop the news, and we'll cover them. Anything you really want to cover.
Though too, actually.
Go ahead.
So NFLX, you get above and pointing this out to me. It's been kind of harder to see this stuff, so I'll pull up the chart. NFLX and watch your striking and deal with so many pictures. A multi-year global pay one deal for SPCE films after theatrical and home entertainment windows. Not much of a move here though in the stock. That's it, Netflix.
All right. Let's start the news over here. So let's talk about the China backlash right now, or sorry, the backlash to selling these H200s to China. So as we know, as we reported to you guys yesterday, the Trump administration has now approved NVIDIA to resume sales of the H200 AI chips to China, reversing earlier restrictions. Just to put it into some context, this is NVIDIA's second strongest or second most advanced AI chip, of course, lower than the Blackwell chip, the B200 and the GB200. The new rules there are new rules, though, with these new export allowances that impose testing, clarification, and allocation limits. We'll get to those in a minute. But lawmakers here and former officials are arguing the move risks weakening the U.S. lead in AI by allowing the Chinese to get their hands on these chips. Many different people, including former White House Asia advisor Matt Pottinger, he warned that selling the H200 chip could accelerate China's military modernization. we're talking about their nuclear systems, cyber warfare, autonomous drones, intelligence operations, the gamut of different parts of the military that could, get a buoy as a result of having the H-200 en masse. Several Republican lawmakers echoed those concerns, framing, the advanced AI chips as military-grade technology. Democrats were a lot more direct in their criticism. They argue the policy effectively hands China a strategic advantage. We're going to get to the real thing in a second, but let's just read the article. The White House argues, though, for their part, that allowing limited sales discourages Chinese firms, including Huawei, from rapidly developing. We know that the Chinese are rapidly developing anyway, so that they can be autonomous. And AI czar's David Sachs, he kind of echoed the same sentiment. He says, look, controlled exports keep NVIDIA technology ahead while, shaping global standards. If they're not going to use American technology, they're going to use their own, or, look to develop it in-house. Now, here's the deal. These are the new guardrails and oversights that have been put in with these new export controls. Export chips must be reviewed by third-party testing labs to verify AI capabilities before shipment so they don't get stronger chips than they're allowed. And China cannot receive more than 50% of the volume sold to U.S. customers. So NVIDIA must certify adequate domestic supply first before they supply any other country, including China. And Chinese buyers, that is, must demonstrate strong security procedures and pledge non-military use. Now, let's just be realistic here for a second. You can pledge whatever the hell you want. And then you can do basically whatever you want with these chips if you believe there are no cutoff switches or tracking devices, which the Chinese said, in their opinion, the H-20 was compromised. I don't know why the H-200 would be any different. In addition to that, we already know that the Blackwell is in China. We already know the H-200 and the H-100 in China. There's videos all over the internet of these things en masse there. So you're telling me that they're not able to reverse engineer the technology that they already have there, and that these H-200s are going to make things worse? To me, it doesn't make a difference. We already know the Chinese have them. They get them through Singapore. They get them through Vietnam. It's just about, creating an official branch. So I don't think it really moves the needle. Adara, what's your take on this whole story?
Yeah, it does not move the needle at all. And as I keep saying, and people in the chat get really worked up when I say this, but I want to clarify what I'm trying to say here. China's going to make their own chips anyway. And at this point, they actually are, because we didn't give them the chips. So it's not like, China will get ahead if we give them our chips. No, China got ahead because you were not giving them the NVIDIA chips, at least partially. And again, I'm not trying to compare quality. That's usually where people get up in arms, like, oh, Adara, the quality's different. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point is they're able to make strides and eventually maybe get to a better quality because you kept the chips out in the first place. So again, as you said, I think this is such a non-issue. I think it's such a nothing burger. I think the market's bored of this. I think I'm bored of it. China doesn't want the chips. The U.S. is scared to sell the chips. It's a weird chip-related Cold War that I don't know. It's just it's such a non-issue, again, unless something exciting happens. But it's not like I'm trying to wish, geopolitical unwell. But I think at that point, unless that happens, it's just going to be a boring catalyst. Just want to let you guys know, U.S. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, she's set to have a media briefing. It's supposed to start at 1. Usually she starts around 1:15, 1:20. I have that in my ear. Once that starts, I'll keep you guys posted.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and I'm seeing all the comments come in. I agree with you guys. The Chinese, I just don't count out the Chinese. Okay, I just don't. I've seen too much. Anyway, let's go on to the next story. U.S. imposes targeted AI chip tariffs in order to push their own manufacturing. So what are we talking about here? The Trump administration is imposing a 25% tariff on select, we don't know which ones yet, high-end AI chips, including, so we do know some of them, the H200 from NVIDIA and MI325X from AMD under a national security order. The move follows a 9-month Section 232 investigation, which targeted advanced semis. The action, though, is framed as a strategic effort to reduce the reliance on foreign chip manufacturing, and we know exactly who he's talking about here. It is, of course, Taiwan, where the great majority of advanced AI chips are still manufactured, whether or not they have an Arizona fab or not. The majority are made there, and they're 2-nanometer process, by the way, exclusively in Taiwan. The White House highlighted that the U.S. currently produces only about 10% of the chips that it consumes, and the tariffs are designed to incentivize domestic semiconductor production and, of course, reshore the critical supply chains which have been overseas for quite some time. The tariffs will not apply to chips imported for U.S. data centers, startups, consumer electronics, and non-data center industrial uses or public sector applications. So he just basically listed every single important sector that uses AI chips. So I'm not really understanding how this is supposed to reshore anything. Data centers, startups, consumer electronics, non-data center industrial uses, and public sector applications. That seems like a wide spectrum for me. Anyway, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick will have broad discretion to grant additional exemptions if he wakes up on the right side of the bed. The annex clarified these tariffs will not stack up, though, on previous 232 duties. They're going to be on their own, so it's not going to be another 25% on what already was put. China-bound chips must now detour through the U.S. for third-party testing. We just explained that to you guys in the previous story, and the administration signaled it may consider broader semiconductor tariffs in the future. Adira, is this just more of posturing because he seems to have a lot of leeway here for imports?
Yeah, I don't have that much to say on this. I think the way it was, I literally read the thing and I was like, this is just so vaguely worded. The whole thing, as you said, it's not really clear what they're trying to do. I think they just want to be like, okay, we had the Section 232 investigation. Here's the response. We got a fact sheet. I don't know. I don't have too much to say on this because truthfully, I don't think the White House has too much to say on this either. All
right, let's go on to the next story. Taiwan freaking semiconductor. What a report. I mean, where the hell is it? TSM, show yourself. TSM up 5.5, $344, 1.4 trillion, knocking on the door of 1.5 trillion. Taiwan Semi, not a U.S. company, mind you. Did it overtake Broadcom? No, Broadcom still 1.6.5. So let's talk about how they did. They posted a 35% year-over-year jump in their Q4 profit. Just their profit. We're not even talking about top-line growth. That beat analyst expectations, and it set a new record. Surprise there. Revenue. 1.04 trillion new Taiwanese dollars, which is give or take about $33.75 billion, which tops the estimates. Net income, came in at 505.7 new Taiwanese dollars, well above forecast, and this marks the 8th straight quarter of year-over-year growth profit. Fantastic look, fantastic company. Their HPC, though, their high-performance computing, that includes AI as well as 5G. It accounts for 55% of their Q4 revenue. Smartphone-related demand, only about 32%. This was the majority of their revenue used to come from smartphones for the Apples and for the others. Now it really is more about AI. 55% of their Q4 revenues coming from there. Now look at this. 7 nanometer or smaller or lower represented 77% of their wafer revenue, meaning that they're not wasting their time on the less advanced chips. They are really at the cutting edge, and that's where the majority of their money comes in. Beautiful look there for the full year. Advanced nodes made up 74% of their revenue, and management confirmed their plans to ramp up 2 nanometer production further in 26. But those likely some of them at least, will be subject to the 25% tariffs because all the 2 nanometer process for Taiwan Semi is in Taiwan. Nothing is in Arizona. They also guided current quarter revenue 34.6 to 35.8 billion. That implies a 38% year-over-year growth at the midpoint. CapEx, and this CapEx number is going to feature greatly in the next story about ASML. $52 to $56 billion. It's not the eye-watering, 90 billion like, we've heard from Amazon, the 60-some-odd, 70-some-odd billion that we've heard from Meta, but this is still pretty big for a $1.5 trillion company. 52 to 56 billion CapEx in 2026, and analysts expect 2026 to be another breakout year for AI servers. Adira, what's your look?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's a good report, right? I think it's hard kind of to opine in these earnings reports because it's like, it came out, it happened, right? I honestly, I don't want to opine too much on something where I feel like I'm not providing any value on it. But yeah, I mean, I think I'll have more to say with the ASML part of this.
Sounds good. Let's go on to ASML. So as I mentioned, Taiwan Semi unveiling a $52 to $56 billion CapEx plan for the year. As TSMC's critical lithography supplier, ASML stands to benefit directly and greatly from the higher fab expansion and node transition, especially for the EUV. Now, ASML just doesn't make EUV; they make deep ultraviolet, DUV, etc. And now EUV may not be the most cutting edge. There is something in the works. The next step. We'll get to that maybe on a later date. But anyway, ASML shares, I don't know where they're at right now. Where are they at? They're up 6 1/3, pushing the market cap to over $500 billion, a major psychological and valuation milestone. Investors welcome, though, Taiwan Semi spending as a form of validation that the AI chip demand is going to benefit ASML as it is others. It reflects confidence as well that the advanced manufacturing tools remain in a bottleneck. You can't get enough of these advanced or extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. It takes, I think, like a year or 8 months to build one. What the hell is that noise?
Not mine.
Okay, something's going on. Anyway, Wells Fargo also raising the price target on ASML from $11.40 to $14.50, reiterating their overweight position. The firm cited updates to its bottom-up semiconductor model, and it highlighted the industrial and electrical AI indicators. It's the EUV lithography tools which remain mission critical for producing the most advanced chips. Adara, what's your take on ASML?
Yeah, I want to focus here on the trading side of things because I think it'll be kind of an interesting conversation. I think one of the things hopefully that I'm able to provide at this desk is a different trading perspective because we know everyone trades different things. Sharif trades these small caps, Obi and Sean. Well, Obi kind of trades a lot of whatever. Sean will trade a lot of these large caps, but also trade a lot of breaking news. I trade spread, and ASML is spread. And I, especially as of lately, I've specialized a lot in these spready tickers around the open. So I think one thing that I can kind of provide is a bit of a look on that. So I think with trading these spready tickers, especially on news, especially ASML, I mentioned this earlier, if something gaps up on news, especially I find ASML with those upgrades that we had going back to the end of December as well, you want to be careful. You want to watch, and I think don't immediately think to revert it, but I think you want to be very careful and be very aware and just watch the tape, watch the book, and be patient. And I'm not recommending to anybody hop in these right away and start trading them like a fiend. Shout out to Travis Scott off the open. But I'm saying I think even if you're just on the sim, even if you're just watching book, watching tape, looking at the 1 minute, I think it's going to give you a really interesting.
It's Carolyn Levitt.
Oh, yeah. Why? I didn't realize that's so weird. It should be in my head. I'm sorry, I don't know why that's coming out. I guess the computer is being weird. See if I can fix the setting on that. But either way, hopefully we'll be able to hear Caroline, and she will not be able to come to the speaker, so I do apologize for that, guys. But yeah, I mean, with regards to ASML, just from a trading perspective, I do think it's a good exercise if you do kind of want to take these types of names. Next time ASML especially has any kind of news, just watch what it does off the open, watch the tape, and again, don't jump in right away. Maybe try on the sim, see how you feel about it, but I think it can provide a really good trading opportunity, and maybe not the one that you might expect it to be. I'm going to see if I can fix the settings on this.
All right, let's go on to SanDisk, another one that's been very strong, SNDK. Let's just see do I even have SanDisk on my watch list here? I don't know why I haven't. Oh, my SIM account and my other account are not jiving with the watch list. There we go. So SNDK, Katina, man, year to date, what do you think SanDisk is up? And mind you, we're only a few days into the year, Katina, man. So, Katina, man, it's up 76%. It's the 15th, bro. It's the 15th of January. Unreal. So this thing's already been crazy. Very, very strong. Let's talk about Barclays. Analyst Thomas O'Malley raised SanDisk's price target sharply from $220 to $385, reflecting a more constructive long-term outlook for memory and storage. The firm maintained the equal weight rating. That's something to keep an eye on there, not overweight. Maintain the equal weight rating, signaling some confidence in upside valuation while stopping short of that full bullish re-rating of overweight. Barclays framed 2026 as another AI-driven cycle where proximity to AI and artificial intelligence infrastructure in general is going to be kind of accretive to the company's value. The analysts emphasize that AI exposure alone is no longer enough, though, with quality execution and positioning and within the AI supply chain becoming increasingly more important and critical. O'Malley did highlighted a coming shift where quality will ultimately rise to the top as investors debate how much AI demand can realistically be deployed as well as monetized. But he says SanDisk is being centric to the pillars of the AI ramp up, and he's implying a favorable upside and good exposure. Any comments you have, Adara, on SanDisk? We can go to the next story.
Yeah, I don't need, it's an analyst note. I don't really want to talk about it.
All right, let's talk about Applied Material rallying on Wells Fargo upgrade today. APLD, let's see where APLD is at. In fact, APLD is one of the only negative names in the world of semiconductors, microchips. Funny enough, Wells Fargo, they did raise the price target on Applied Materials to $350 from $290, maintaining that same overweight rating. The upgrade does follow a refreshed kind of bottom-up semiconductor industry model and a broader review of sector positioning heading into next year, or into this year, I should say. He also sees Applied Material as well-positioned within the kind of the capital equipment segment to benefit from this. He says as well that they benefit from exposure to AI token-driven supply demand, wafer fabrication as well, wafer fabrication equipment, I should say, and advanced node complexity. We just finished talking about the 3 and the 2 nanometer by Taiwan Semi, and that's why analysts believe quality, scale, and strategic positioning will matter more as investors debate on how much AI demand can realistically be deployed. They also point to the industrial and electric leading AI indicators, and they tie that wafer fabrication equipment die-to-wafer model. He says that remains supportive, implying continued strength. So APLD down 0.5 point on the day, but you might want to take a look at that for the coming earnings report. Morgan Stanley next on the list over here. So obviously Morgan, one of the bigger banks, with Goldman today reporting earnings before the bell. Let's talk about this earnings report. 268, comfortably ahead of the 244 for EPS. That was expected by analysts on revenue that came in at $17.89 billion. That tops the expectations of $17.77. So an easy beat on the top and the bottom line, with the upside largely driven, funny enough, by recurring fee-based business. So typically we hear a lot about, the trading desk doing well. This is fee-based, so it's more wealth management as well as other things that they charge fee for. Wealth management right there delivered $8.4 billion in net revenue, up from $7.5 this time last year. For the full year as well, wealth management generated a record $31.8 billion in net revenue for all of 2025, with elevated equity markets as well as higher client asset values continue to provide, that powerful tailwind. Trading activity, supportive, right? But not leading like we're seeing with the fee-based management. Trading activity across Wall Street remains robust, which supported both the results in the equities division as well as in their fixed income. Investment banking showed a little bit renewed momentum with improving M&A. We've been talking a lot more about this, and the wrath of Lena Khan is over, those 4 years. And now we're seeing a lot more M&A and more IPOs coming to market. Adara, what can you take?
Yeah, I want to talk first here about MDB. People are asking me what's the news. I've seen one account comment on this, so I'm very cautious to say it's news. But yeah, it sounds like there's some kind of startup involvement here with MDB. Apparently, MDB for startups companies now represent more than $200 billion in combined valuation. I don't know if that's the story. I've seen that one headline come out. I'm going to check here on Benzinga. But yeah, really good look here for MDB. Volume, though, is very negligible. It's actually below. Yes, that is the story here. They're expanding their MDB for startups with launch partners Fireworks AI and Temporal as program companies surpass $200 billion in combined valuation. And that's a weirdly worded headline, so I'm going to put it in the chat for you guys. But yeah, that's why MDB is up. Again, volume is not significant. We are below 100 million in volume. Yeah, here, honestly, with Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, and just for both of them here, oh, that's not the right headline. I'll do this again, just so you can see this. Yeah, just so you know, Caroline's taking questions as well. But here is this question or headline there for MDB. With regards to, again, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, you guys are doing a million things at once. I have this fun infographic here, XTTV Research. I put this together this morning. This is both reports, right, which I think is interesting. So with Morgan Stanley, expense efficiency ratio, a little bit lower here on a year-over-year basis. Return on tangible common equity, I believe, slightly higher on a year-over-year basis. Probably not actually a metric I know a lot about, but either way, 64.3. Interesting look. They had the double beat, and I think it's really interesting here, Sheree, from market reactions. We were here to talk trading, and I always want to bring everything back to that. So Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, compared to the other banks, like we had JPM, day one, flub, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, BAC, 3 for 3, flub, GS and MS, both near intraday highs. So I think at least from a trading perspective and a market perspective, they won this earnings season, even though Goldman Sachs actually missed earnings.
All right,
Sales.
thank you for that. By the way, Casino, I just want to show this over here. I misspoke, guys. So AMAT is not APLD. I'm looking at the wrong one. AMAT or Applied Materials is AMAT, which is up 8%. So this note here did certainly move the needle. 8%. My mistake. AMAT, not APLD. Thank you guys for in the chat for correcting me. My mistake there. Let's talk about Tesla. So Tesla, you know, it's up 0.75% on the day. It's not so bad, but that's not what we really want to talk about. We already talked about FSD, full self-drive, going into SaaS mode. He's ending basically the one-off payment that you can get at the point of sale. I think it's $8,000 in the States. Ironically, it's going to be ended on Valentine's Day, the 14th of February, will be the last time you can buy FSD and hold it in perpetuity. And yes, Katina, man, it goes with the car. It does not go with the person. And that is really important there because then, you know, if you don't want to hold on to the car anymore. But that's all we're talking about today. Apparently, your friend Elon is doing some shopping. But he's not looking for new shoes. In fact, what he's looking for, he's interviewing bankers for a potential IPO for, yes, that other company that we always talk about, SpaceX. Valued, by the way, at $800 billion in the private markets in the last funding round, widely speculated to be coming to market at around, if not over, $1 trillion. That would be a record. Investors are watching, though, for potential strategic overlap. And I don't know exactly what they're watching for, but they're looking for overlap between Tesla, SpaceX, and AI, which are using, of course, with AI, a common theme between all three. Market consensus, though, is suggesting that the SpaceX IPO headlines alone are unlikely to kind of materially move the needle for Tesla, and I would have to agree with that. Also, we are looking now, I think we're less than 2 weeks away from Tesla earnings, which are scheduled after the bell on the 28th of January. Today is the 15th. Here's what we're expecting so far. These numbers could change as time elapses. We're looking for EPS of 43 pennies. That would be a monster drop from the 73 pennies per share they printed last year, reflecting, of course, margin and volume pressure. We see deliveries are dropping. In fact, Q4 deliveries, as we reported to you, fell to about 418,000 units, down sharply from 496,000. Sold in 2024 at the same time as well. It would be remiss not to mention the loss of the $7,500 EV tax credit, which obviously increases the sticker price. Try to combat that somewhat by dropping standard versions of the Model Y and Model 3, which are cheaper than their other counterparts. But I don't know how much that's going to move the needle. Any comment here, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting, too. I kind of wonder how this SpaceX IPO is going to impact Tesla, because I think as of right now, TSLA is sometimes traded in sympathy with, like, the SpaceX stuff. But if it's his own company, I think TSLA loses some of that juice, right? Because people are just probably going to mostly trade SpaceX. Or maybe I also wonder what happens to the likes of DXYZ, right? But either way here, from an intraday perspective, just to marketify it, if I will, that 443.5, interesting. Let's see if we break out of it. Generally, though, we've been in a downtrend, trying to break out of that downtrend. I like this. I'll zoom out to let's do a day. Let's do an hourly. Let's be wild here. Let's do a 4-hour, because I think that's kind of a fun time frame. Okay, so this is kind of interesting here. A 4-hour, we are having some issues with that 445.80. Let's see if this P8 chart, percolates here. Excuse me. Yeah, that 500 rejection is really spicy. With that in mind, I mean, I wonder, you never know for sure, but let's say that Tesla does care about the SpaceX IPO. Should we get it? Maybe that's the thing that takes us to 500, because we keep thinking we're going to get that 500. We have not yet. As of right now, 4-hour, we're kind of stagnant. I think if we get above that 445, could be interesting. I think, getting back above that 452 and then to 500, probably what TSLA needs.
All right, guys, I want to comment a little bit here about SpaceX. Of course, we know SpaceX owns Starlink. Whether or not Starlink gets, branched off and made its own company and IPOs that way. But I just came back from vacation and I was on WestJet. Now, WestJet is like one of the two main carriers, maybe Air Transat, maybe we got three, but it's one of the bigger carriers here that we have, of course, after Air Canada. And they have internet through Starlink. They don't call it Starlink because I think they're trying to Canadify it. They say it's with TELUS, I don't know, mobile internet. But I did a little digging, and apparently TELUS is using Starlink. The reason I'm talking about this is because I have never used such great internet. Not only is it great by like home standards or by, you know, cellular standards, but by airplane standards, it just blows the top off anything I've ever used. I've used a bunch on Air Canada, Air France, British Airways. They're all zero compared to what I was using. I was streaming the entire time. Not once did it lag. I had my cell phone connected. I had my iPad connected on the tray table, and I was just watching 20, 30, 40-minute videos the entire time. It's a 5-hour and change flight. Didn't feel it. It is some of the best internet I have ever used, and I've never used it before, so I couldn't really vouch for it. You can hear what other people have to say, and I respect that, but I've never used it myself. It is that good. And I'm talking like quality speeds. The girl beside me was downloading apps, you know, downloading games, and she was all over the internet there, and it was really that good. So I'm just vouching for, I wanted to mention that for myself. That's my experience with the whole thing. So, you know, if that means anything to you, if, you know, having cell phone signals without towers everywhere is something that you think moves the needle, this could be something interesting to be invested in when and if this IPOs. So just wanted to get that. And of course, XYZ has some exposure to Starlink, as we know. Let's talk about Amazon launching a European sovereign cloud to meet EU rules. This is something I think we're going to have in Canada as well, as people are getting quite concerned about their data being in the hands of U.S. tech companies and the U.S. government able to exercise control over those tech companies. To assuage some of those concerns, here's what they're doing. European regulators continue to push for data sovereignty, aiming to ensure sensitive data generated in the EU is stored, processed, and governed entirely within the EU jurisdiction. Now, you know I have my issues with the European Union and how they're fining some of these American companies, but I think this is something that we're going to see a lot more of as the world becomes quite parcelized. Concerns have grown around the dominance of U.S. tech giants in Europe's cloud infrastructure and the potential exposure of European data to non-European governments. Listen to this. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, as a collective, control roughly 70% of all of Europe's cloud market, I should say. 70%, those three companies. You can see their concern here. AWS formally launched what they're calling the European Sovereign Cloud, which is going to be headquartered in Brandenburg, Germany. It's physically and logically separate from other AWS regions and is designed to ensure EU-only control. Amazon created actually a new EU-based parent company that's going to control all this stuff, and they're saying it's going to be European individuals, and there's going to be management. Everybody's going to be European. Nothing is going to be American, according to this article. AWS stated that the sovereign cloud has no critical dependencies on non-U.S. infrastructure, and under extreme scenarios, authorized EU resident AWS staff will have independent access to secure replica of the source code needed to maintain the services. So what they're trying to do is, I guess they're trying to, you know, number one, get on the regulator's good side, and number two, they're trying to assuage some of the fears that some of these companies have. Any comment, Adair?
Yeah, the comment I have here is it's interesting. Trump opined on this today around 10:55 a.m. and people were going to say, like, I actually think maybe that could have been why we had a bit of a move in the market just before 11. But as always with the Trump 2 social post with an article involved, there is a catch. And I always like to get more into details because I like doing deep dives for you guys. And as I've said here, I think like why I like to be kind of selective when I weigh in the news segments, because I want to make sure I'm providing value in some way. And one of the things I provide value in is caring way too much about tiny details. So with that in mind, let's get into it. So Trump posts this at 10:55 a.m. today. This is very unfair for our tech companies and for the United States of America. So I see he's got this infographic here from X, and basically what it says is that EU is making more from fines on U.S. tech than from tax on all European tech. This is from 2024, so it's about a year old, and I haven't done the info and the research yet, but I notice that when he takes the screenshot, he doesn't have the date on the post. And I have also talked about this before. Anytime Trump posts a photo or an article or something, check the date, because a lot of times they're old. So I go and I type this exact wording into X, because X has a fantastic search feature, unfortunately, unlike Truth Social, sorry to say it. But so I search this up on X, and look what I get here, guys. I get a post from December 8th,
of 2025. So again, once again, always be careful here. When you see stuff from Trump, a lot of it is a little bit older. That being said, I think the point that I'm trying to make here, why I bring this up in the first place, is clearly on his mind. And, you know, maybe we'll get some kind of action here against the EU. Unclear if that would really be good from a geopolitical standpoint, but either way, I think interesting and potentially why we got a little bit of a positive reaction, specifically in these tech names around when this was posted. But again, older post once again here from Trump being reissued.
Yeah, and we should probably mention as well, Jameson Greer basically gave a non-exhaustive list of companies, European companies that, you know, could be subject to, let's just say, you know, reprisal or counter regulations. So, you know, whether or not, you know, that ends up happening or maybe it forms part of the negotiations, but the Americans are alive to this, and I think they're going to retaliate. So we're going to have to wait to see. And we joke about it all the time on the show. You know, we laugh. Oh, another American tech company gets fined by a European regulator, whether it's a European regulator or England, who's separate, obviously. But you know, it is a pressing issue. It is a pressing issue, and I think the administration is alive to it. Let's talk about Bitcoin. Bitcoin barely holding on to 96,000 as we speak, I believe, with the day low today being 95,423, the day high 98,490. So we still haven't even touched 99, let alone 100. It rallied sharply while stocks pulled back yesterday, which highlighted kind of the renewed rotation into crypto as geopolitical tensions and maybe regulatory anticipation as well. Fresh 2-month highs, though. So as I mentioned, 98,490. Here it says 97,850, but that was at the time of the writing of this article, of course. And that would put the year-to-date now for the coin at about a little bit over 10%. That's year-to-date up. Attention does remain, though, on the upcoming vote in the U.S. Senate, especially the Senate Banking Committee, which tied to the crypto industry oversight and regulatory clarity. The market views, you know, a potential progress on this issue, a clear crypto framework, that is, as a medium-term tailwind. You know, whether the SEC or the CFTC, when's a coin a commodity, when's it an asset, a security, I mean. Better clarity, I think, means more institutional involvement, whether you agree with that or not. I think reasonable people can disagree on that. And in terms of how the price action, how traders are doing, over the last 24 hours, this was probably an old number. More than $380 million in crypto liquidations occurred, largely driven, though, by short positions getting squeezed, and Bitcoin's open interest as well rose alongside the price. What does that say? That means it's pointing to fresh positioning rather than a purely short covering interest here. So that's kind of one way to be able to tell them apart. Anyway, we're still below that key area of psychological resistance at $100,000. We're going to have to see if it can clear it easily or whether we're going to have, you know, that prolonged period below the level. Any comment on Bitcoin, Adara?
Yeah, I think I want to talk about Coinbase. This is actually on our Trader TV live watch list, so shout out to that. And as you can see, I'm trying to attempt a short here right now, but we'll see how that goes. But so we basically had the Senate Banking Committee postponing discussion of a draft crypto market structure legislation, basically a little bit after we had CEO Brian Armstrong of Coinbase, the shiny one, as we used to call him here, opposing the bill. So interesting to see, I guess, a little bit of a crypto lobby. It is worth noting, too, we do have at least a couple pro-crypto senators. I know Cynthia Loomis, I believe, is leaving. She was like the main person who was championing it. But we also have Bernie Moreno, who has been, by the way, a very entertaining voice when it comes to these Senate committees, specifically the Senate Banking Committee. Check that out. But I do want to say here with regards to Bernie Moreno, he was also credited as kind of the first senator to be elected by the Bitcoin lobby, right? So he had a lot of support from the crypto lobby space. He does have some crypto backing. So I think with that in mind, just if this is something you're interested in, and I think it goes beyond politics, I think it's just public interest, take a look and kind of see, like, you know, what senators and what lawmakers feel which way about what, because I do think it's kind of an interesting look. Either way, I think it's interesting here that we do have the Senate Banking Committee with, as I mentioned, at least one notably pro-crypto senator. And we have, you know, Brian Armstrong coming up in here. I think an interesting look. We'll have to wait and see what it means. But I think the biggest part of this story is that Brian Armstrong has some pull here. And we know he's been to the White House at least once before. So we'll have to keep an eye on that story, I think.
All right. I pay $14.34 with tax for my Spotify subscription. So I think you guys are going to be paying more than me if you look at it from a currency perspective. Spotify at Assassino announced that U.S. premium price increases are moving up, baby, from $11.99. Oh no, they're moving up $1 to $12.99. The new pricing takes effect in February. Don't have an exact day. With current subs receiving advanced email notification management, though, frame the move as a reflection of increased product value and the need to continue investing in the platform and the artist ecosystem. You gotta assume it's not about value, man. This is more for top line growth, more for profit, right? And let's talk a little bit about that growth. Spotify reported monthly active users up 11% now, a little bit less than a billion, 713 million monthly active users on Spotify in the most recent quarter. That tops prior guidance. Premium subs, though, are not all 713, but premium subs grew faster than their regular subs. Get it, Katina, man? What's going on over there? The Katina Man is short silver, SLV. Keep your eye out on SLV, the Katina Man short. There it is. There's a screen right there. So let's talk about their premium subs. Grew 12%, 281 million premium subscribers, landing in line with expectations. Growth momentum suggests Spotify still expanding its base, even though very much a mature company at this point. Over the past year, Spotify's rolled out 30 product updates. This is not from last year, but I really like the fact that they have audiobooks now on it. Now, there's a limit to how many you can actually listen to per month. I think it's 5 or something like that, but I'm personally not going through that many. But I do really like it. They also have that lossless audio, super high fidelity. I like that as well from when I'm at home with my over the ear speakers. So I like this. I know you have a different take completely on how you absorb music. Any take on Spotify?
Yeah, so actually, Sharif and people, I have an exciting announcement. I might be briefly a Spotify user at some point because my godfather, shout out to Uncle Ian, who I know sometimes watches the show, for my birthday, he gave me some iTunes cards, and then he also was like, yo, I forgot, I also got you a Spotify gift card, so I might actually try Spotify. So thank you, shout out to Uncle Ian if he happens to be watching. But yeah, with Spotify, I think this is another case of Oracle. You put in the double CEOs, and the stock kind of has a little bit of a panic attack. So not to make light of panic attacks, but you got Alex Nordstrom and Gustav Soderstrom. They came in here in September, about a week after the new Oracle CEOs, maybe even a day after. But if we pull up here the Spotify daily chart, let's go here to mid-September when this came into effect, and the chart crashed. Awesome. But I'll just yap while I do that. So yeah, I mean, I don't usually use Spotify. As Sharif hinted, I consume music a different way. I download songs and albums on iTunes individually like a 90-year-old. But yeah, I like how I consume music. But again, if I have a gift card, I definitely want to take advantage of that. So I'm excited to try that. And maybe I really like it. Maybe I switch entirely, but I'll have to keep you guys posted. But with regards here to Spotify and the daily chart, oh boy, okay. So this is yuck. This is really yuck. And I think much like Oracle, the problem starts around when we get the new CEO. So this is about when you get these new CEOs and we get a big old quadunk. We are, yikes. Yeah, I think this daily chart's really rough. I think with regards to the prices, it's funny. They're like, oh, the product's good. We have to raise the price. I'm like, no, you can just let people enjoy it for a lower price. That's a really weird reason. Well, again, we'll have to see how this dual CEO structure works. Apparently Disney's also considering something like that. But I mean, if you look at how Oracle and our friend Spotify have done it, it's not gone well. I think the most notable exception of this would be Netflix. But again, I think with Netflix, they have one person who is more technical and the other person who's more the production side of things. So I think that's why it works. I think if you're able to balance these personalities. And again, I don't know Gustav or Alex particularly well in Spotify, so I can't comment on why this isn't working. But I think certainly the stock does not seem to like these two.
Thank you very much for that. ONDX, thank you, Buffett, for calling that out. Breakout on ONDS right now, going green and taking out some levels. It's only up 2.65, but this is a repeat offender in the world of small cap gapper. It's not technically a small cap gapper either, 5 billion and change. But anyway, taking out that key level, I want to say at 13.5, 13, maybe a little bit more than that, 55, 60. Anyway, keep your eye here on ONDS. But I want to go back to Spotify because we're substantially off the highs, guys. In fact, I believe we are 36% off the highs, give or take, of course, based on this morning's low, not the current price. Well, basically the same thing, 35%. So it's not a sharp drop either, but it's a clear stair step down. And also, you got the what's it called? The death cross. Now, to mind you, you got the golden cross back in early 23. And the two moving averages, the 50 and the 200, hadn't even come close. And that all changed, and then changed pretty dang quick, too. You got it, I want to say, mid-December. So the downtrend very much intact right now between the 50 and the 200. The 50 is going to be the red, the 200 is going to be the blue. And it doesn't look like really we're finding some support here at 500. But 500 is an important level. Take a look at the tariff tantrum low, right? We did breach the 500, but basically that same day, we ended up closing up much higher at 527. Also, 500 featured back, I want to say, in early April. It also featured as a resistance level when we were below it. Look at November, December of 24. That big election push, 500 was a resistance level that we dropped down to 440 before, clearing it decisively, going up to 650. So 500 could be interesting here. It's not like I'm going to put orders out there, but a key area of possible technical support. Let's go on to one of the last stories here. DraftKings upgraded by Wells Fargo. They see a strong Q4 and potential margin upside. So Wells Fargo upgraded Donkey Kong from equal weight to overweight, citing improved fundamentals going into 26. The bank raised its price target as well from $31 up to $49, which implies about a 43% upside from yesterday's close. And its analyst here, Trey Bowers, he expects a strong Q4 print to reset investor confidence and reduce concern around the competitive pressures that exist. Here's what he said. Wells Fargo believe DraftKings will exceed the high end of their Q4 revenue guidance, and they're forecasting about $287 to $273 million in implied. A beat is expected to support more conservative initial guidance from the company, which will possibly leave room for an upward revision later in the year, according to their outlook there. As well, strong Q4 results are seen as a key catalyst to shift sentiment after a choppy 12 months for the stock, and it has been quite choppy. Margins as well, let's talk about this. They highlighted the prediction markets, which DraftKings is getting into, as a potential margin expansion driver. That's been like the Kalshi and the poly market, making those popular. They're saying strong execution in this area in prediction markets could help offset fears of rising competition as well as regulatory uncertainty. The bank believes Q4 performance will show tangible progress, in monetization and operational leverage. And just to give you an idea here, they plan to launch the event contracts, the prediction markets, in 17 states, expanding beyond the traditional sports betting. And their total addressable market for event contracts is estimated to be at about $75 billion. That's a TAM, but that's not just their TAM. It's everybody's TAM. DraftKings, Adara, what's your look?
Yeah, it's a hard thing with TAM is you don't have it to yourself. Everybody's part of the TAM. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, DKNG, here's the thing with DraftKings. DraftKings gets an upgrade and people get really excited because they think it's not the end for DraftKings, and then DraftKings sells off once again. So DraftKings being up today after this upgrade is honestly, go DraftKings, go. I don't think I'd bet on it necessarily. Shout out to High School Musical 2 for like the one person in the chat who gets that reference. But I mean, I think that this is actually a nice change in the tide. It is, as Obi might say, distinctly different. So I got to give them credit for that. On the daily chart, there is a level that I do not dislike, and it is 37. If we can get to that 37, I think you have obvious support. Just like intraday, on the daily chart, I'm going to look at the same thing. Daily chart support here, maybe 33.60. Let's see what happens here. That would be my take there on the king of the draft. So we'll have to wait and see, again, how things materialize, because this company tends to be really, really wishy-washy when it comes to earnings. So that, again, as the analysts said themselves, they're working here on the expectation they beat. I'm not sure they do beat, Sharif. But if they do, hey, we have a decent setup on the daily. That being said, there also is like super obvious prior support that could turn into resistance at 42.30. So that's like what, $7 move? Fun intraday, maybe not on the daily chart, unless again your ambitions for this are much larger than mine are.
All right. Yeah, great take there. All right, guys, let's get back to some trading. That will conclude the news segment. We'll finish a little early today. I'm looking at MLEC here. So this one was halted up, and it looks like this one is starting to catch a bit of a bid. So let's look up MLEC here on the side chart. It's still below the volume weighted average price. It's still putting in lower highs, mind you. So let's bring in the side chart and do a little TA and see if we could work our way into this. But it looks like ONDS is really going, so I'm gonna have to take that one. But here is the chart on the 5-minute chart on MLEC. So as I mentioned, we're up halted, but we're still below key levels, and we're still unbroken in this downtrend, right? I mean, he hasn't breached the trend line at all. a move possibly into 9 obviously changes that, especially at closing print. So MLEC on Uncle Sheriff shit list at the moment, not tradable under my system. ONDS though, not a bad look. Not a bad look at all. Let's throw that one on the side chart, even though it's not a big on the day. The chart pattern does look, tempting here into 14. So 14 could be resistance. Certainly, we've encountered resistance at 14 before, but we also been above it. I mean, as recently as Tuesday, we were up to 1450. So what's the move here on ONDS? Well, I like a pullback into 1375, and the reason I say that is, well, that's very clearly the high of the morning. Was that implied balance? Yeah, that was the implied balance high, 1375, a clear area of resistance. It was as well in the very, very early trading day at 5 a.m. Does it make a move down there? And if it does it hold? Well, maybe by the time it's down there, the 10 EMA at the 5 won't be at 66 anymore. It'll be at 75, giving you that double whammy of support. But that's a great rounding shape over here on ONDS, possibly seeing some consolidation south of 14 to form that cup and handle pattern, and then a break through 14, which would be the top end of the handle pattern range on ONDS. Speculative, of course, ONDS, the one I'm talking about. But IBRX has been that beautiful, I'm not ripping your face off, but I'm just going to keep putting in higher highs and higher lows all day long, up almost 32%, now knocking the door of $4 with a $3.99 high. Very, very clean holds of the 10. So IBRX, if I was looking for a trade, definitely one I'd be looking at right now. RZLV, not the best of the bunch, but, still putting in marginally higher lows with that 481 high. It's not my favorite. But what I'm starting to see a little bit now on SPHL is another compression pattern starting to form. So we already talked about these lower highs, and these lower highs that basically have been operative since 2140 when we put that level at around a quarter after 11. But look at this now. Now we're starting to put some higher lows. So SPHL, man, it could get crazy, especially in the more liquid time of the day when the Katina Man and the OB will be on. I don't know how to feel about this. It's not my entry right now. It would have to break that above trend line for me to get involved, but SPHL is still up 590% a day.
How many dollars is that SPHL?
On SPHL?
It's actually not a bad breakout. I'm kind of liking that.
It's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. It started out at 230 and it went to 2140.
Okay, so that's not bad. That's something I might keep an eye on that. Thank you for putting that one out, Sharif, because I do like these little triangles that break and fly higher. You know who's flying higher? David Solomon and Goldman Sachs. Trump told him to stick to DJing, and David Solomon said, no, thank you. I will DJ and take the stock to 980. So I got to give him applause for that. I'm sorry, I do know I've mentioned the fact that he's a DJ several times, but now that I know that, and also because Trump trolled him for it, it's just a fun fact. So go David Solomon, go. And you're certainly having a great day today with your shareholders. I'm sure you are, because look at this, guys. That being said, these pretty tickers, I've said this a lot, part of why I like them is they have hard beef with not beef, but they interesting interactions with the $5 and specifically whole dollar levels. I find a lot, like $10. Whole is not the right word. So like $10. So for example, 980 could be a level of interest here for GS. I don't know why this part of my chart is missing data. I do apologize for that, but as we know, my chart did crash, so it could be related. Either way here, let's see what happens at 980. I'm going to keep the book up while I talk about some of my other trades. So I am currently, those are both NASDAQ. So I'll talk about the things I got stopped out of before. I did have a Lilly trade. I tried this short. It looked good. I should have maybe moved my stop here, but I thought that might have been a bit conservative. I wanted the VWAP breakdown. Did not give me the VWAP breakdown. It did stop me out. I lost roughly 2 risk units on this, just under. So obviously not pleased as punch, but I took the trade that I thought was worth taking, and I think that's all that ever should matter, regardless of what you're winning or losing. Here's Coinbase. Here's COIN. I got involved in this short at VWAP. I did show this while we were talking about Coinbase on the news segment. I added here at this little level that we touched at that point 2 times. Third time was the charm, and we broke it. That is 256.60. As you can see, my average, 246.60. I wish it was 256. Excuse me. As you can see, my average is just around 247. I want to see if we crack below that 246. That'd be pleased as punch. I'm ready to take some profit at this previous level of support and resistance around 245.5. That would make me very happy indeed. Not happy is if ASML decided to keep staying below the VWAP. Why did I like ASML? I'm going to have to zoom in. Yes, see, we had this triple top here of that 346. I tried to get it 1344s didn't work. That's fine. Then I see we make this kind of low here. This is a slightly higher low at, what is this? Around 13, just below 1342s. Then we reject VWAP cleanly. And I say, hey, if we break below 1342, that is low, and I would like smoke. So I do take that smoke. Right now, we are flat-ish on it. We are a little bit in the money here in Coinbase, but again, guys, it should never be about the P&L. It should be about the process and the learning. And one more thing I do want to say as well, because I know our time is coming to an end. We've got about 5 minutes left, but I know I trade a lot of different tickers, and I do want to talk about that because I do know that you'll often say how many tickers they've traded in the day. So I think for me, the reason I like to trade a lot of different tickers is because I find sometimes, as I mentioned earlier with regards to Oracle, if I focus on 2 tickers, like usually the days I get shut down are my worst days, I've only traded a couple tickers and I've only taken a couple fills. And that's like, usually I'll just get slippage or I'll be focusing on the wrong thing. I'll try, the wrong thing with size. That's a lot of my issue. For example, that was me yesterday with AAPL. Now with the case here of ASML, or just, in general, I think it's just better if I'm trying something, it doesn't work, I move on. I try it doesn't work, it moves on. Like if I have a valid reason, at least in my opinion, to try things at the time, and again, I'm not trading on tilt or in revenge and it's all hunky-dory, then I think I have no issue just trying something a couple times, but I think in general, I want to make sure I'm continuously looking at other things, because I think if you don't have a lot of you could run the risk of just getting too obsessed with one ticker and just punching into oblivion. So that is a little bit of a chat as to why I take a lot of different tickers. I see some people talking about the speed at which I speak. I do apologize, but also, you know what, I don't also, because this is the speed at which I talk, and these markets move pretty fast. And so I have to keep up with these here markets, and I will. And if you think I'm talking fast, as Obi once said, imagine how quickly the tape's moving. So, but yeah, all jokes aside, thank you for being here with us. I'm really grateful to be here with Sharif and with all of you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great look today, Dara. All right, guys, ONDS did break through 14, but as I kind of suspected, the break was quite fleeting. It was a 14.07 break, hardly a decisive take of a key level, and down it goes here, Bovin, into about 13, and okay, bouncing back. I thought it was going to lose into the 70s. So I'm looking at ONDS because there's not a whole lot to look at, sadly, but if I was sitting in a trade and I wanted something calm, it would definitely be RZLV, up 18%, IBRX up 31%, continuing to stair step up. IBRX might have a bit of a tougher time breaking through a key area of resistance, $4 at $3.99 high, whereas RZLV is still a bit away from $5. So you could see this one maybe moving into the whole dollar level. Key area of resistance, 481 high, showing 79 right now. So not a bad look there. SPHL would be the only other one I'm looking at, simply because it's still well above the volume weighted average price. In fact, it's trying to trade above the 10 EMA on the 5. $16, as Obi rightly pointed out earlier, is a key level of resistance and has continued to act as one, at least for the last 20 minutes or so. So, I mean, I'm not taking any trades now with about 3 minutes left on the show, but those are the ones that I'd be looking at. I've been skating my my top scanner over here for any new ones to make their way onto the scene, and there just really isn't. So it looks like, the small cap gappers had their moment in the sun early in the show, and then, all of it kind of broke down, and they really haven't recovered, whether it's AUID, MLEC, CJMB, they're all continuing to break down over here, save and except for RZLV and IBRX, which are still, stair-stepping up. Other than that, that is all I have. If there are any other small cap gappers making their way onto the scene this late into the show, tag me right now. I'd love to have a look at them. Bovin is saying AHMA. Great save there, Bovin. Talk about that for the next couple of minutes. AHMA, pardon me. Whoa. This is a 3-candle monster breakout. This is the daily, by the way, and it's up another 82% today. HAMA. This is a big move now. It's suffering from the same thing it's suffering from when you showed it to me earlier, the volume. The volume is bupkis today. Where is it at? Where's the hell of the volume? I don't know why I can't see the volume here. Oh yeah, 2.25 million shares on a $28 name. Not bad. What's the spread on this? On a trading screen. Take off ONDS, AHMA. I don't mind leaving this on for tomorrow, given that it's had 3 monster days. So the spread here, 50 pennies, a lot more. 27.72, 28.30 on the ask. So slippage is an ever-present concern and has to be for anybody trading this. But hey, with an 80% day again. Who can complain there? It keeps making all-time highs all day, says roller coaster as well. ROLR, my biggest winner yesterday. This trades on the Amex. I was talking to, what's his name, Ben in the back there, and he has the same bias I have, but the Amex. He's like, I don't know, I like to touch the Amex. And I can echo that sentiment. Nobody likes to fly blind here when you're caught in a halt. But ROLR, not bad, up 40% on the day. It hasn't done much in the way of anything, I would say, since about 12:20. Very consolidative Hertz Scrambler, but holding 26. But what I see here are more lower highs and I have higher lows. So that kind of puts me a bit concerned. All right. Show's over. The end is here. It is time to send you to the big boys. Send them off again.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm so happy to be here with you all. Hope you had a great day trading. Hope you learned something. Hope you had fun. If you guys want to know updates on these positions, just tag me in the chat. I'll keep you posted. But until then, I think you're going to have Obi and Sharif back at the midday tomorrow. You'll see me at that news desk in about half an hour. And you'll see Sharif right away. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Thank you very much. And we have a BBAI Super Chat for Sean to cover when they switch over to
Katina, man, it's all yours.
Yo, what's up?
Big Bear AI, eh? Okay. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Obi, how you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good. I did not prefer the meatballs. How about yourself?
Yeah, they were okay.
They were okay, okay. From one Italian to another. Yes, but
Costco meatballs or something? That's what it is.
well, I mean, you just said it right there. Were they Costco meatballs? Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to say, my guy. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. Beggars cannot be choosers, of course. We enjoy the food around here, but it was a good lunchtime. We went to the gym. It's pretty good outside. I mean, it's the weather is snowy.
It's beautiful, nice, clear
$25.
skies.
It's not. It's not really the clear. It's not really clear skies. It's a very gray skies out there. Big Bear AI. Yeah. So look, this is a pick that I had, and thank you so much for the $25. I really like Big Bear AI. I don't look at it and say, it's up 4% today. That's nice, but we still really want this to break 750. That's the key for us right now. Trying to hold this 200 period, which is part of the reason why we made it one of our picks. I like the stock. This is an airport security name. I just talked about it. The Kraft Group there in New England Patriots, which are going to host a game this weekend. Their sensors, body heat, body scanners, things like that. They just had a contract with Big Bear AI themselves. Big Bear AI is in the airports. Again, if you walk through, again, heat scanners, body scanners, things like that. That's Big Bear AI. They have a contract with the U.S. government. They have the first approved sort of chat GPT, I forget what it's, Parasite or something, for government use as well. So I think I'm in position, by the way. Let me get a little bit of silver here so you guys can see some of the trades, because they don't trigger until we actually get a fill. So we've been working on that. That's just the way the technology works. But anyways, Big Bear AI, you'll see once I get a fill that will start to light up. Okay, come on. There it is. Okay. I like the trade. Thank you so much for the super chat. And the thing about it is, we're just got to break, right? We've held the 200 period. It's time to go to the high side. And just for my own knowledge here, because we're always talking about it, when does Big Bear AI report? So this is going to be sort of the next thing that we have to worry about. We're going to go into calendar here. We're going to look it up, and we're going to see unconfirmed. But it's a little bit of a minute here. January, February, March the 5th. So that is a ways away for the biggest of the bears out there. And yeah, we'll wait to see if Big Bear AI can get going. But yeah, it's a stock. Thank you. Unfortunately, I missed your name, but thank you so much there for the super chat on Big Bear AI. I like the stock. I like it. There it is, the log man. Thank you. So congratulations on that. I hope you had it. Needs to break 650, so it's done that. And there we go. Big Bear AI. See you later through 650. I keep saying that my mouse is no good. I got to get a new one here, and maybe we'll do that. Thanks, Adair. I had a great day on the midday show, I'd imagine, there. And yeah, now we're getting ready to rock and roll. So you can see my positions. Long Palantir in the queues from the morning still. And then I've just been shorting silver. Like, I'm in the money, I'm out of the money. I was telling Obi, just the frustrations continue with SLV and me today. So we're not necessarily the best of friends right now, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening with silver as it's right back to the high of the day again.
Yeah, I mean, some solid moves during the midday session there. Like I said before, if you guys were watching, I was involved in an IWM trade. That actually got all the way down to 266s. I added. And then I looked away for a couple seconds, a couple minutes. Swipe, right back up, and I'm like, all right, cool. I'll add a little bit more here, and had to take a hit on it there, but pretty much gave me the range high break and then the range low break, and then just chopping around right here at around 266 halves. So nothing too crazy, but who would have figured this one would be one of the big ones today?
Which was it?
FIGR.
Ooh, yes.
All-time highs on the day right now. So this
Figure
did not.
technology.
This,
Yeah, we know that name
this
for a while.
IPO'd just in
Right.
September of
That's
last
what it
year.
was. Good call.
Those highs were just shy of 50, 49.50s. When did we do that? In October, right? Over the past month or so, we've gapped up, pushed up, pulled back into that level, held 50, and now as of today, making some fresh highs. So this was pointed out to me again by one of my pod members, and I was just like, yeah, bit of a miss here on a bit of a miss trade for sure on the intraday as well as the swing. The swing absolutely amazing on this one, and played the IPO. We understood that yeah, these guys do well for themselves, and it's something worth continuing to watch, and continue it did, reaching a high, all-time highs now of 64.75. Another one, Sean. This one right here.
Yep, exactly.
ASTS, another all-time high coming in right now. Look at that. That prior all-time high, 102.79s, currently trading at 103.45s with a day high of 103.66s. This one, another crazy one, but this one held its own really, really well since 2024, right? ASTS was a I wouldn't say penny stock, but was a sub $5 stock. Wasn't really getting anywhere, and you got some volume injections, held higher, held higher, held higher. Now it is up thousands of percent, right? Thousands of percent right here.
Thousands.
4,500%. Hey-o, from that initial volume injection that came in, I guess
4,000%.
Yeah, 4,000%. It was like $2. Look at the low right here, Sean, was $1.97. We're currently trading at $103, $104 right now, all-time highs.
We were, so we were just people saying like, yeah, you know, why are you shorting silver? And it's a valid point. I mean, look where it's up today, right? It's still down on the day. But yeah, it's near the highs. This is why I'm shorting it, man. We've had some highs here. It was able to take, look, we were in it early and it broke out. Yeah. So fine with silver. We don't have any other trades, right, other than that. So that was fine. It's just right into here right now, and you know, you can make, I was just waiting for a collapse in this, and it's just not going to happen. So we're going to stop out at 84.25 is what I was going to do there on the stop out for silver. So just, I mean, I don't want to hold it to 84. I can't hold it. I could, but 84.80 is too irresponsible. We're just trying to short it against this high. So it's right there right now. It was that high that was made just about 130 or so on the day. And yeah, so short, broke out, stopped. Which is obvious, and then you know, short again into here. We have one stop out, I think, around $84, but then we brought it back. We got 83.40s and things like that. So this has been okay for me on silver. It's just right now it's starting to ramp up, and if you zoom into this 1 minute chart, like that's what's happening. So we're able to short there, get a little bit out. We got a little bit more out. It's just this last position that we just put on right here is what's the problem. It's definitely getting ramped up here, and it explodes higher every time. Like it just wipes it. So I heard Sharif say something about like, don't trade Amex, or he wasn't going to trade Amex because he doesn't trade too many symbols on there. Silver, of course, SLV over there on the Amex. We're short at 01s. I'm not going to cry over a 20-cent loss, but it is going higher. So the only thing that I'm crying about is if I was long all these times, we would be at the highs. So I could be fine with it, but we battle the short. You can make money both ways, obviously, in the market. We don't pay any extra for shorting names. If there is a name that is hard to borrow, we'll let you know, and then Obi will often ask Neil or myself, or Sharif will ask us and say, hey, can I get 100 shares, or what's the cost for 100 shares to short Sidious, or what's the cost of 100 shares to short silver? For us, all of that is free until it's not, and our system will tell us no shorts available, and then we inquire and we find out the answer. But SLV free to short for us, and you know it's going to be a problem when it's not free to short.
Yeah, then that floats a little the borrow float, or whatever you want to call it. The share in
there it goes.
saturated.
See? Just went higher there. So we'll slap a fail on the last round right there of silver. There it goes, man, taking out the day's high. So yeah, we shorted it and lost, but that's what I was saying. There's our one stop out. There's our re-entry on that top tick. We waited, got it back, boom, so that was good. But right now, silver stops me out. So flushy down the toilet on our last and latest silver trade. So, yo, what's up? Oh, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Just quickly, I'm going to go over to Sharif in just 1 second. But this is what I am talking about. Where's Brodeen in here? There it is right here. What's up, Brodeen? Yeah, I saw this. I'm going to send this over right now. I just found this show yesterday. It's now my bread and butter. So there we go. Thank you so much. That's what we're going to do. Tell your friends, tell your husbands, your wives, your cats, your dogs. I was talking about it earlier today. My cat is watching cat TV probably as we speak right now. So get them to watch Trader TV Live when you can. So thank you so much for that kind comment in the chat from Bro or Brody M. Brody Eam. Who knows? Okay, a segment of our show is Stock Rundown, and we're going to be going through now a couple of the top names that you guys have asked for. We take the votes in the chat, and it's automatically, and here, this is for anybody that's just joining us, this is what we do. Every time you put it in there, so here's like silver right here, has been mentioned 174 times in our chat. Tesla's been mentioned 145 times, so on and so forth as it goes. So this is what we're talking about today. Oh yeah, Big Berry High, up 4.5% as well. So this is what you guys are talking about. Now let's go answer to Sharif and find out what he wants us to talk about. It's your Stock Rundown, and it begins now.
Welcome, guys, to the afternoon segment, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked and loaded. Obi in for Neil, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the afternoon rundown, you got to get into the chat. You got to join us in the chat, and you got to vote every day. Super simple to vote. Throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's start first, though, by looking at all four major averages. And all four major averages, unlike yesterday, are in positive territory, with the Qs up a little bit more than 0.4%. The SPY a little bit more than 0.5% on the day. And the Dow almost exactly 0.4% as it trades. Well, the DIA, the ETF, at about 495.61. Leading the way, though, for all four major averages is the Russell 2000, the small cap heavy, up 1.33%. Good look there. SLV, the first ticker as decided by you guys, down 0.33%. But as Sean mentioned, trying to work its way back into high. So what's going on? Why was silver selling off? Well, yesterday, President Trump said maybe things aren't as bad in some of the geopolitical situations that we've been having. Gap down a little bit, trying to work its way back, guys, into that 84.50 that it closed out at yesterday.
All right, guys, let me ask you this. Somebody handed you $1.25 million to trade. Would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Networks provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to a large SIM and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. Right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out.
Silver.
I
never traded it today.
Did you not? I mean, I was watching it.
I've traded 7,000 shares.
Okay.
But it's not, yeah, so it's, that doesn't matter. The amount of shares doesn't matter. I have a lot of it. Well, I don't actually have that many ins and outs. Yeah, no, Obi, I mean, you and I, we sat here and we talked about, what we thought of silver today. And realistically, I wrote it down here as a short of 83. It's at $84. So I'm not, my bias was to the short. I didn't necessarily think that we were going to. When we opened up the morning, down, this is the morning time. This is 8:30 right here. So it ramped up. We started to head downside. So I was like, okay, here we go. Maybe it's time now for the big boys to start to flush out silver, right? And no, not at all. So there's 83. This is where we came in. It was 8 o'clock. That was about the high of the day. So when we're writing our sticky note, we're like, we like this kind of a trade to come through right there. It comes up to 83. We started shorting it. And yeah, well, that's what happened. So there it is, man. And bad trade there, obviously, to have shorted this thing. We're going to be down on it, but, it could be a lot worse. We kept on taking profits, waiting for that eventual flush. The reason why we're going to be down is because every time we got stopped out, we're holding shares. And that's what happens. So, You know, what are you going to do? You know, you trade bigger. Sometimes you lose a bit bigger. And today on silver, it just didn't happen for me. So hopefully we'll be able to get that stock or this name back on the downside. And honestly, until we break, Sharif's just killing those eggs back there. I can hear it. I don't even have to look. I can, you know, I can hear it. I know, because you have that style, the roll style. I know, I can hear it. Yep. Anyways, all good. So what we're doing right now is, I told you, there's like 1,400 eggs back there because there's no one here and everyone's
it's about a week's supply.
Yeah, about that. So hide your wife, hide your chickens. The thing is here, a breakdown below. Whoever's first day it was, it might also be their last at some point here. But, you know, breaking back down below this 83.50, I think eventually we can say get all this garbage out of there. But it's a nice little turnaround. We did get stopped out at 84.20. So, you know, life is what you make of it. And today on silver, it's just kind of been an upside trend. So we don't have that long position. We probably should have. So we'll just sit on our hands a little bit now and wait to see what happens with silver. And I think a break of 83.50 might get me looking back into the short.
Yeah, I think silver is making a very, very strong move. A few people were talking about potential entries on of a potential backside, getting in and around 80 here. It made sense. You know, we did pull back a little bit. These are the silver futures. That's what I like to look at here, especially if I'm trading silver here. But let's go hourly time frame. You can see, yeah, we did have a big up. We pulled back in, looking for maybe a little bit lower there. $70 per ounce is what we got to as some of those local lows, and then we start to step up a little higher, breakout, and now we're starting to trend. We did get some aggressive selling here on Wednesday. That's I guess that's yesterday. Yeah, Wednesday the 14th. That was yesterday, right there, and then bidding right back up to the high. So buyers very, very much in charge here through this 83 level here as well. So yeah, I mean, I like the short as well. I like the intraday shorts. Sometimes for a move, you know, something is a little too far too fast, I do like to get involved with some of those. We got some aggressive selling down here in the morning, Sean. I think, or last night. In the morning last night. I always think Blue Ocean is for some reason early morning, but because it lasts till 4 a.m., right? So strong flushes. We got all the way back down to 86s. Since then, we're getting a little bit of a balance and then trade back up to these highs. 93.69s are the highs on silver, dollar per ounce. So yeah, SLV is a great vehicle to participate in. I share Silver Trust. If you want to capture some of those futures moves here as well, didn't really get involved with it, but yeah, definitely. This one has been very buyer dominant all day long.
All right, some breaking news, guys. President Trump is said to cut the tariffs on Taiwan from 25% to 15% as a result of Taiwan pledging $250 billion each for chip investment, as well as credit guarantees. That just came in, I believe, about a few minutes ago. So interesting look there with Taiwan Semi, of course, in focus. As well, building on this headline, chip stocks, we're talking about AMD here, as a result of Taiwan Semiconductor coming out with their earnings report and smashing fears of an AI bubble, as they plan on spending about $55, maybe $56 billion on new capex expenditures next year. AMD clearly a beneficiary of this, as they manufacture most of their chips, guys, with Taiwan Semi.
At Taiwan Semi there, I mean, obviously
AMD, sorry, this is AMD, yeah. My mistake.
AMD. Okay. AMD now pulling back a little bit right here, but AMD had a great day yesterday. When I looked over at it at 235, I was like, what? I didn't even realize it had gotten that high, and I think it got almost 240 today or so. 238. Yeah, 38. So, yeah, check it out. Trying to pull back right now. I was sort of going to prepare myself for TSM, but what do you think of AMD there?
Yeah, I think off of the open, this was one of the tips I had to be involved with. Beautiful, beautiful pullback into pre-market structure here. This is a 3-minute chart. So pre-market highs, again, coming in at 231.36. This low right here, Sean, is coming right in at 231.10. So about a 20 penny pull into those pre-markets, and the bid just steps right back in. Opening range high breakout, and we've been holding this range since then. So if you had this right here, 231s and some change. I think that was probably the best trade here on AMD. Since even if you're looking for a fade, we haven't really gotten anywhere. We've clipped the highs a couple of times there, almost coming in and around 1120, and then once again actually pushing through the high at 106, but coming right back down. So seems like a little bit of turbulence here, just shy of that 240 level here on AMD, pulling now back below VWAP after all day consolidation near the highs here. So I do have it on watch. What are the chips doing? You can see the market here taking a bit of a curl potentially at the same time, more of the NASDAQ than the ES. But AMD is a very strong tech stock on the day.
Yeah, no, for me, I think we chose Intel, and Intel was a great stock, I thought, anyways, when it really broke that $50 mark. And we were able to take it and take it pretty good. We got stuff out already. When it broke the first time, then we got it again. So we actually played twice the sort of wheel there, twice, I guess. Breaking the first time was okay. Actually, it was not okay. It only went to 10s, and then it stopped and it flushed. So we got out right there at 70, or basically a break of 75. So we wind up losing about 25 cents, and we only took out maybe 10% there. So that was an L. Then we went long again, and it kept on holding up, holding up, holding up. Averaged it back at VWAP, dropped it at the 50 period at 49.50. So yeah, we'll be red on Intel too today, as tried that name on a break of $50, and this is why you get out. You know, we were actually pretty disciplined to not chase this thing all the way down, but it did make a bottom, and I'm not really sure where that bottom would have been. Like, I think you might have even waited a little bit lower to grab this, even at 47.50 or 47 and change. It doesn't even give you a big volume, you know, indicator down there that this was the bottom, so pretty hard to capture that. Maybe we've seen the high for a while on Intel. So we've already zoomed this back out on the daily. We showed you the highest we got was 52, sorry. And that was back 2 years ago. So December of 23. So yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see what's in store for Intel coming up, as we may have just seen a temporary top there at 50. Someone in the chat asked me, what do I think about that level? That's what I think. We've seen it there. I'm not going to go long on a 50 break again. It's going to have to break this 50-40 area. So that's what I'm going to do, and may even think about shorting it, Obi, if we get back up near that $50 mark, especially on a day like today, where the NASDAQ is trying to get a little lower. So if Intel goes oppo right here, then I think we can potentially short it in and around $50. We're going to go back to Sharif, but I just want to say we did buy a little bit more on that Taiwan news there. I thought maybe, you know, President Trump lowering the tariffs, giving them a little bit of a handshake there should have been enough to get it going. We stop at 55, so now I'm going to bid 55 and use the low of the day, which is right here. We've done well on the Qs today, man. Bought the dip, bought the dip, bought the dip. You know, so if we wind up losing the chips with dip, then we'll be in a problem. But the chip names are going to have to lose the bid for this to go down. So we'll see if that's in store today. 54.90 is my out on this recent position here in the futures, using the low of the day for that. Maybe a break of the low of the day, we wind up reversing short. I don't know. We'll wind up seeing eventually what the play is. What's going on back there, Sharif?
More breaking news, Sean, with respect to the Taiwan semi thing that we were just speaking about. Coming in right now, U.S. Commerce Secretary Department says U.S.-Taiwan trade deal targets reshoring semiconductor sets strategic supply chain partnership, including at least $250 billion in new Taiwan tech investments, plus another $250 billion in credit guarantees. Moreover here, U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying Taiwan Semi just bought hundreds of acres of land near the Arizona plant that they have right now, which is currently being upgraded as well. We'll get more onto that in the Taiwan Semi story, as that is actually on the rundown today. For now, let's look a little bit at NVIDIA. NVIDIA up over 3% today. RBC Capital Markets initiating coverage on NVIDIA with an outperform rating and a $240 price target. Separately, we had gotten reports that the Chinese government was all but banning the entry of the H200 into the country, telling customs officials not to allow it in and dissuading some of their Chinese tech companies from buying it unless absolutely necessary. Separately, we got more restrictions or more details on the export restrictions from the United States side yesterday, saying third parties are going to have to inspect these chips before they make their way to China. All that said, NVIDIA, guys, up 3%.
NVIDIA definitely on watch today because it gapped up, not as strong held as AMD here, but continuing to hold. AMD's kind of curling back down below its VWAP, but NVIDIA is still up on the day above its VWAP, and it's made a decent hold of VWAP in and around going into midday here. 1130s, we catch a bit of a bid that takes us through the day high, pulls back in higher low, higher highs. Let's see if we make another higher low here, but holding trend pretty well here, Sean, as we push back up in towards this 190 level. Don't know if it's going to come in today, but you can see the market, a bit of a curl here. We still have a couple of hours, just roughly, I guess an hour and a half until the market closes. So we'll see. Only a few more 15-minute candles left for this one.
Yeah, you're now down pretty aggressively the last half hour or so on NVIDIA from that 189.50 to 188.50. Yeah, it just more of the same talk that Obi just made there. This was we talked about this yesterday at close, right? I mean, it was 181, and not anymore. Now today we get a nice bump up of that 3%, and it's more of a a breathe easy on Taiwan Semiconductor and their report, and their guide moving forward, 38% profit boost to their net income for their guide. So if that's what's going to work out, then NVIDIA should. And they even made, I think it was the Taiwan Semi CEO that said something about still early days in this game. So that helps NVIDIA, and it helps sort of get the worries out of the name, I feel like. There's a lot of traders that have been nervous about their NVIDIA positions, and that's because it hasn't done any... sorry about that, guys. We have I got to zoom back out here a little bit. It's been doing absolutely nothing. This is the summer. So, if you go to right here, this is July 30th, the middle of the summer, we were at 180. We ticked up to 185. So if you've been sitting in this, all you're hearing about is this huge revolution that we're having, and you've been sitting in this and gotten no return at all for 6-7 months. 7 months, not 6-7 months. And so I think it's a lot of impatient traders, and when they get good news, they try to run it back upside. So this one failed off of earnings as well, right? I mean, it made all-time highs. So TQQ just fell back down again. So we tried to think about going short. There we had silver, that's upside, but there's the futures right there breaking now, potentially breaking down now. So we have to. Man, we've got to stop and fail on that one as we tried to go long against that. And now we have Lutnick and Trump. Trump talking about his trip to in April is still on to China. We just had that tariff sort. And again, it's I'm going because we lost on it, right? But it's only 15 cents, but it's still sucks because there's the break and here we go. So there's the break into the low of the day right now of our current market. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is a short until we take VWAP again, which is 55.50. Let's think about shorting pops now, maybe $55 or so. I mean, with Lutnick speaking, Taiwan is all about this talk. Potentially, now he's saying Trump and Xi have close personal relationship. I don't see playing this game is not really going to work out for me. So, yeah, let's just sit and wait, Obi, until we get some better prices or until maybe Trump stops talking, which I don't know when that will be.
When we catch a bid.
When we catch it. Yeah, maybe we'll catch a bid when he's done. I don't know. But okay, let's go back over to Sharif, and maybe I'll try to sit on my hands a bit.
Proof of life, guys. Proof of life. There is Joey Options' leg. Yeah, I've been speaking to him. He's doing fine. But you're going to see him a lot like that. You guys saw Neil like that for a while. So that's what Joey Options is going to look like for a little bit. We hope he's doing fantastic and a quick recovery. Shout out to the boy, Joey Options. Let's talk a little Tesla today. A nice green day. Well, up 0.5%. No real headline today on Tesla specifically, but according to certain reports, Elon Musk is shopping around for a banker for the possible SpaceX IPO later this year, slated to be at about $1 trillion. Nobody really knows, but they did raise money at a last funding round to the tune of $800 billion valuation. Tesla yesterday also came out, Sean, with the FSD change. They are moving away from a one-off payment at point of sale into a SaaS. It sold off aggressively on that news. Tesla up 0.5%.
Well, it didn't last long. I'm short again. Okay, so Tesla right here. I'm just going to try the market into the short of the day, into the low of the day. We'll just figure out if it wants to go. We're going to use the 50-period moving average to get out if we need to. All right. I mean, yeah, I never understood why you would outright buy FSD. I mean, if it comes with the car, that's fine. But now we heard the fact that if you buy FSD, it's locked to the car, not to your profile, is what Sharif told me. So that makes it even more puzzling to me why anybody would do that and spend that kind of money right out the gate, right? So, because you're just going to have to try to resell your car with FSD in it, so there is a value there. I get it. I just think the $100 a month, like it would be, is very, very reasonable. Now, FSD, although I know recently Chef Joe has mentioned it to me, and he said I could mention the car on the chat, he was in an accident while FSD was being in control. So shout out to Chef Joe, and I'm glad you're okay with all of that. But I'm not too worried about anything there. I think it's a great software as a service idea, right? I mean, there's been a lot of SaaS models, obviously, that have worked very, very well. Elon Musk, there's no way I'm going to question his idea there with FSD. I think he just wants to get mass adoption, and I wouldn't be surprised if they even lower the price of FSD on the monthly just to get that mass adoption. And then it's about turning your Tesla, potentially into a taxi for yourself. You're at work, you're letting the FSD take control. I believe that's hardware version 4, so we'll see if and when that, hits mainstream with the other versions. But I like Tesla. I think it's a bid. And you just got to wait for it. I mean, the market right now, I just showed you that NVIDIA's done nothing since July, while Tesla in July was 330. It's now 430, so you gotta like some of the springboard action that Tesla had, but yeah, that high may not get seen for a couple months now, especially if this market goes sideways. So we might have to wait for Tesla earnings, hear about a successful launch, and then I think you launch yourself right back into this name. So I like Tesla here, but let it settle down. Just don't trade it until you get that one upgrade or something about robo-taxis. There we go. See, Obi?
Come on.
Like you go short, and then finally, something happens. So yeah, turn my frown upside down, and there it goes, right? So you
finally breaking this range, dude. Okay, I need to calm down.
You don't need to calm
IWM,
down.
come on, dude.
Yeah, come on, man.
I see the sellers. They were there. Swipe up into this, and now we have some sort of a catalyst coming into the market. Now you break range lows. Let's see if you can crack through 66s there, man. Finally. Finally, potentially coming in. Potentially, still. I still say potentially because I still don't trust it. This thing is absolutely crazy. We were talking about, Sharif was talking about AM stocks. I was just like, yeah, these things can teleport, and people pull size on this stuff all the time here. And finally cracking through the range low. Let's see if we can distinctly get below 266s here on IWM. As the market also starting to crack as well, pretty distinctly. So I'm watching that pretty closely at the same time. So we'll see. We'll see if this comes into fruition, or do we swipe right back up? But yeah, Tesla is what we're talking about. I think Tesla, that 500 rejection, man, that 500 rejection was coming in, and we're still seller dominant on this thing. We kind of gapped up today, but guess what? Even through the gap up, sellers stay dominant on the day once again here. Prior day lows 35s, recent consolidation lows, I guess if you want to call this a sideways consolidation, is around 424. So 425s, round up, round down. So 450s, 455s to 425s. I'm looking at this as the next step down. And bigger picture, even further back, 400 is where this bid all the way up to 500 came in from. So watching that at the same time as well on Tesla, but good price action.
Yesterday we had a banger short like crazy on Rivian, man. We had $18 short. We covered it in and around this area, but here's 17, Obi. We didn't see 17 yesterday. It bounced off of 17, 17.10. You're seeing 17 right now on the bid of Rivian, and this man has really come in. That's high was $23, down to $17 now, down 25% from its highs. Rivian about to get clapped through $17 right now as we speak. So it's not going to be SSR, I don't think, no, but yeah, down yesterday, down again here today, and looking to break lower here on RIV. And we did cover a little bit of the Qs down there as we came into, a little bit of support. But yeah, Rivian, good call on that one. Their lucid reverse split, remember, and it got up to $20. Like, this is these stocks make me want to I don't know, man. Like there's the reverse split right there. It went from basically $1.50. It got to 20, so I guess it was $2. Reverse split 10 to 1, 1 to 10 the other way around, and then got up to $25. Now all the way back down again. So this is now $1. So it's split at $2, right? Now it's worth $1 because he went 10 to 1.
Oh my God!
Like this, these are the ones, Obi, that we got to pick on those games that we play, the yearly predictions where you can go short. Take one that's most recently split.
Yeah.
There again. All right, let's go back over.
I want to tell Sean something. So Sean, I put my name on the short list for the Gravity SUV. Not like I was interested in buying it. I just wanted to put my name on there. And they have been inundating me with calls, texts, emails, all the forms of communication they've been really coming at me with. They can't sell these. And then I get an email yesterday, Sean, from that same, of course, Lucid representative, and they're giving you $10,000 off the MSRP in addition to 1.99% financing, which you can't find anywhere really. 2% financing on the Lucid Gravity.
That's a six-figure car, though, isn't it?
It's a six-figure car.
Yeah, so giving you 10 grand is about, roughly 10% off or so. Let's just say probably a little bit less than that.
Have you sat in them, Sharif? They're amazing.
Yeah.
They're so good, man.
Oh, okay.
It's just, the price point, is it really, because they're trying to go for the luxury, I guess, market for EVs.
Yeah.
And they're one of the first to kind of do it. It's a very beautiful car, inside, outside. But price point, maybe a little out of reach or overpriced, maybe mispriced. But if they're not able to let go of inventory.
We talk about the K-shaped economy and stuff like that. There's only so many people that are going to be able to afford these kind of cars, and are they going to step into a Lucid? I'm not sure. I know it's a high quality car, and I think a lot of people do. The more they see them on the road, though, I think more people will get a little bit of FOMO into that. But interesting, Sharif, they're willing to give it to you at $199. They must know who you are, Sharif. I think that's probably what it is.
Sell more.
Okay, they're like, Sharif, man, you should be buying 2 or 3 of these things. You know what I mean?
Think about it. You spent like what, 200K? I think it's 200 CAD around there, or 200 USD. 130. Okay,
yeah.
So again, they have different models as well. Would you rather spend, if you had that kind of money, like that on a Lucid or something like a Porsche?
That's what I mean. I don't think the brand has gotten what it deserves yet. Like, we know it's high quality, but until you see them on the road and you see more people driving them, I think it's still one of those question marks, right? So, but anyway, Sharif, how tempted are you? Not really, or?
Yeah, I'm not going to have a car for another couple of years. We got to do the saving. We got to do a lot of saving first. Let's talk about Taiwan Semi, still up 5%, but well off the highs there. 351.33, trading at 344. In case you missed it this morning, Taiwan Semi reported earnings and was a blow-off top off the earnings report. Fantastic beat on the top and bottom line, and they also assuaged a little bit of fears that the AI infrastructure build-out was coming to an head, guiding about $56 billion in capex for full year 2026. Separately, we had Susquehanna maintaining Taiwan Semi with an overweight rating and boosting the price target, boys, from 415 to 500. TSM up 5 1/5.
Yeah, after this is done, I have to talk to Sharif because I'd like to learn more about the saving aspect here. Never heard of it. Yeah, it's every time I look down, it's like my phone is like more indicators, like more money spent everywhere. But yeah, saving is important. All right, Taiwan Semis. I feel like we've gone over some of these. It was Taiwan, right? Sharif was the story there. Yes. Yeah. So I feel like we've talked about this a lot. At least I have. What you had the trade on today. Do you want to review a little bit of what you did with?
Sure. Yeah. TSM came in all-time highs in the pre-market was 349.99. Right. Great price. On sale maybe, but came in with that gap and bit of a pullback here down into what is this 37s. And then push back up. So I think the ideal way to take this, if I'm really going to be like, all right, well, I did want to get involved here. Let me just get out of this IWM. They did the same thing again on IWM. Drops down to 266s and then swipes back to the half. I'm like, all right, you can get me once. You're not going to get me a second time, buddy. All right. So the next trade on TSM, if you didn't have the lows, was that potential VWAP reclaim of the opening back through open. If you took the back through open, it never looked back. And that was to 343s, 343.10s. So that was an absolutely solid trade. Reclaims VWAP, holds VWAP. Again, VWAP hold, reclaim, that's a good trade right there. This range break right here, once again, 345s, 346s, that's great as well. All the way up to 351s, 351.20s was the high. So we did break that 350, and the 350 break, Sean, was absolutely clean. So what did I do on TSM today? Is this not linked to anything? Okay, cool. I'll just pull it up right here. So TSM. So what did I do on TSM? I was really, really late to this, to the stock here. I took this piece here, 348s, pulled back in, give it $1 risk. I was like, all right, well, I don't want to give it that much more, because if we pull back, maybe we pull back down to VWAP. But then we reclaim right away. So I take this push, didn't even take the break. That break was just shy of 349s. I took the 349 half push into that 350, didn't really add on that 350, bit of a miss on my part. That should definitely be an add through the pre-market highs. Gives you a clean $1 and then 20 pennies before coming right back in. Great reasons to sell down here. But Sean, I think the better trade, the better short was over here, where we come into those day highs, clip it by about 20 pennies, and then back through 350 for a test of VWAP, and then now all the way down into 342s and some changes where it got to on TSM. So a lot of great opportunity on this one. Earnings day one, we're seeing more and more that earnings day ones are giving us great opportunities and pretty clean legs as well. We saw JPM, sure, it's not a related sector, but earnings day one's moves, a lot of participation and a lot of good moves here as well this week.
All right, thanks, Sharif. Thanks, Obi, for all of that. I was looking at our board there, but it's not updating real time who's been winning and who hasn't been winning. Because I wanted to ask you just quickly. You picked Circle as a long.
As a short.
Short, okay. As a short, right. You guys have Cydia short, Circle short. So I actually want to bring it up because I know you were looking at that figure as well there today, and you can see here, nice move right there for Circle Internet Group. So this is stable coins, right? And they are the creator of USDC, I believe, if I'm thinking about the right company. Yeah, this looks like a good little level right here, man. I mean, it's either breaking
through 100.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. It's either breaking through one way or the other. And right now, with crypto, being relatively flat today, it's interesting to see 6% down for Circle Group.
69 open.
Oh, man.
69 was the opening price of the IPO.
Oh, of the IPO.
Yeah. So almost any and every long, if you're still bagging. Yeah, exactly. Look at the parabolic move.
Jeez.
There's people who are short from 280s. There are people who are short from 275s.
When are they covering?
Exactly.
How greedy?
Why would you cover?
How greedy are? What do you mean? Why would you cover?
If you truly think an asset is absolutely mispriced.
Okay,
right?
but
another thing is
this price at 280 is different than
the underwriters are defending 33s. I think that's
$33.
$33 is the underwriter's price. They don't care about any of these prices except for that price.
Well, I mean,
we're not even at 33 yet,
dude. We're not at 33.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I love the short.
We don't know if they're defending that price. Well, we have no idea.
We don't even know if
there's no price
out of it.
discovery there. If anything, they're defending the 65 where we sort of ticked down to before. Yeah. But what I'm saying is at some point, someone's going to have to cover it. Maybe they're not going to cover. So
this was crazy oversubscribed. Crazily oversubscribed.
Obviously,
so if you had allocations on a Circle, that was probably one of the best trades of last year, right?
I'm reshorting. Yeah, great call. I was just wanting to bring it up because that is absolutely tanking. I just said Bitcoin's not doing too much, but I don't know if it's just made a move now. Yeah, okay, it's just made a move now because I apologize. When I looked at this last, it was 96,000. I know we started the day in and around 96,000. So Bitcoin opens the day right around here. This is IBIT, of course, and right now, yeah. So my bad on that comment. It is with the market starting to make new lows here for IBIT. We said that XRP was something that I was talking about. It's right at 1150 right now. So there it is, man. This is your triple levered Ripple XRP derivative. Like, this is right here right now. So I think, I don't know, maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't, but good little level there, bouncing off the 50-period moving average. Another name that, like, I guess to Obi's point, like if you're short, you know, you may not be covering. You didn't even really break the 50-period moving average, and you're still getting a little lower rate here. So yeah, some of these names just continue to get clubbed out a little bit. I did re-engage in this short a little bit there because this is a 21-period moving average. You see, like, of course, Obi, the only time it's not going to work is when I'm finally going to get into it at this price, but that's what's been following all the way down. I'm going to try to use 55 as my out. So wherever this 50-period moving average is, we'll see if we can sort of follow this all the way down and just keep on trending lower and lower. That last reload was just right here. We reloaded at 82, so it's just a matter of trying to catch a lower bid now. So bid into the 60s, good little call there on that short, reloaded a bit, and now let's see if we can push just a bit lower there. Now my average price now 85. So we did have 90s or so, put back in 80. So as you can see, we got out of about half there, added half back, giving us a halfway print. So let's go. We're going to stop out. My stop is already in. I put 20s right there, but now I guess we can go to 10s or so, just a little bit above the 50-period moving average on your 1-minute chart, and I'll be out of this NASDAQ print. So 55.10 or so out of the TQQQs. So that's kind of what I'm working with right now. Just looking short. Palantir's come all the way back. We have just like a holder piece on this. I really, maybe we'll just get out of it because we are trying to watch out for these futures, but we'll see if the futures can pull back. Palantir right now down into the 200-period moving average again of 178. What about if we just break 178? We're going to get out. Let's do that. 177.99 on that break. We'll punch flat and out of the Palantir trade, and hopefully we get a nice little downside push as well in the market. All right, Hassett's talking right now, trying to say he's tough enough to win these arguments with the Fed. So I don't, I guess he's sort of throwing his hat's already in the ring. I think the choice, it's coming in May. I don't know when President Trump plans on announcing that, but yeah, I don't know. We're not, we're going to trade a little lighter until we can, you know, get some key levels that we want right now. Man, today has been like, we nailed the Palantir trade, but other than that, like Palantir was a good one, man, 178 all the way to the upside. We sort of threw away some money on Amazon. We were trying to go short there. That was right until it wasn't, but we got stopped out anyways right there. We were long, and then we got double stop outs at the bottom of 236, literally the bottom. That was the one that hurt the most for me there today. Intel was fine. We tried to go long there. It worked, and then it didn't, and then we lost eventually on that VWAP. Silver, we kind of shorted all the way up, and now it's barcoding. See, is this not looking, maybe it's just, I look at things the wrong way. Like we keep on bouncing maybe off the 50 periods, maybe it's long there. When I put on trades, I always try to put the best odds in my favor. So you can swing and miss like 4 or 5 times, but if your stop is like 30 or 40 cents, but when you're right, you can make not even 30 or 40 cents. You know, how about like if you take the short right now, 15 cents. But when it comes back down, then that's, you know, when you sort of hit that pay dirt. But I don't know, guys. Does silver short look that bad right here, right now? I don't know. I'm trying to put on the best possible positions, man. So, yeah, I'm not sure why I would go short silver. Just setting up nicely there on the chart. Okay, Adair, I'm sure it's Hassett News or something. What you got?
Some interesting comments being made by for potential Fed Chair Kevin Hassett. He is obviously not yet confirmed. He is seen as one of the front runners. Kevin Hassett, again, currently the White House economic advisor, he's saying that, quote, whoever Trump picks as Fed Chair, the Fed is going to be independent. But the more interesting comment here is when he said that he is, quote, tough enough to win an argument at the Fed. So Kevin Hassett coming in strong once again, trying to basically argue for why he should be the Fed Chair. Let's see if he does end up getting selected. A lot of prediction markets say it's between him and Kevin Warsh. Back to you.
That's what I was saying about Kevin Hassett. I know there's some talk right now, so good readout there, Adara, and we'll stay tuned with that news. We have Adara there. The best thing about the best news story that I heard from Adara this week was that Warner Brothers won, and we nailed that long as soon as we heard that they bid was potentially increasing from Netflix into all cash. All right, we are starting to get a little bit of a move down in the triple Qs, but savvy Canadian traders, scan that QR code right there, right now in front of you, and get part of Beta Pro by Global X. These are 3 times daily levered ETFs. So you're seeing me right now in the TQQs, Beta Pro Pro, similar product offered here on the TSX. They amplify short-term market moves while hedging you with or for the most US dollar currency against the CAD. Whether or not you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for you, an active day trader. Make sure you do read the full prospectus and all their disclosures to understand the risks involved with trading such a levered product. So we want to thank Global X for their continued sponsorship as well. Look, the market's not really doing anything right now, and I hate actually being short in a sleepy market, but the NASDAQ has done this.
This thing.
What is that?
Still going.
Are you short,
Did
Circle?
no, I need borrows. That's another thing.
Do you want me to get you borrows? Show the chart.
Might as
It's
well.
middle screen there.
Yeah, might as well. But like this is already broken day lows. Did I rub along the wrong way or something like that? Because it's just like this volume started coming in after I started talking smack about Circle, and then smacking the bid is what it's doing right now. So. I mean, hey, man, I have my opinions.
Smacking bids.
But yeah, definitely a little mispriced. Let's, I love reversion to the mean and some undiscovered prices below 69s.
No smacking asks there, man. They're smacking bids.
Oh, yeah, they're exactly. They're smacking that bid right there. But that's what was happening off of the IPO open. Everyone was just smacking that ask, right? But not the same anymore, distinctly different, very much a backside move. And let's take a look again at the daily here on Circle at the same time. So can I not hide this? This is just a paper position. I just took at the same, at the day we were all making our picks right there. So all-time lows, 64s. We come into 64.92s. We came all the way to that low in November, now cracking and breaking some of this structure here as well. Multi-week, maybe multi-month lows there. December low is coming in and around 75. Let's get specific. That low is 74.73. So currently trading at 77s. I'm going to continue watching this one because if this, ideally, I think the trade was if you were short from the most ideal prices here, we'll say around 200s to 250s. I think we're ideal. Maybe even into the pop into here really showed us that even a gap up couldn't save it, and we flush all the way back down. You even got a chance at 160s to get short on this one. Now, again, multiple ways to take a long-term short. You can go through options. If you have the right kind of broker, then maybe your overnight fees are absolutely nothing as well. So, there's different ways to kind of take this vehicle to what you think is fair value. But yeah, Circle through 69. That's gonna be a big trade, in my opinion. But the ideal trade was how do I take inventory into and through 69 from those 200s, from those 150s. So, working out pretty well.
I'm just trying to scan through like some plays here. So we can have a quick look. What names you guys want to go? Say AMD, I just saw in the chat. So let's go have a quick look at AMD. Like up 4% and yet looks like this, right? Looks absolute disaster for anybody that's stuck long here today, right? I mean, you're playing the longs probably off VWAP. I mean, VWAP would have been great. Like if we were in and around here, I would have said you got some support from VWAP, and then all of a sudden now maybe that support turns into resistance as you're underneath everything right now, starting to turn southbound on the 50 period, the 200 period turning south as well, starting to tick lower on that one. So AMD looks like it's trying to get just a little bit to the south side right here in the market, and like no real bid spots for me on this name. Would like to have it to run into something, but we had such a great day yesterday in Advanced Micro Devices that today is just a little bit of a give up, I think, and you're still up 4%. But what a good elevation yesterday, and then we come in today and see that gap fill into 228 and then just take off early on the market and up to 240. Like that surprised me when I saw that 238 earlier. But see, this is what I mean about how you get into those tops again, right? Like how many, like right into there, it's just worth the risk. Like we've seen it drop. So like if you're going short here, you can give it like 20 or 30 cents and you're still fine. You could have even averaged it in there to 238.50 and then the drop happened. So like that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And even on silver right there, it's not like it was any good, but you could have shorted 20s or 30s. It's now back down to 12. So even right there, like you put on 1,000 shares or something, and like into that level, you never want to short the very top because that's your out, right? Your out is 32, 33. When we were talking about it, it was into here. Let's just say 25s. right? So you put on 1,000 shares, give yourself 10 cents, you're in that 10 cents rate now, and you can decide what to do with it. My problem trading silver is, like, we have all of these wins, and I get greedy and wait for a monster move, and this time we cashed out okay. But, you know, once it comes back up, now we have that 1,000 shares again, and then there's the break, let's just say, of 10 or 20 cents, and then there's your buy by $100, $200. You do that 3 or 4 times, and you're stuck, right? So that's kind of the dilemma that I had trading silver today, hoping for a much bigger move back down to the downside. We haven't even looked at gold, Obi, so let's have a quick little look over here. And gold today, 424 and change, so very similar to silver, made those highs, both down 0.4%, and both at all-time highs anyways. So people saying don't even look to short silver until it's like near that $100 mark. That would be a psychological level. I could agree with that, but that's still 20% from here. So that's going to have to go. What's moving down with the market right now appears to be Tesla. It looks like it's trying to get red. So with most of these names, this looks very similar to AMD, where we're starting to edge to the downside. Did I just get a fill? No, I did not. Why? Because I'm bidding 70s. Ooh. Oh, no. Almost, Obi. We'll get 70s in a minute here. Now, yes, bang. All right, there we go. See what happens? Like, try to be too smart, man, and you fight the trend, you fight the trend, you fight the trend. Eventually, we were able to, you know, take that short a couple times, reload that right there, boom, 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 boom. We just have a few hundred of these. It's not the end of the world, but we're going to wait to see if we can get a little bit lower now into some of these lows. I'm now bidding 61s, which gives me this price again. So if we can get that again, that'd be good. And then we'll see about breaking lower. And again, maybe I'm just trading like 2 rose-colored glasses. Like, I still think we could drop into here, then into here. Like, I just think the market could give this up, man. The NASDAQ was up almost 1.25% or so today. We've almost taken out half. We've taken out more than half of that now. So I think we could go red. I don't know. Maybe that's just, again, me acting all crazy. Like, all right, we're bidding 61s. Let's see if that can come in. There goes Palantir. Palantir is my #1 stock of the day. Is Canada getting annexed or not? Like, are we that next Greenland? We had a discussion here yesterday, and I won't tell you what everyone's opinion was, but I said it was, how much money would you take as a citizen to switch your passport from Canadian to US? I was the only one that I said I'd do it for $1 million. I would move to the States for $1 million. I'd stay here and just call myself American, but I don't know. Nobody else was saying that. I know that's not very patriotic of me or anything like that, but
I can't have a dual citizen?
No, we were just saying, like, they're paying us, Fabian. Come on, my guy. Yeah, of course they're paying. Of course they're, Fabian's like, are we paying them? $10 million,
I'd go buy.
The idea is that Greenland is 57,000 people. So I think Neil and I were sort of talking, like, and Neil, we talked about it live on the show yesterday, and it was the government of Greenland, and the Danish, which goes back in history, was responsible for the land there. By the way, the market is coming back, so we're nice. We were talking about how the government may not want to sell it, but if you took that question to the people with a denomination there, some sort of a number, and said, okay, you are a resident of Greenland, all right? I have no idea what the average Greenlandier makes, okay, or anything like that. I have no idea what any of that is, right? They could be the richest people around. But how much would President Trump have to offer the people? Now, I don't know how that would work. I don't even know if that's possible for them to accept it. And anyways, the story was going on and on and on, and it was an interesting discussion there. So I said, yeah, I think, you can invest that $1 million. And I looked at it kind of selfishly because I have 4 members of my house. So I'd be looking for a 4 spot on that. Yep. And if I put that money into the market, give me that U.S. passport, man, I'll take it right now. And well, I mean, look, if you invest it, you get 10% a year. Yep. Like if you mix it between equities and bonds, and sure, obviously there's going to be drawdowns, but if you look over the S&P 500 over the last 75 years, the average return is between 12 to 13% ex dividends. So as long as that starts going, then you're putting in your pocket $300,000 to $400,000 a year. I'm not even looking at the chat because I know that everybody's pretty much American. Yeah. And
man, there are much better places to live. People got to travel, man. Like, you give me about $15 million, I'll go get a nice place in Monaco.
15 million would be your number?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give.
So you would just say, you know what, right now, you could still live here. You don't have to move.
Okay.
This is just to become an American citizen.
Okay.
Right? Like Canada's getting taken over by the US. So I don't know what would happen to our health care or any of that kind of stuff. Yeah. But the idea is that Canada would turn into the 51st state. And you as a Canadian citizen would receive a check.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I like that very much. But
wow.
I would say why not both? I know people hold dual citizenships, but I don't know if you can do that with a Canadian and American passport.
I don't
know if that's a thing.
I'm not sure.
You know what? We can ask. We can ask.
Anyways,
like, yeah, sure, I'll take it, but I'm not giving up my Canadian passport at all. So.
Well, you would have to. So you would not be taking it. So you would be a broke man, and I would be $4 million richer and living 20 minutes from you. So that would be my choice right there. But we'll check back in a while. I'll ask you that in a little while and see if that changes in the next 6 months. It probably won't. But it was just an interesting talk about Greenland because yesterday we had critical metals going to the upside here, and it sort of slowed down a little bit today, only up 2.71%. Let's just go and figure out what happens now. Next was CRML. The one that I liked was Lithium America. I think this is an interesting level here on lithium. We looked at the chart, and it looked like to me yesterday. And again, pullbacks are fine. You don't want to say, that the market is absolutely crushed. We've seen the Nasdaq pull back 10%. We've seen this. We just saw it last year. The Nasdaq pull back 25% or whatever it was there in April. I have to go double check those numbers. Don't at me with that. But yeah, LAC looks like it's trying to break out through 550. Now bouncing a little bit higher. There's 450 at the bottom end of that trade. So 450 right there, up to 650. And there we go back now to the upside for Lithium America. Wow. Okay, Obi, man. We're now starting to print, man. Yeah. We made it all back. And there goes the TQQs. Let's go. There's Valeria. What's up, Valeria? The last one on that cart, my Ukrainian friend. There we go. Nice move to the downside right now for the TQQs. We got it. We flipped it up. We flipped up our game. Flip game strong, Obi. Yes, sir. I know nothing else has been strong today, so we'll just big up this trade and cover a little bit more right here at 52s. So there you go, man. Now we'll wait to see what happens next.
Yeah, going into power hour, really puking here. And Circle continuing to push fresh lows here, 77 on the session today. 77s incoming on Circle. So I'm asking the question, what's really pulling in with some volume? What still hasn't? Tesla's about to break its low a day. Let's take a quick look at that one there. TSLA, that'll definitely clip some longs. Wow, look at that wick. So definitely something, if I was long, that looks like a good level to risk at, and we're coming right into there as of right now as well. What's lagging behind? Google is nowhere near, although it is closer and below VWAP to its low of day. Microsoft is the weaker one, I think. We broke below a key level just yesterday. I think that was 465s. We come into 465s once again today, finding some supply and trading much lower. 456s with a 457s right now. We're currently trading at 456s is the day low to get a little specific. All right, Fluffy Hippo talking about SPHL here. Yeah, we know that. I think Sharif was a little involved with this one. I was watching this one. Crazy halter, man. We went all the way from sub $10 to $21.31. Now, I guess, is the first halt down. Let's take a quick look. Seems like it's halted. Let me pull it up here on my book. SPHL, that is a NASDAQ name. SPHL, boom. That is halted to the downside after. This is the kind of games that are played on this thing, man. After wicking, not day highs, but this prior high right there. Prior high just by, I guess, a couple dollars. There we go, open as of right now. Let's see what SPHL is doing. I'm definitely not going to be trading this one, as I haven't been watching it all day long. But I think this is one of the first halt downs, if I'm not mistaken. I was talking to Sharif about it a little earlier, about what is a good area to get involved with. That $16 area flush was nice, but we come right back in, swipe to 21s. 2040s right there, not 21s. 21s were day highs. Swipe the 20s and then slam right back in. So yeah, this is kind of why I try to stay away from these. I think pre-market action on these is pretty solid. Off of the open, if you're riding some of the momentum there in the morning session, I think it's solid. But things can get a little bit dicey, especially if you're not risking appropriately going into the middle or the end of the day as well. And this is a great example of that here. 77's clean coming in on Circle, man. I might actually, how much time do we have?
I didn't get them for you. Do you?
Okay.
Do you? I mean, well, I have to check the price. We can just do it live.
Yeah, let's.
We'll do it live, and we'll check the price. So you can.
I should have got them earlier. 78 halves was a great place to get involved here.
I wonder if I'm allowed to show this process
as well.
I just don't want to give away your name.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay. What are you looking for?
Circle.
Circle. And that's, is that New York or NASDAQ? Or,
It is a New York name.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I already have it right there. Okay. We'll just try for one lot, and then you can tell me yes or no, and then we can add to it. And
cool, yeah.
we don't have to worry
Let's see how much it costs right now.
Well, I'm going to pay for it anyways. Nothing.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, there it is. So,
okay,
all right. So it's costing Obi. Are you okay with this?
Yeah.
How much it's costing?
Yeah, I'm more than fine with it.
For 100 shares of Circle here at Real Trading, Brendan, 100 shares of Circle Group to short it cost you, Obi, 2 pennies. We don't even make pennies anymore. Okay, I'll cover it for you, Obi. I'll cover it. Okay, you send in your invoice.
Yeah, I'll write.
Oh no, Obi. Went to 3 cents on us.
No, wow.
No, what happened? Oh no.
What are they?
I must say, no, it just
50% increase.
It just changed.
50% increase. It showed you one.
Oh, you know why? Nah. You know why? Because it was 2.6.
Okay.
So I don't know why it said 2. We both saw 2.
I saw 2.
But it was 2.6 and it got up to 3. So my bad on that one, Obi. Wow. So I think it's because you can't pay 2.6 cents. I think that's why.
Hey man, there's decimals everywhere. So
sorry about that, Obi.
I mean,
do you want more now before it goes to 4 cents? Like there's, you might want to.
Maybe.
But there it goes. So there you go. So, that's the kind of stuff. So if you are part of a prop firm, you do want to make sure that the prop firm that you do choose, and Pikachu, I choose you, Real Trading, one basically free to short most stocks. Now, when you get like an HKD or something that's going completely parabolic, it will be hundreds of dollars to short 100 share because sometimes the spread could be $10 or something. So take that for what it's worth. Shout out to Real Trading. You know what else? You guys, you want to go over and see who made the most money yesterday at Real Trading? Let's do that. I'm going to call it up right now. So this is brought to you by Real Trading. We do have a information portal. It's called Trader Information Portal. Oh, that's January 22nd. So there's a Russell deletion happening. ATXS Astria Therapeutics is being deleted there on January 22nd. BCRX is being added to the Russell 2000. So there's just some information that's given to us there. TMX trading, whatever Ignite is. All right, compare your profits. We go to here, and now this is going to show us, everybody, what the profits are, the top traders making on each market, and much more, apparently. So here we go. We'll scroll this down. All right. Here we go. So this is the top 10 traders we have over 60 markets. So like someone in Lisbon made $3 yesterday. So here it is right here. The top 10 traders from yesterday, the market they traded, and the US denominated P&L. All right, so there it is. Someone traded Canadian markets yesterday, made is this you, Obi? $21,000 right there in the Canadian market. Sometimes we see Blue Ocean and Moon and all that on here. Oh, yeah. But you know what? It's very, very specific. I'm assuming this was the SPY, or it could have been SLV yesterday on the Amex, right? I mean, that makes sense. There's a lot of Amex trading right there. Another Canadian trader, NASDAQ, New York. So generally speaking, you'll get, there's Blue Ocean. So there's a trader in Blue Ocean did 3,700. These are the average offices average. Okay, so, but there it is. So Blue Ocean, someone did 3,700 yesterday. But that's who's making money around these joints right now. That's why I want to tell you guys, like there's over 2,000 traders trading here at Real Trading. And when I see traders like Easy Peasy or, I don't know, we don't really talk too much about P&Ls, but like when I see someone say they made $5,000 in a day, or someone says, oh, I just made anything, even $1,000 in a day. Those are great totals, right? I'm not showing these numbers for like goals for specific people to make or anything like that. The reason why we're showing these is just to show you that, hey, there is a dispersion of traders everywhere. So there's going to be top traders that have, like you said, what are you going to do with $1.25 million in buying power? You know, there's going to be people that trade this game with more shares, more shutdown, more life, you know, and there's going to be traders that are just starting out. So out of the, 22,000 to 2,500 traders that are here at Real Trading, only so many will have, 5% or whatever will, give you 90% of those numbers, until the other group, hits their goals and their levels and starts to average it up. We have a very big dispersion of traders even on our show where we have beginning traders. Joe just started with the firm. I wish he was here, maybe a year and a half ago, maybe less than that. And and we talked, hey, Joe, how's it going, my guy right there? Yeah. Yeah, and then, even yourself, you're one of, I think it's like me, then Neil, then Brendan, then you, then Sharif, then Joe. And you just see like a trader like Sia just coming on board. I don't even think Sia's really hitting a key yet on P Pro 8, but that's the part of the learning process. And we've gone through being in simulation versus being, in live mode. And it takes a while to build up your account and to trade like that. So we don't know if that person that made, long story short, which is they're always long, we don't know what that person's shutdown is, what they maybe lost yesterday. I'm hearing someone tap a mic.
Hey, Sean, can I get an account?
Fabian. Yes, Fabian, you can have my account. You can have
a SIM. Just give me a SIM account.
Yeah, you can get a SIM account, Fabian. But apparently you're supposed to be doing work over there.
Put it in the right kind of work.
Can everybody hear you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I can't really hear you. If you put it in the right kind of work, you definitely will improve. And PA is a great system to kind of.
Fabian basically asked for an account there.
Yeah, and I think Adair is a great example because she came with no background in any sort of finance, and I see some of her trades right now. We go over some trades, absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy, some of the trades she's taking now. So yeah, the progress that you can make through our program is very, very real.
Okay, so you're in circle.
Yeah.
Hey man, how did you get 12,000 shares? No, I'm just playing around. You found a loophole. No, so the idea is that also you hear Adair say, and I heard her when she was talking about ASML today, I believe, and it was just like she likes trading the names that are a little bit spreadier, have a bigger range on the day, and a bigger bid ask, which is what we mean by the spread, the difference between the bid and the ask. And some traders, Neil's talked about it. Whatever we talk about when he's here, trades the buyouts, so smaller market making, more style. I like to lose all my money trading what I trade, and as we go on, right? There's certain traders that are primarily, and Joe's talked about this. He prefers the option side of things. And by the way, announcement time.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
What's happening?
I've been told end of Q1. You'll be seeing options traded live right here at Trader TV Live. Whoa! You think I'm a maniac now? I'm not even smart enough to figure out the risk. So I'm going to be putting on some contracts here, Obi, and I'm going to be getting.
As we can sell naked, I'm good.
I have no idea what, I don't know. You mean like you have to have a short position or a position in the blotter on the physical equity, you mean, against whatever your options play is?
No. I mean, like selling naked. I don't think we'll be able to.
Selling naked means you don't have the shares back to cover.
Yeah. I just want to sell to collect premium.
Yes. Oh no.
I mean, I don't think that's going to be allowed.
You will not be able. No. It's not writing options.
Yeah. The risk management around that, I think not a lot of people have been able to figure that one out. So if you can figure that one out, you are a $1 million person there for sure. But no, that was a little difficult to.
Oh no! Now SLV is going
company wide on selling naked options there. But I think we're probably very likely only going to be able to go long. Right?
No. We got to cover at the end of every day, so it should not matter at the end of the day if you're long or short. But you're right about the exposure. You're right. I mean, you could.
No, I mean like buying options. I'm saying we're only probably going to be. We're not going to be able to write them.
No, right. I mean,
that's what I mean.
Right. That's what. Well, you said collecting premiums. I said no.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, Serenity now. Obi, did we not talk about this silver short?
Yes.
And I was like, guys, when do you want to do short silver? And I looked at the chat. They're like, what kind of an idiot would short silver? And it was just like, hi.
Stick with it.
Yeah, I mean, we literally talked about this. 10 cents worth of risk. 84.25 is where we should have had this trade. All right. Let's move on. But that's why, that's a perfect example there of what we're talking about every single day, right? You got to find the right trade at the right time with the right sizing. We can sit here and hit 1 million keys every single day. We could talk about all the trades in the world that we want. We could go 10 for 10, but does that mean you're making any real money? You know, you got to figure out the trades that you like, put on the right amount of shares, and hit those. And I actually like that trade, and that was not a smart move. That the risk to reward on that trade was legit. I mean, it's the same thing. We're basically doing the same thing here. But now we got to actually, remember we're following the 50-period moving average. So this trade went from our stop out being 55.10, which I now have to change this over to basically, it's not really moving, so we got to get stopped out right here. 54.75, so I'm not going to change this now because we're only 10 cents away, right? So not doing too much, but following the rules. And again, like taking this trade and giving us a small stop makes a lot of sense and puts you in the right risk to reward rate there. But yeah, man, darn it. Missed that opportunity there. With that being said, let's just put another bid out here at 10s, at 60s here on the TQQs, and we'll see if we can get a little bit of money. I was going to say our risk was 10 cents there, so now that we're in the money, 15 cents against our 75, we'll take a little bit out. So there it goes. Nice move to the downside there. And we also talked about AMD. I think that's starting to go lower as well right now as the market. How's your circle doing?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. Okay.
It popped up into like 77.30s. Then I was watching it close, you know, hands on the trigger. I was just like, all right, well, maybe it's time to cover this a little bit here. Now, again, I'm just trying to make decisions. I think this is just a chase on my part, but if we're going to fall apart a little bit more, day lows 76, 77s. We got to a low of about, was it 70, 76, 80? They're coming right back in. So let me pull up the tape for you guys here so you guys can take a closer look at this circle. And again, trades on the NICE. So let's see if this will be a little nice towards us, or me here, as we continue a little bit lower here, 76.85. So where is the next level? I'm asking. All right, cool. Let's take a quick look here. Next level right here on the daily chart, that low is coming in at 74.73. I don't know if we're going to get there just yet, but let's take a look at the hourly to see if we have any pre-market or after hours prices right there. So 74.59, I guess that is the next level of support. We saw a little bit of a bid come in. When was this? December 16th. So not that long ago. That's where the buying kind of happened. We're breaking this multi-week level here as of right now. 80, I guess if you had the 80 flush, that was a great place to be for the flush back in. But aggressive selling. Now, I don't know if there was a catalyst on this thing, but it is getting increased volume since about 2:30-ish. And really puking to the downside here on circle. So that's the main thing I have on watch here. But this one, you got to let it work. You can see how it kind of teleports right here. We got down to 77 halves, rips all the way to 78 halves before catching some selling again. Once again, 77, not the cleanest break that I took. Pops up in the 30s, and then now pressing back into 77. So you got to be a little bit nimble, you got to be light on your feet on this one as things potentially continue to work here. But we'll see if we can get all the way down to those lows. I don't expect it to get to 74s and some change. I like 75s as a little bit of a psychological level. We're about $1.50 away from there, trading currently at 76.60s by 76.70s roughly. But the nature of the stock, you can see if you've been watching it, 20, 30 penny swipes when it does go up or down with some aggression. We've got to let it cook because sellers are very, very much in charge, and the market tailwind is also on our side. So a lot of other stocks that are selling off as well. I was talking about Google. That's potentially coming in right now. Tesla broke below its day low. Softy already has done that, trading a little bit lower right now. Amazon's holding its own. Nvidia is probably the strongest one out of them here, Sean, because that's the one that's still holding above VWAP as it continues to show that chip strength on the day today. So pretty good stuff happening there. I did get involved a little bit too late on this circle, but better late than never. I heard that saying. Somebody said that. I don't know who. But that's coming in here as well. But $80 was probably the best place to hit it as it broke day lows and never really looked back. $80 clean was not day lows. I think it was like 80.20s, but you can see here, never really looks back and straight flush to the downside here, really puking now, catching some stronger volume after 2:30 and consistent volume as well now. So I gotta make sure I'm watching some multiple different time frames on this one as 76 halves comes in here on the day, Sean.
Yeah, oh man. I hope everyone's having a good time. I think we've done a lot of good talk today about you know, prop trading and about taking risk, taking the right amount of risk, looking for good setups. I mean, we gave that silver. I mean, we talked about what we're doing right here live with the futures as well. So, you know, thanks, Obi, for being here, and thanks, everybody. I just want to do a quick little rundown of what the market looks like here, because it's a pretty mixed day. We did see some strength in financials, right? I mean, today we got a good report from Morgan Stanley, up 6%, all-time highs, not slowing down. We did get Goldman Sachs as well, up 4.5%. That's going. BlackRock up 6%. Like, what a Brendan said something like 20. Was it 27 trillion? What was the number, Brendan? Do you remember what that was? But it's in the trillions, assets under management. 14 trillion.
Nice little
I doubled it right there, 27. But like, you know, what are we even talking about right now? So, you know, that continues to go up. And we talked about, you know, what they'll make on that just for managing that money, and let alone, you know, all the ETFs. We talked about Vanguard and things like that. Hold on, let's just keep looking here. You know, like when I'm trading the TQs, someone's getting paid, you know, a management fee to put this ETF together. We talked about Global X and things like that. This is how they make money. You know who else makes money? The NASDAQ. These exchanges make money. Every single time Obi and I are pushing a button, some sort of an execution fee goes back over to the brokers, right? They go to the exchanges, they go to the brokers, all these fills we get. So this is as trading continues, and that's why we talk about a stock like a Robinhood that is trying to put these trades maybe potentially on the blockchain to save a little bit. They talk about tokenizing day trading as well. Okay, or not just day trading, but putting on trades. All right, we are now really collapsing in, man. I'm just going to do the Barry Horowitz, pat ourselves on the back right now, because the futures are finally starting to come back in, and we're finally starting to make a little bit of bank here on the day on this kind of a trade. We've always been up on the futures today. It's been a good move, and I call the TQQs the futures. Of course, it's the triple levered. So as the NASDAQ falls, you will see, you know, the TQs fall, and that's basically what we're trading. And it's been a pretty good one. We did exit out of our Palantir trade right there. Whoops! As that falls all the way to the downside. This is what's going to hurt one of the worst right here, because silver also hitting lows right now, and we should have been short on that one. I assume your circle group is going to be printing. There's probably no doubt about that. And then we have a little bit of earnings tonight as well to talk about. And then what the heck is going on? Give me a second, Andre. With Netflix. Netflix is down to that level, man. $88. This is another one of those stock. Come on, Netflix. There it is. What? I don't know. I have something to do right now, but I wanted just to show you guys. Was that you, Andre? That was awesome. Well timed on that one right there. But nice move to the downside there on Netflix.
Oh yeah! Wow! Look at that.
So I recently bought some. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm glad to be short the market now, but there are a lot of opportunities today that were missed on the short side. I actually want to throw up about that silver play. One of your picks was Netflix short?
Yeah, I have a whole list. I had like 7 tickers short and then 6 tickers long, and I really went through them. I spent a long time. I was just like, which one of these do I really want? They all look really good for a potential short here. Netflix, I'm like, yeah, we could see those 80s, but by the end of the year, we could just be back at 100 once it.
Yeah, it's a tough.
Like, it wasn't necessarily the best.
It's a tough contest. I think we can work around the contest being a little more maybe quarterly or something like that.
Yeah,
or
I think that would be much nicer. And then I think that if we can kind of take it to the next level and be like, all right, these are the stocks, these are the directions that we're taking them during the year, and then quarterly you would reposition, right? And then you can be like, all right, well, like then we can all exercise our positioning skills on some of these picks as well, whether they're working or not.
Before we continue, I want to remind everybody that PDS Biotechnology over on the NASDAQ, symbol PDSB, is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV 16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please learn more at pdsbiotech.com. That is pdsbiotech.com to learn more. We want to thank them. I mean, very important. We talk about the development of all of these technologies. Go check them out. Very important. We want to thank them for the sponsorship of the stream here today. So, all right. Look, I don't know what's going on with Netflix, but if we're going to look at a daily chart for NFLX, and we've done this before, and it's getting to an area where I think it was $85 was something that we had talked about potentially buying again. So I've already I bought a little bit more at 90. You know, this is going to be a DCA. So we bought some at 96. So if we're going to use 100 as our base, we buy 25 here, we buy 25, and now I'm waiting to buy 50. Like, that's how I do it. I'm not gonna be that guy that dollar cost average like 10 times. This is not like the way I day trade. We're gonna wait to see if we can get something in and around here, and then I think we could put on like our last little bit of shares, and let's just get greedy. Let's wait for that best price, man. Let's wait for like $84. We could be here tomorrow. We were $91 yesterday, man. Now you're down to $88 today, 87 and change. We could fall another $4 tomorrow and put us right back to the beginning of the year. Last year. So yeah, Netflix has gone through a lot, and Warner Brothers, I think it's a good get for them. Maybe I just don't know enough about the business, man. I mean, we talk about content being king, and all of a sudden you're going to get Harry Potter, you're going to get Sopranos, you're going to get, it goes on and on. I mean, the list of Game of Thrones is the other big one that I was looking for right there. Anyways, we'll see what happens with Netflix and what they're doing. We did just take out a little bit more of our position here on the TQs, which is our futures trade. And now let's see if we get even lower here, Obi, as the futures are cranking lower into the close. I'm going to give you one shot at this, Obi. Yes. The market right now is up 0.28% on the NASDAQ. Do we finish red or green?
I'd say green.
Over to Adara.
We're going to take a look here at NFLX. As you guys just mentioned, in terms of like news, there were a couple stories that had a tie-up with Sony, kind of confusingly worded with regards to that deal that came out right at 1 p.m. and did basically nothing to Netflix. But I do want to talk about this story because it's interesting. This came out a couple minutes prior. So it looks like here a Semaphore business reporter by the name of Rohan Goswami saying that apparently Paramount executives met with Macron, who's of course the leader of France, and French officials earlier this week ahead of their European Commission meeting to try to lobby them into action against Netflix. Now, this is interesting because that European Commission meeting was also reported yesterday here by Rohan Goswami, and Netflix and Paramount both apparently met with these officials. So what this report implies is that Paramount front ran this meeting to say to the EC, hey, don't go with Netflix for the WBD deal with regards to antitrust. It's a really fascinating report. That's really the only kind of significant or interesting news I have today for you on NFLX. Back to you.
Interesting story there. I mean, we talked about this undue influence coming through there. We talked about Jared Kushner being part of the Paramount Sky bid there. We talked about Larry Ellison throwing down money to sort of say, I have this whole $84 billion covered, no worries. So we'll wait on where that story is developed. We just got a real funny email. It's just what it is, man. It's from our lunch. Yeah. Oh, it's not lunch lady. Kitchen administrator.
Yep.
Hello, staff. I have to make sure she's not around here, but this is the thing. I have a bag of 500 ketchup packages that are without the best before date. If anyone wants to take it home or take some out of the packages, just like open it like that, please let me know, and she'll sample up a smaller portion bag and leave them in the kitchen. So you want any bags? You want any little packets of ketchup?
I've been saying this for the past couple of weeks.
What?
There's no more ketchup in there.
No more ketchup.
There's no more ketchup because with
500 bags.
No, I know with the eggs in the morning. Like I like to have a little bit of ketchup. There's only sriracha.
They do not have the best before date on them.
So is it like mystery? Is it mystery expiry?
Well, you know how you can tell.
Ketchup expires.
Right. Just taste it.
Like especially the one that's sealed.
I'm pretty sure it expires, but I'm not certain that this would expire or not.
I don't think so. I don't think it. I think I wouldn't necessarily consider
First of all,
I'm gonna GPT's right here.
Why the hell Do we have 500 packs of ketchup? Because that's what's left over, Obi.
Yeah, I know.
What was it, a G note of ketchup packages lying around here? Do we have a G? We have 1,000 ketchup packages lying around here right now?
What are you asking? Missing ketchup packets.
Man, go long on Heinz right now.
Oh, there you go. That's what I thought. Okay, so ketchup packets expire, and it puts it in quotations.
Right. That's why.
In the sense that the quality drops, but they rarely become dangerous. Because
rarely.
If they've been stored and sealed, like it doesn't go bad.
I want to take that risk.
The taste might fade. It might not taste like ketchup. It's not going to kill you. But yeah, exactly. I don't know. Anyways, I've been missing out on the ketchup.
I just love the part that I have a bag of 500 ketchup packages.
You gotta have some ketchup.
500.
I've been putting sriracha.
That's a lot of glizzies. Oh yeah, you put some.
Instead of the ketchup, which is fine, but like.
Today we had hard-boiled eggs. There's also about 1,400 meatballs left as well. So I don't know why she's not putting that out right there. Feed those to my cat. But yeah, nice downside move right here. 54.20 on the TQs as we have a lot of fun here with Obi and everybody here today. Big Bear AI, actually. We got that super chat about 650. And that was a good break, man, but that was where it landed again, right there at 650. This is the frustrating thing about this stock, honestly, is like it has the ability to really rip that short face right off, man. It's a 30% short float on this name. It does have the potential to do exactly that. I think it's waiting for an up. There's been no news really on it. I told you that story about the Kraft Group there, the New England Patriots that wind up investing in Big Bear AI technology throughout Gillette Stadium. That's a good story, but that's small potatoes. That's one. They might have even done that at cost. I have no idea. But now we go back up to the upside here and looking for an 859 break on Big Bear AI. What we're waiting for is this 750. But this is where, and to your point, we didn't give price targets or anything on our picks for the year. But to go from 6, where we're long or so at the competition, into 859, that would be a clear out for me, and you would take your 50% and potentially run. But that's what I'm looking for there on Big Bear AI as it continues to dance around a little bit here. Did Meta get to 6 bills today? That would be no. We talked about that earlier. So it got to 614. I just saw someone saying Meta's puking, but it's puking from its highs. So it got back to 624 and is just sort of landing where it was around 10 o'clock today, and now it's catching that little bit of a bid. Netflix also just caught a bid. They're off some of those lows as well. The high roller stock of the day is High Roller, and that one is still up 35% and holding quite well the bid. These guys getting involved, I believe, with, and Darren sort of shouted this out to us earlier, this is the prediction market. So you can't right now invest in Kalshi or Polymarket. Those are not public markets, but you can go into DraftKings. We do know that the private funding for Polymarket, they got $5 billion from ICE, Intercontinental Exchange. They got $5 billion from them as an investment, and Kalshi, I still believe, has an institutional money in it, and they're going to be looking to IPO at some point as well. Kalshi should be a good one there. But I like DraftKings. This again, if you scan. DraftKings actually asked me to tell you this. If you scan this barcode, you get a $5 free bet. So just scan that barcode right here. But no, it is barcoding. It did dip down. This was earnings kerfuffle. And now we wait to see if we can hold this earnings bid. And that's the 50-period moving average. So there's earnings. Disaster strikes, makes the move, takes out the 50. Now you're looking for a hold of that 50 period. So DraftKings looking to take out $38 and get to the upside. If anybody scans that and it doesn't work, it's my apologies. That's just a fun joke that it's not that. So, all right.
This thing is SSR.
Yes, I did, Scott. I'm now out of DraftKings. Correct. Go ahead.
This thing is SSR now. I don't know when it got SSR. I don't know when it got SSR.
You still in it or what?
No, there was that showed up. I think. Let me check. Where's my size filter on this thing? I don't think so. But there was somebody that showed up with distinctly different size. I know it's not a lot of size, but about I think it was 10,000 shares. Or I think it was something like as much as it was behind it. And I was like, okay, well, it's the first time any kind of size like that taken out on the ask. And I was like, all right, cool. We've only been hitting the bid so far, and nothing on the ask has been really getting filled and chasing it down pretty much. That's the first time that happened. And it is on SSR. But the thing is, how much is this down on the day? 9.5%? The SSR triggers where? Isn't it supposed to be 15%?
SSR trigger?
Yeah.
It's 10.
10%. Yeah. What am I thinking?
It just has to wick a 10%. That's
it just has to wick a 10%.
It just has to hit 10%, then the whole, well.
Yeah. I should probably know something like that, right?
You do know sometimes Neil and I will sit here, or you will as well, and it's like, what's the thing I'm thinking about? Or Neil will say like a movie reference to me, and I was just like, I don't even know what movie you're talking about, and then it's like the movie I've seen about 1,400 times. You ever seen Tommy Boy? That's a funny movie, Chris Farley.
I have not. So it did clip exactly about just roughly 10.25%, and then bouncing up off the high. So yeah, this is it's SSR.
I wanted to look again, a name that I really like, and we talk about football all the time on the show. I won't do it with you, don't worry. But SoFi Stadium there for the LA Rams, I really like SoFi. It's just getting hit right here. I think this is a great call that honestly, I could show you, I still have my note up actually, the picks that I was gonna make. I was just 11 picks I was gonna make for the year. SoFi was the financial that I liked. I just thought that, into this area, we do have chances to get to the upside right now in what was supposed to be a profitable year for banks. We saw the XLF go out at highs into the year end. Just thought that there would have been some rebuy of some of these names, especially after earnings. And we had the bank earnings come through, and they weren't obviously not great, and we're just getting through them right now. All the major banks have reported, but SoFi reports late, so they're June 30th, they're January 30th. So we're gonna have to wait just a couple more weeks to see what happens with SoFi. But they were well appreciated, but see, the problem is now you're underneath a sloping 50-period moving average. So if we had our good friend Brian Shannon on from Alpha Trends, he would tell us stay away from this stock. This stock is officially in what we like to call, or like he likes to call, and I like to say, is the penalty box. And that's just, it's been making these moves down, and we'll have to wait to see if it can be supported here. Neil's already called 22 bucks. That's not called it, but that's where he would, was talking about picking some up. I didn't think we were going to get anywhere near there. I would also be a buyer in that area, but I think I'm a buyer here as well at 25. So let's see if we can get a dip down here in SoFi and able to pick up a little bit there. And then the other name that's really gotten hit that looks nothing like SoFi is Webull. Webull is actually at its all-time lows. Now that I see a chart, it's not exactly at its all-time lows, but oops, let me see if I zoom in, just get what that is. So it's going to be right now, if we close at $8, it looks like its low is 775. I mean, I don't know about that wick. Maybe we wick down to 760, but you're right into here, 775 for Webull. So I know they're big in China, from what I heard of their last earnings report, I believe, trying to get a footprint in the United States and here in Canada. So Webull right now just getting absolutely clocked. I'm actually in this name at $10. So I thought it had a chance to hold that $10 area right into here. So we had bought some right around here for Webull. And we actually bought it back here. I don't even think we got any out. If we did, it would have been small. Whenever something goes up into some key levels, just like we did on Intel, just like we did on all these stocks, I don't get out of that many shares. I get out of maybe 15%, 10%, similarly on Palantir as well. But Webull, another name getting hit. What do you guys like in the chat? Andre, can we make, or Fabian, can we make a quick little, let's make a quick little poll. I'm gonna ask you, we're gonna have 3 names on there. Can we put on what do we like better? Actually, let's go 4 names. Let's go JP Morgan because it's the biggest bank. Let's go SoFi. Okay. Let's go Webull, and let's go Robinhood. It is 4, right? We could do 4, or is it 3? I think we could do 4 on YouTube. 4. So let's do that, Andre. And if you have a second, you could do it. You can keep it on this, or Fabian can do it. Let's go JP Morgan, or Brendan, whoever. JP Morgan, SoFi, SOFI, Webull, Bull, or Hood. Which name would you feel more comfortable? Forget about even the time frame. Which one of those 4 would you feel more comfortable holding right now?
So you got JPM, SoFi, Robinhood, and what was the last one? Webull. I'd have to look at the charts.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the charts. Yeah. Why don't we go through that? I'll go through those. Let's see. Someone was talking about SPHL.
We can go over some stock first, and we can do this later. We can wait till that comes up.
With the push higher, not all-time highs, high a day there, 25. So I had that pulled up from before. But let's go to, you know what? I like, when I'm looking for swings, man, I'm not looking at a monthly. I'm not looking at a daily. I'm not looking at a weekly. If we're really talking about swings, let's go to something like a multi-month. So 3 months is what I like to do. Let's go to JPM and see how that's panning out. Look at this one, absolutely beautiful. Stocks only go up. JPM, prime example. Banks and financials have been pretty damn strong over the past 3 years. So which one do I feel safe right away? I'm going to probably say some JPM, man. But next one, we can take a look at all of them there. Hood,
You're going to like the hood chart too. I mean, I know it's pulled back.
Yeah, but look at this, Sean.
Yeah, I know.
First red bar
Take a look at that.
for the past 7 bars. This is a 3-month chart. Expanding volume, first time volume is dropping off. Prior bar low is at 102s. So I don't know if I feel comfortable holding this one long. Let's just say that. And then the next one was SoFi.
Mixed. Yep.
Ooh, I like that. Consolidating at all-time highs. This is a risky one. This is a risky one, but the thing is, like, this is looking solid, man. I think what they do is solid. The chart is looking pretty interesting, and again, if you can risk it down to 20s, I think this is looking pretty solid as well. But you're asking me which I feel the most comfortable. So far it's JPM and SoFi, definitely not Hood. And the fourth one was
SoFi Bull.
Bull.
You're not gonna choose Webull. Sorry to tell you.
Nope, absolutely not. This is probably, look at where it's headed. Look at this craziness. We talk about a parabolic move. Look at that wick on a 3-month chart.
You can't look at it. I mean, it was just IPO.
Exactly. Okay, fine. You're right. We'll go to a 1 month. We'll even go to a weekly, because that's not too many months of information.
Not getting that much.
Still, you got slapped right off of the open, is what I'm seeing here. Wow. Yeah, even on the weekly, dude. I remember this. I remember this week. It was absolutely crazy. I think all of that action probably happened in a day, right? Yeah, 1 or 2 days right there. Most of that selling happened. We had that aggressive push up, gap up push, and then since then just a slow, steady bleed out. Now again, a lot of people, just because a lot of people use Webull, doesn't make it a good case for getting long. That's just, I don't think that's how stuff works. But definitely not Webull. Webull's out of the question. So if I were to like shorts, I'd say Webull and definitely not SoFi. JPM and SoFi longs for sure. JPM I'd probably feel the most comfortable with, obviously.
All right, well, with that being said right there, let's go see what everyone's thinking in the chat right here. And it's pretty mixed, man. I mean, it's very, very, I think we did really well with this poll right there, thinking about it. It's JP Morgan, SoFi leading the way right there, Robinhood. And I mean, I'm surprised that Robinhood and JP Morgan actually have the same votes in this. We have a very, very mixed audience as far as age group is concerned. So JP Morgan, SoFi, I wouldn't expect anyone to say Webull. The only thing about Webull is you do have a bottom protection a little bit. Like you're literally at the lows there for Webull, so something to be talked about right there. I think that's a very, very interesting question, and I'm glad that everybody was able to participate a little bit in that. So thank you everybody for doing that. Webull, but yeah, anyways, going lower, down 2.5% right now. Okay, good. Whew. I don't even know if I really want to check silver, because if it was all the way down here, then that would have been bad. But silver moving around a little bit there today as well. I want to check back on Intel. Intel was a short that was not taken by myself, and we just rammed the long right there. And it came out, we dropped it at 49.50, and then whoops, downside right there goes Intel. And I still like this stock, but I think at $50, this could be tomorrow's trade today. Let's think about a short if we get anywhere near $50. I'm a little disappointed with the reaction today on the futures, right? This is what happened. So this is where the market opens up. You can tell by the volume. We actually opened up about 1.5% or so at its peak, maybe 1.25. But the highest spot of the day, Obi, was the opening print. And that's never really, I don't know what was up with that, maybe right at 9:45. We didn't have a number at 9:45, I don't believe, but it looks like there was sort of a wash.
We did not.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Thank you very much, Adara. So we did not have a number, but that was right there at 9:45, basically took out the day's higher, matched it, and then ever since then it was join the carnival to the downside. And right now we're just doing this right there. Nice. Obi's getting the alert that we are in balance as moments away. And at 3:50 we will have balance. The market. And thank you for reminding me, Obi, give me some content here. What the?
Boom.
Ooh.
Hello.
What?
Hello.
7 milli right there. That's how much it would take for you to become American, right? 7 mil. Right there. 7 million shares right there to buy for Bank of America, going to hit the market at 4 o'clock. So we'll see if that gets paired off. Right now, not much interest in pairing that off. So this could really rally. We'll wait to see what BAC does into the close. Coupang right there. I always remember that stock because It was an IPO where I was sitting around waiting for something to happen, and I got up from my desk, and then it printed, and I came back, and I remember Greg, obviously you're very familiar with him. He said, "Oh, by the way, you're in Coupang." We were in a meeting, and I was like, "Oh God," and I forgot that I had the market on open order for the IPO. Yeah, and it actually went lower. I think I wound up losing $500 or something on that, which would be a decent amount. Morgan Stanley, yeah, sure, you can throw it up. Morgan Stanley with a short as well. BM&R with a bid.
Those things ran today.
Easy peasy.
Ooh, thank you very much.
Broke even. Okay, so we'll take the $2. Okay. So Easy Peasy has, very kindly suggested or has been donating the 0.2% of his P&L every day.
Okay.
Back. So even when he's breaking even, he's paying for a coffee. So thank you so much for that as well. Okay, so here we go. I'll throw this question up. Thank you for doing that there, Andre. All right, so here we go. This NBIS question. So do I have the imbalances for NBIS? So this is the thing. NBIS, I believe, is a NASDAQ name, which it is, of course, Nebius. Nebius intertwined with, very similar to like a CoreWeave. They have deals with Microsoft, NVIDIA, and whatnot, Nebius. So because it's a NASDAQ name, as you see on here, and it's a great question, and thank you for asking it, no NASDAQ names on here. So NASDAQ does not get published publicly. Oh, by the way, BAC is gone. So you see, this is the thing. When you see names like that and you see the stock not really reacting, what can happen is, so what happens is our broker is just running around the NYSE because posted on the NYSE on the boards are the imbalances for the close. So he or she is just reading them to us, basically writing it down on their Palm Pilot. Remember Palm Pilots?
Oh, yeah.
Writing it down on their Palm Pilot and then relaying the message to us. What can happen is that can get removed. So I don't want to call it spoofing or anything like that, but someone could pretend to be trying to buy 7 million shares, and then that order gets pulled back. Now, I don't know the legalities of that. I don't know if that's allowed on the floor of the NYSE, but we've seen, Neil and I have seen this. We've been looking at the imbalances literally every day, as clearly you are as well. That can happen, to some stocks. So just be careful when you see that. The best time to check up on these is the minute, 2 minutes into 350 when they become public knowledge. And what the imbalances, we do have a video. If you go over to our Trader TV Live YouTube page, type in imbalances, some information should show up. And it's basically, you're just looking to say, at 4 o'clock, someone needs to do 3.7 million shares on the buy side of Coupang. Now, the broker, the direct market maker that's responsible managing the set of stocks will have some in inventory. So if there's not enough shares to do, they'll fill it from their own book and give you pretty much market price, okay? But what that's looking for, it's trying to search the marketplace for offsetting orders, so there's no major market impact on the stock. All right, so at 350, it'll come out, and then as it gets closer and closer to the close, like there could be someone that wants USB long, so they'll say, oh, there's 1.275 million shares to sell. Instead of going in there and hitting the market, see, like Uber just showed up there, instead of going in and marketing in or buying 800,000 shares, this particular trader is going to wait for someone to come in and pair it off so that they're both going to get the closing price. So that's how, in a nutshell, it will work. You're looking for price consistencies, and the word I'm looking for is not consistency, but the price to accrue to each other. So the bid and the ask both come in, and they give you the fair price, fair market price. So that's what we're looking to do there, and that's what the purpose of these imbalances are. And at 350, the NASDAQ, parity. Good one there. Thank you, Steve. That's what I'm looking for. See, there's one of those words again that is in your vocabulary, but sometimes you'll forget those. So price.
Pull in some of the imbalances right here. So I have eyes on all of the things, both in the NYSE and the NASDAQ. So yeah, strong selling coming into the end of the day. I guess I was looking for shorts. I took the IWM short, pretty much made back and then some of what I lost getting a little chopped up on the range on IWM, but that was a bit of a mistake on my part, just fixating. Anchoring is an issue. Okay, I had a few stocks. We got about 3 more minutes left. I had a few stocks on watch this morning as in-play names. Let's go through those real quick, rapid fire here. Again, we were looking at oil, so CVX, how did that do? Okay, pretty much of an up and sideways move, nothing too crazy. Dell, that was on the watch list this morning, I think. And Dell, nice push off the open, but selling coming in right there as well. Quadruple U, we were watching this one. Beautiful push all the way up into 22s and a nice reversion happening there as well, pulling back more than 50%. TSM, great trading vehicle on the day today. 350s did come in, but pulling back into the lows once again. Intel, absolutely beautiful push into 50 and an even better flush. Failure to follow through of that 50, so that short came in real nice as well. SLV, strong buyers all day, except for the close here, except for going into the last hour where we did get a little bit of selling. Also was watching SIDU here, strong sellers off of the open, and then maybe some buying coming into the later half of the day as well. Amazon, I was watching as well, a bit of a chop, so nothing too crazy. I was also watching some of these banks, GS and MS. GS and MS, so GS very, very strong on the day, holding near the upper quartile. Let's see how MS is doing as well. Another one, very strong on the day. Bank sector in general, let's take a quick look at XLF right here. Strong in the morning, but pulling back in. So I want to know which one of the constituents actually pulled back. I had CRML as well. That didn't really do too much. Sideways chop. I had Oracle as well, kind of a bigger picture story from yesterday, day 2. Off of that hit that they got yesterday. I think they had like a China probe or something. More sellers coming in on the day today.
Yeah, Oracle, yeah.
Oracle, no, they had bondholders who wanted to sue them because, surprise, they're taking out a lot of AI debt. I wonder who predicted that.
Nice. Good stuff there. So day 2, they was actually doing relative volume.
I'm not sure who predicted it.
In the pre-market there. Hey man, she said she did her research.
No, I bet, hey.
Definitely believe it.
I literally got out at 319 on Oracle.
Yeah,
and it was, and I like the stock. And Darryl was like, you know what? I've looked into this, and I don't think it's all that it's all wrapped up to be. And it's like $150 later. Okay, there it is, man. The imbalances are now out. It looks like they're going a little bit of the downside. We get a nice little fill there on the Nasdaq, on the TQQs. Look at that, man. ASST with a bid. Nvidia, that's what's causing this problem. So this is the real stuff now. This is the real good right now, man. This is sticky icky right here. Nvidia downside right now. Over 11 million shares in total want to get done near the close. Nvidia downside, Amazon downside. You can go straight to hell, Amazon, actually. We lost a little bit of money on that one today. Sell on Apple as well. I had a great experience with Uber. Plan on having one again going home. Uber right there, 1 million shares on the bid. So that's something there. We just talked about SoFi. That's 1 million shares to sell on the downside as well. So it looks like we do get a little bit of a down push right now, right here. Adair just confirming 1.4 billion to sell in the overall market. The Mag 7 alone, about a third of that at 600. So yeah, some downside plays there. Walmart with a sell, and what a surprise. There's our BAC. It's a bid of 700,000 shares. Nothing to do with 7 million, potentially a fat finger. But yeah, so this is, I think it's really just the NASDAQ that's starting to go a little low there. You see that little wick there. Now it's being bought up because remember, this is all just a matter of market dynamics, right? This will pair off and you could get a downside push here into the close because of the pressure. Like 2 million shares. If you market sell, which is what this would be, 2 million shares right now, how far down does this go? So that's what the market's going to try to figure out. And then as it gets closer and closer, generally speaking at 355 is the big pairing event where somebody will come in and just match those bids, so then we can not worry about what's happening. But look, man, instead of me yapping there, we could have just shorted it as soon as it came out. It's now down 20 cents from that level, and we did take advantage of that move down and got more out. And this is really the only trade we've had all afternoon. You had Circle, which was a good one. I think that was a dollar club, right? Maybe more. And then there goes the NASDAQ, which was the only short that we had on, and we exited out of our Palantir, which looks to be pretty good. We got out of that as we were talking. And then we lament on missing the silver short. But we'll be mining for that tomorrow as well, Obi. And just so you know, there are imbalances that go out in Canada as well. So most markets there will have some sort of a closing trade opportunity. So yeah, you know, again, thanks for joining us. I want to thank Obi again for filling in. Neil will be back tomorrow, and Joe will be back next week. But you're back tomorrow anyways on the midday for Joe. And I believe Joe's back Monday, but I think.
I think we were talking.
Yeah,
I think,
it's up in the air.
Yeah, I think he might want some more time for
perfect.
recovery, and that's perfect.
Take as much time, Joe, if you're watching. Of course, he knows that.
We saw Sharif show a picture of his leg, and it just.
It's amazing
I'll talk
how
more about it today.
Yeah, no worries. It's amazing how quick the recovery times are these days with some of the physio that you go through, and then obviously how quick these operations are performed. It's just so routine now, man. Everybody's getting hurt, like pulling hamstrings, tearing ACLs. For him, it was Neil was the Achilles. His was the ACL.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have a fake knee as well. So there you go.
I got to get my right knee checked out. I don't know. Nothing crazy just yet, but you don't want to push it to the limit.
You know you're getting old when?
Yeah, exactly, right? I'm just like, when it hurts to walk, or when it gets a little cold outside and your knee starts feeling a little tingle, and I'm like, it seems like it's about that time. NVIDIA with that sell imbalance, almost 2 million shares to sell right there. Selling off even more, broke through the consolidation, almost through the open. The opening price is 168.50. I hit into 168.50, got 48s there, 168.48, 186.48s there. But as we come in closer to this 55, this could swipe right back up. We want to be careful with that. So we'll wait and see what happens here.
I'm just putting more bids in here to cover up our position. Okay, so I think here, let's go to NVIDIA and just talk about quickly, Obi, because we do have the pairing event that's about to happen. So look at NVIDIA, man. It comes out at 350. It's in and around 187.30. It's now 186.30. It flushes down $1. But I told you guys that this will probably pair. It's already paired off. It's not even 355. I don't even see it anymore. So let's just zoom in right here, and we'll go right back to this. Yeah, there's that video right now. Looky, man. I don't even see it on here anymore. And the pairing event has already happened. So there it goes. We were just talking about. I was about to go long, to be honest with you. I don't even see it on here. So it's gone from 2 million into nothing. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's actually it's a sell. It's
still a sell.
500K.
How much?
500K sell.
Okay, so I should see it in here somewhere. NVDA.
I have it on my.
Oh, there it is, right down
separate,
here. Oops.
One right here.
There it is, right here. Yeah, there it is. So 500, just following it around there. We can highlight it so you can watch it go back.
Nothing too crazy. I mean, I was giving it about 25 pennies. I was like, all right, let's see.
Well, you were in it.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I got involved because that was the back through open, right? 186.50 was a back through open. I was like, if we really crack on a sell imbalance through the opening price, I do want to be involved, and I'll give it a quarter. I'll be like, all right, cool. If that can continue, it should go right away. If it doesn't, that's more than fine. And it did paired a decent amount there. And
I can actually be convinced of. I can be convinced of looking at that trade a little bit more, because we sat here and we called this at 355. Yeah. We said there's a potential for this thing to completely turn around, and it did that in spades there. I mean, you could have got a quick little 40 cents there.
With some size, too.
Even if, I mean,
think about the volume that goes on going.
I know we all trade different sizes, but even if you just put on a couple hundred shares there and you make 30 cents, you put $100 in your pocket.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is the scalability of that trade is definitely there because of the liquidity there. Because scalability is the big part, right?
That's
it's like,
the big part.
Sure, we can take pennies off of here and there, but the question is, can you do that? Can you do the same thing with thousands of shares, tens of thousands of shares? That's the game I essentially want to play, right? Those are the things I want to make decisions on at the end of the day, right?
Well, that's why I like you, Obi. That's why I trade these bigger names, and it's not. Look, you can get a lot of liquidity. Like, I'm not trying to take 1,000 shares of ASML or anything, but you can do that. You know, it's just a matter of. I think with every strategy, share sizing obviously becomes very, very important. All right. So it looks like the Nasdaq. You said green, Obi. You win there. It looks like the Nasdaq is actually right at the exact same spot what I asked you. It was 0.27. So you hummed and hawed, but said green, and you win on that one. So it looks like the market will stay green here. A 3-minute collapse in the market. We don't see how much going on right now. President Trump is pretty silent here. So looks like it'll be a pretty bad day for the Nasdaq. I know it's, watch what I'm saying, but when you see the market going like this all day when it's was the open, it's not going to be good. Highest spot open, lowest spot close. You never, ever, ever. People, I don't know if they watch. That's Chris Jericho. Anyways, okay. But you never, ever want the market to close at the low. That's not a great sign, because anybody that's a little scared and potentially if you get a low open tomorrow, that could create a waterfall action because people will say, okay, I held on, hopefully it bounces back tomorrow, but if it doesn't bounce back tomorrow, then I'm going to be selling almost immediately. So they wait for that little opening rush. So look for tomorrow around, again, it's I don't know the timing, but I think I'm going to be looking forward tomorrow, especially if this market opens up near flat and then looks to challenge this 25.7 area. On Nasdaq, we'll look to go a little short over there. All right, so that's what I'm doing today. Real well here in the afternoon as we look to see Pfizer. Probably nothing going on for Pfizer. Put this futures back over there. Yeah, kind of just dancing right there as that's the biggest one left. ASST through $1. Oh, you know what? Talk about $1 stock. Did Beyond Meat ever crack under it again? It held $1. It looks like there. If I zoom, oh, there it is. Man. Look at that. We take a look at that movie. It held $1.
Whoa,
so there you go.
Hold.
Yeah, so
all day long. You could have just boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, and you talk you and I talked about that.
Yeah,
a couple thousand shares, something like that. Yeah,
83 million shares. You want to stay underneath 1% of daily trading? Like that's quick maths.
Yeah, are you flat right now? Because, all right, I have nothing left. I'm just waiting to get out of this. I'm just going to put a bid right now with only a minute left. No point. As I said to you, Obi and I trading here on a prop floor that has to be flat at the end of every single day. So I'm bidding 24s, and there it is, right there. Roar. There it is. The bear comes out and shows its teeth here into the close. So far, so good. I am very nervous about what tomorrow may bring. It's a Friday. Bank earnings were not that great. We have JB Hunt reporting, which is a transport. We'll see if that's bad. That's going to be bad. A lot of people follow transport. We guys used to have Chris on the show. He talked about the transports and how those are. And again, shipping companies, railroads, Obi, things like that. That gives us a good idea of potentially strength of the consumer. If they're shipping goods everywhere, right? What does that look like? Today's closing bell brought to you by Beta Pro, their FX daily ETFs. We want to thank them once again for their continued sponsorship. Thank you. Global X and Beta Pro again. The liquidity, the Forex hedged ETFs traded there on the TSX. Thank you to Global X for that one. But yeah, man, not a great day overall. Do a quick little check-in. I think it's fine. I just would have liked the bids to hold, which they didn't wind up doing. Just a quick little look here on the financials. We do have a good day today in BlackRock, Goldman, and Morgan. Yeah, they all pretty much held the bids, right? Good day there. MasterCard. I think at some point, let me just check out the quick chart here on MA, because I think at some point these are going to be buys. I do not believe that credit cards are going to face the wrath of the administration. I just, there's such a well held, a lot of money into these things. I just don't know if they're going to drop the ruling or whatever they have to do. Maybe it's an executive order that you can't charge more than 10%. So to me, I've always thought best of breed was American Express. I'm not sure that to be true or not. As far as what I like Capital One, but this is a little bit of a dip down, potentially giving you an opportunity to buy some of those names. Did JP Morgan get off the mat today? Not really. They got going early up to 313, ends the day at 309. And then, so that's the financial. We didn't cover them all, obviously. And then this one, good recovery day for Miss Lily. That's Adair's name for it. It was down 5.76% there. Well, it's down 3.76%, but it was down 5.7% earlier. And looks like that battled back as we're wrapping up JP Morgan's health conference week. I believe that ends on Friday, which would be tomorrow, where a lot of these, just like we had CES over the last couple weeks there, today, this week, it was all about health space. The JJ got a couple bids going through them. And then in the electronic technology, it's really funny, it's called electronic technologies. AMD was up more. Obviously, we saw that huge tank there at the end of the day, Broadcom. Did my guy Marvell hold up or not? Marvell's one of my picks as well. What a crazy timing that we did. We did these picks on, what was it, Monday or Tuesday, and it was kind of turbulent for many of these. Look at my Marvell. Yeah. It's a good thing. I think we're in at like $84, whatever that was there at the beginning of the week. So down to $80. That pick's not looking that great. And then where did Netflix wind up? Netflix ends up 88. Yuck. All right, Obi, plans for tonight, my guy?
Not really. I think I'm going to play some Hogwarts Legacy before playing some Blue Ocean.
Yeah, hope you'll have fun in one and profitable in the other.
Yeah.
And maybe fun in both.
Yeah, of course. Always.
I'm just reading right now. It looks like we have potentially the rinks might be closed. The rink that she's playing at. She's supposed to have a practice tonight, and then my son has chess. So hopefully both of those facilities are open, and we will be able to take our kids out because tomorrow's a PA day. Here in the city of Toronto. So not only do the kids get today as a snow day, but they get tomorrow off of school. So it's they get report cards on Monday, so they prepare them all, blah, 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 get that going. So that happens tomorrow for the teachers here in the Toronto District School Board. And then Monday, we're actually off. No stock market.
Yeah.
It's Martin Luther King Jr.
Day.
So that comes Monday. So yeah, that was true, Fabian. My wife was like, she thought that whenever it was snow days, it was supposed to be virtual classes. But that was not today, so I don't know what was going on with that. So the kids just sat at home and did what they did during the winter break, which was a little bit of nothing. I hope they were helping shovel, so when I get home, I do not have to. What are the odds of that? All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Adara. Andrew's in the chat. Sorry, thank you, Andrew, in the chat. Thank you, Obi, Adara. Big day there for Adara, man. Good work on the midday show, obviously, and doing everything that she does. Adara does the watch list for us, everything. Reads all the news. Thank you, Adara, for that. Ramin, thank you. Thank you to Fabian, Andre, Brendo, and the rest of us, and to the big guy to my left, Sharif.
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, I thank you. Yeah, nice to hear. Thank you, Obi. And thank you to all of our viewers as well. We could not do this show without you. Well, we could, but it would be boring. All right, Obi. Tomorrow I will see you. That is for sure. This man just comes in, no problem, whatever the weather is. Oh, absolutely no problem on that. Thank you, everybody. It's been a great day. For Adara in the back. There she is. Give a wave. That's Obi. I'm Sean, and we will thank you. Trying to close the show there before we wrap that thing up. Andre got to get out of here. All right, Andre, let's get out of here. Ciao, everybody.
See ya.